Chen Yiwen skillfully ignited a cigarette, greedily inhaling and exhaling thick plumes of white smoke, his half-closed eyes reflecting sheer enjoyment. The alkaloids released by nicotine flooded his brain with a surge of dopamine, momentarily alleviating his fatigue and engendering a captivating sense of euphoria. It was a chilly March night. The air outside felt like icy water. Leaning against the railing, Chen Yiwen's profound gaze fixated on the distance. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked open, and the crisp sound of high heels echoed. He discerned the sound growing nearer until it finally halted beside him. Chen Yiwen expelled a cloud of smoke and turned his head. The woman beside him deliberately maintained a two-step distance. Her exquisite features contorted in distaste, brows furrowed as she waved her hand to dispel the lingering scent of smoke. "Have you made up your mind?" she inquired impatiently. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yiwen extinguished the half-finished cigarette at his lips and stepped inside, tossing it into the trash bin. "It's cold outside, let's discuss it here," he remarked casually. "Such a hassle," the woman scoffed, striding into the room and slamming the door shut behind her. Chen Yiwen reclined on the sofa, picking up the divorce agreement from the coffee table and scrutinizing it twice. "Are you certain?" "Indeed, that I want half of that, over 400,000 in savings after all. It's our joint property," she stated from the adjacent sofa, still maintaining her distance, her legs crossed, exuding calm indifference. Chen Yiwen nodded, choosing not to elaborate. He felt a sense of disorientation, aware that her grievances were numerous: his smoking habits, his lack of consideration, his untidiness, yet he was acutely aware that she had someone else outside their marriage. The signs had been apparent for a while. He was no fool. He bore no resentment towards her. 8T over 30. She was merely a mid-level manager earning 15,000 a month. Although their savings exceeded 400,000, a significant portion belonged to her. At the time, she had sweetly proclaimed it as shared marital property, intended for a new home together. Yet, how did it come to this? "It feels as if we are two entirely different people," Chen Yiwen pondered, lost in memories. Reclining on the sofa and taking a hearty swig from his drink, "Why now?" It was already 1 or 2 in the morning. After signing the agreement, the woman glanced at it one last time, confirmed everything was in order, and left without another word. Confused and intoxicated, Chen Yiwen succumbed to a heavy slumber. In a haze, Chen Yiwen felt himself enveloped in fog, unable to discern his surroundings. Only aware that he had been lost in a lengthy dream by April. The tall trees on campus had flourished, the gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. Toasting to wine, how fleeting is life. Like morning dew, the past is fraught with hardship. Green is your collar, and my heart is restless. All for you, I ponder until now. The deer call, feasting on wild apples, a cacophony of voices reciting filled his ears. And Chen Yiwen rubbed his bleary eyes, gradually awakening, only to find himself in a classroom. The familiar yet strange scene rendered him momentarily speechless. He touched his chin, realizing he must be dreaming. Though he could not comprehend why he was having such a dream, he turned his gaze to the girl in front of him, engrossed in her recitation, her ponytail swaying before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the rustling of leaves filled the air, encapsulating the essence of youth. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, the clouds a pristine white, and under the sunlight, even the dust in the air was vividly visible. Turning slightly, he watched the playful swaying of the ponytail, which struck him as charming and delightful. Moved by an impulse, Chen Yiwen reached out and tugged at it. To his astonishment, the girl abruptly stood, spinning around with a face full of indignation directed at him. Before Chen Yiwen could apologize, she turned to the teacher at the podium and exclaimed, "Teacher, Chen Yiwen pulled my hair." Instantly, the classroom fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter from his classmates, erupting into a cacophony. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, coughed disapprovingly, rapping the podium to regain order, casting a discontented glare at Chen Yiwen. "Why do you have such a heavy hand?" Chen Yiwen was utterly bewildered, unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. At that moment, Zhou Ming began sternly, "Some students don't study and still seek to disrupt others. Are you aware that the college entrance examination is approaching? This is a pivotal moment in life. You could ruin someone's future with your actions. Can you live with that on your conscience?" Although he did not name anyone, It was clear to all, and the classmates looked at Chen Yiwen with a mix of schadenfreude and muffled giggles. Zhou Ming's brows knitted as he pounded the podium again. What's so funny? Chen Yiwen, I expect no repeat of such behavior. Now, let's continue with the lesson. The girl huffed indignantly but complied, sitting back down, casting Chen Yiwen a fierce glare. She despised boys who pulled her hair, especially those who were academically challenged, inattentive in class, and sought attention by arguing with the teacher. During their senior year, the authority of the homeroom teacher was still effective, and the classroom gradually quieted down, returning to a semblance of tranquility. Chen Yiwen rested his head on the cool surface of the desk, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. Could it be that I have been reborn? He mused, and the mere thought sent his heart racing. His mind swirled with myriad thoughts as time sped by, and half an hour of morning reading concluded. Zhou Ming left promptly, and the students, unable to contain themselves, began to chatter excitedly. Familiar faces emerged, youthful and lively. Chen Yiwen, who would have thought you were such a tease, pulling hair during class? Do you have a crush on Cheng Yushi? Certainly not. Our class monitor has such a fiery temper. Do you think I would fancy her? You've got guts, but weren't you infatuated with Ji Sweki before? Has your heart already strayed? A few classmates gathered around Chen Yiwen, teasing him, one boy sporting a mischievous grin. The girl they mentioned, Cheng Yushi, was indeed the one whose hair he had tugged. Just as they finished, a clear female voice rang out. Chen Yiwen, what's the matter with you? How can you pull someone's hair in class? Responding instinctively, Chen Yiwen lifted his gaze, and a sweet visage met his eyes. Upon seeing her, long-buried memories surged back. This was the girl who had stormed through his youth, Ji Sweki. Chapter 2. Youth in his younger years. Chen Yiwen was a self-effacing and timid child, raised in a single-parent household after losing his father at a tender age. Growing up solely under his mother's care, he often felt a sense of inadequacy compared to his peers. Yet amidst the dull and bleakness of his adolescence, one figure shone brightly in his life, Ji Sweki. A girl whose beauty and academic prowess were beyond comparison, she also possessed a delightful personality, radiant, open-hearted, and well-liked among her classmates, capturing the hearts of many adolescent boys, including Chen Yiwen. However, like most, he dared not voice his affections, burying them deep within his heart while quietly observing her from the corners of his eyes. Occasionally, he would find himself lost in daydreams of romance with her during class. Unlike other admirers, Chen Yiwen held a significant advantage. He and Ji Sweki were neighbors, having attended the same school from elementary through high school. In a sense, one could say they were childhood sweethearts. This notion filled Chen Yiwen with quiet joy, believing it to be destiny, convinced that they would eventually be together. However, reality proved otherwise. In his sophomore year, impulsively, he penned a love letter and delivered it to her, only to be reported to the homeroom teacher. Zhou Ming, not one to let such matters slide, especially with Ji Sweki being his prized student, held a class meeting where he publicly read the letter, mocking Chen Yiwen before sending him home for reflection. This incident left a significant psychological scar on Chen Yiwen, pushing him to the brink of despair. As the taunts of classmates, the gleeful expressions on their faces, the cold remarks from his teacher, and the disappointed gaze of his mother were burdens too heavy for a young boy to bear. Fortunately, he managed to endure. But the aftermath of this event rendered the relationship between Ji Sweki and Chen Yiwen awkward. The camaraderie they had built over the years vanished, leaving them akin to strangers. As they approached the college entrance examination period, their academic differences led to their separation, and their youthful infatuation became a distant memory. As Chen Yiwen reflected on this chapter of his life, he understood the trajectory of events. Yet he was taken aback by Ji Sweki's willingness to engage him in conversation. Ji Sweki shot him an annoyed glance, exclaiming, "Do you realize that your behavior is quite unfriendly? I'll be telling Aunt Chen." The Aunt Chen she referred to was none other than Chen Yiwen's mother, Chen Meihua. With that, Ji Sweki turned her attention to Cheng Yushi, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Yushi. I apologize on behalf of Chen Yiwen. I hope I didn't hurt you." Cheng Yushi shook her head, adjusting her thick, rimless glasses. "It's nothing. Just ignore students like him." Chen Yiwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Well, Chen Gu, Ji Sweki is actively defending you. Your relationship must be quite special," remarked Yu Wang, his voice dripping with envy. Chen Yiwen shot a silent, incredulous glance at the familiar yet youthful face before suppressing the impulse to retaliate and quietly left the classroom. Yu Wang was a relatively close friend, but at a later gathering, he drunkenly revealed an old grudge. He was the one who reported Chen Yiwen. Naturally, Yu Yuang harbored feelings for Ji Sueki, and seeing her close to Chen Yiwen sparked jealousy, leading him to encourage Chen Yiwen to confess, only to betray him when he did. Yet, Chen Yiwen regarded it as a trivial matter. Everyone makes foolish mistakes in their youth. Regardless of Yu Yuang's cunning, neither succeeded in their pursuits. The allure of the goddess lay in her inaccessibility, leaving only a luminous memory in their hearts. Exiting the corridor, Chen Yiwen stepped outside the teaching building, where the environment stirred dormant memories within him. Approaching the restroom, he nearly retched upon recalling that the lavatory beside the classroom was off-limits. He quickly retreated, opting for the restroom at the back office instead. Just as he finished, he entered the classroom a second before the bell rang. The class was English, and the teacher, with her slender legs clad in black stockings and high heels, gracefully entered. Chen Yiwen couldn't help but marvel. It was an unchanging rule that English teachers were always the youngest and most fashionable. The lesson commenced with the teacher calling on the class representative to read aloud vocabulary words, followed by a 5-minute repetition by the students. Subsequently, they delved into the textbook, which, much like Chinese class, relied heavily on memorization. At this moment, Chen Yiwen busily jotted down plans for the future. As a reincarnate, he understood the tides of change and recognized the potential for profitable ventures in Bitcoin or stock trading. However, such endeavors required initial capital. Without it, even the most assured strategies would be futile. The challenge of accumulating that initial wealth weighed heavily on him. In his mind, thoughts raced. Could he perhaps create and sell video game cheats in an internet CAF? No, there might be a better approach. It was 2010. And the crackdown on online novels hadn't yet commenced. The more he pondered, the more ideas flourished, revealing countless opportunities that awaited his action. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. Chen Yiwen, please stand and read this passage. The English teacher had noticed his distraction. Chen Yiwen froze, rising slowly. He had been lost in thought and had no recollection of the reading material. Chen Yiwen, you can't possibly have forgotten after all that reading? Or were you preoccupied with something else? The teacher's expression darkened as she approached him, her heels clicking ominously. In a flash, Chen Yiwen recalled that they had indeed been reading. The words resurfaced in his mind, the double-edged sword of social media on teenagers' mental health. He hesitated, his voice stiff and shaky, stumbling over several words. Yet, as he continued, he gradually regained his composure, eventually reading with remarkable fluency. Chapter 3. Talent. Chen Yiwen read aloud, each word articulated with precision, and at this moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. His classmates gazed at him with astonished expressions. And not far in front of him, the English teacher was taken aback as well. Did I read it incorrectly? Chen Yiwen scratched his head, his voice laced with uncertainty. No. Chen Yiwen, you truly astonish me. You made not a single mistake. It appears you possess hidden depths. Let's give Chen Yiwen a round of applause, shall we? The English teacher, regaining composure, spoke with a look of satisfaction and began to clap enthusiastically. The surrounding students joined in. Their applause mingled with murmurs of disbelief. What is going on with Chen Yiwen? Has he suddenly become enlightened? How could he read it so fluently? It's absurd. I struggled with several terms. Could this be the result of accumulated knowledge finally bursting forth? But I hardly ever saw him study seriously. In the back, Yu Yang, still in shock, asked, Chen Yiwen, are you still yourself? You're English, and you were like parallel lines, completely unrelated. You didn't even recognize a single English word. As Chen Yiwen sat down, he felt a bit dazed. Unsure of how he had managed such a feat, he could vividly recall the scene of reading the text aloud, and he had merely followed along. Unexpectedly. Wait. Did you memorize it? His deskmate suddenly realized something, incredulous. He noticed that Chen Yiwen had never opened his English textbook, only a small notebook where he doodled, seemingly preoccupied with something else. You all read it repeatedly in my ear, so I naturally memorized it, Chen Yiwen replied candidly. Seriously? You're bragging now? You've become so insufferably arrogant. His deskmate regarded him with disdain. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen's fingers trembled as he opened the English textbook. The words etched themselves deeply into his mind. When he closed his eyes, they appeared vividly before him. Could it be that I have a photographic memory? Chen Yiwen mused inwardly, believing that his rebirth was already a great blessing from the heavens. But now he had been endowed with this extraordinary talent. A newfound notion began to take root in his heart. Initially, he had disregarded the college entrance examination, given that his academic performance had always been average, and after so many years since graduation, he had long since returned to the teacher. He had no intention of wasting time here. Yet now, He was presented with an opportunity for change. With this talent, perhaps he could achieve unexpected results. Compared to accumulating wealth and making a fortune, the college entrance examination seemed trivial. However, glancing around at his classmates, he noticed that most were diligently striving for their studies. The examination was a pivotal event that could alter their lives. This fact was universally acknowledged. As the gentle breeze wafted through the classroom, the only sounds were the teacher's passionate lecturing and the soft rustle of students writing, with the countdown to the examination clearly displayed on the board. Zhou Ming had repeatedly asserted that the college entrance examination was a significant turning point in life, declaring that the individuals present were ordinary, with their parents' combined income possibly not exceeding 4,000 yuan. If you do not wish to drift aimlessly through life and be discarded by society, you must strive to ascend. The examination is this dividing line. Every point gained can eliminate thousands. In this final stretch, one must exhaust every ounce of effort. Their minds should be consumed solely with the concept of learning. As long as you don't study to death, then study with all your might. Yet not everyone absorbed these words. Some students, recognizing that academia was not their calling, chose to enter society directly, heading for the big city. The empty seats in the last row symbolized their departure, as they believed that those who dared to venture could rise above. While studying was merely the pursuit of the foolish. Everyone has their own thoughts. Chen Yiwen had originally intended to follow suit, not to waste time on studies. But now he had changed his mind. He wanted to prove something, and though he was unsure of how far he could go, having been reborn, he resolved to leave no regrets. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the notes on the board and realized that his vision had improved significantly. Everything was crystal clear. Youth is indeed a blessing. Chen Yiwen reflected with a smile, preparing to take notes, only to suddenly find himself unable to write. To his dismay, he discovered that his pen had run dry. As he reached into his pencil case to retrieve another pen, he fumbled around only to find it utterly empty. Chen Yiwen searched meticulously, bewildered to find that he had only his textbook and a small comic book, devoid of any stationery. And the textbook appeared as pristine as if it had just been issued. He recalled that due to the homeroom teacher's influence during this period, he had developed a disdain for studying, often dozing off in class or sneaking peeks at comics, considering himself fortunate to have even one pen that still worked. Unfortunately, it had run out of ink. After pondering for a moment, he leaned toward his desk mate, suddenly realizing he had forgotten the person's name and could only ask stiffly, do you have an extra pen? His desk mate glanced at Chen Yiwen, exasperated. Do you think I would have a second pen? Fine, I'll lend it to you once I'm done. Chen Yiwen sighed, feeling the annoyance of the situation. He then looked up to see Cheng Yushi in front of him. Surely a good student must have plenty of spare pens, he thought. Thus, Chen Yiwen tapped gently on Cheng Yushi's back, but by unfortunate coincidence, he struck her bra strap. However, Cheng Yushi did not dwell on it. The unusual sensation from behind irritated her, and she frowned deeply. Why does this guy always have to bother me? I really despise boys who seek attention. She decided that ignoring him would suffice, hoping he would exhibit some self-awareness. It was truly bothersome. Chen Yiwen paused, thinking perhaps he hadn't tapped hard enough. And seeing her too focused to notice, he tapped again with greater force. Hey, what are you doing? Cheng Yushi turned around impatiently, casting a sharp glance at Chen Yiwen. However, her reaction was less severe than before. At least she didn't immediately stand up to report him to the teacher. Classmate, could I borrow a pen? Chen Yiwen said with a smile, his tone genuinely earnest. It was then that he noticed her long neck and fair skin, reminiscent of milk, with a subtle scent of shampoo wafting from her hair. She possessed a certain pure beauty. Cheng Yushi frowned slightly, choosing not to say much. She casually pulled a pen from her pencil case and handed it to Chen Yiwen. Here, take it, but don't bother me again, Cheng Yushi said with annoyance. Thank you, Chen Yiwen replied sincerely. Cheng Yushi dismissed him with a disdainful snort. At that moment, Chen Yiwen hurriedly opened various humanities textbooks, capturing the information in his mind as if taking photographs. Steady now, under these circumstances, I should be able to achieve high scores in the humanities. However, for mathematics and other sciences, which require logical reasoning, I must gradually solve problems and accumulate knowledge, Chen Yiwen concluded inwardly. Chapter 4. The body accompanied by the cacophony of reading voices, the morning swiftly slipped away. Upon hearing the school bell signaling lunchtime, the once tranquil classroom erupted into a frenzy. Several students in the back row hastily flung open the door and dashed toward the cafeteria. Students congregated in the corridors, filling them to capacity, and upon exiting the teaching building, they divided into 3 groups. One headed to the cafeteria for meals, another towards the nearby stalls or shops for snacks, and the last group made their way to the school gate, where some parents awaited with warm lunchboxes in hand. As they walked, a few mischievous boys emitted strange howls, attempting to attract attention. "Chen Yiwen, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me." A familiar voice called from behind, prompting him to glance back and discover it was Yu Wang. With a cheeky grin, Yu Wang placed a hand on Chen Yiwen's shoulder, holding a box of thin white cigarettes, and asked, "Want to smoke?" In truth, Chen Yiwen had seldom dabbled in cigarettes during his youth. It was only during high school, under Yu Wang's persuasion, that he developed this habit. Although Yu Wang had some ulterior motives, he remained quite generous. For cigarettes were a rare commodity among students at this time. Chen Yiwen shook his head, dismissing the offer. Smoking was an unwholesome habit, and having been reborn, he cherished this vibrant body and had no intention of indulging in past misdeeds. "No thanks, I've quit," he replied with a smile as he made his way to the cafeteria. "Really? Is that true?" Yu Wang stood there, bewildered, scratching his head, sensing that something was amiss with Chen Yiwen today. The memories of senior year grew sharper. Lunchtime afforded approximately an hour and a half of respite. After eating, some students would steal a nap, while others engaged in frenzied competition or played badminton and basketball. Previously, Chen Yiwen would have surreptitiously slipped away to an internet CAF during this time. Now, he felt invigorated, filled with boundless energy. After marriage, he had been required to attend social gatherings daily, which had taken a toll on his health, leaving him in a state of suboptimal well-being by his 30s. Yet now, at the age of 18, he experienced the peak of physical vitality, a sensation of indescribable euphoria. He acutely felt the allure of youth and mused that good health is indeed the most precious of treasures. What surprised him was that his current physical condition appeared to surpass his expectations. Not only could he effortlessly leap to heights of 2 meters and 3, but he also possessed an evident muscular definition, pleasing to the eye, with well-defined abdominal muscles that emerged with a slight exertion. While most individuals boasted six-pack abs, Chen Yiwen had a few more defined lines than the average person. However, he distinctly recalled that during this period, he had been self-conscious and sensitive, often remaining indoors. Though not overweight, he could not possibly have achieved such pronounced muscle definition. This was undoubtedly the result of extensive training. How peculiar. What could this possibly mean? Chen Yiwen pondered, bewildered by his remarkable memory and physical prowess. Feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, he resolved to experiment. Sprinting onto the school playground with all his might, the spring breeze rustled through the lush green grass bordering the field, while the plane trees swayed gently, producing a soothing rustle. The sun shone brightly, radiating youthful exuberance. At this moment, most students were napping, oblivious to the boy racing around the playground like a whirlwind. Chen Yiwen felt astoundingly light, as if he could soar, and with every ounce of effort, he ran, finding that the more he exerted himself, the more exhilarated he became. Every pore felt alive, his heart raced, and his entire body awakened, akin to a high-performance sports car emitting a thrilling roar. Panting heavily, Chen Yiwen was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Although fatigued, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Stretching as he walked, he discovered he could even execute a full split with ease. In that moment, it dawned on him that not only had he been reborn into his youth, but his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. He could effortlessly leap to heights of 2 meters and 8, perform 40 pull-ups without breaking a sweat, and he completed 25 laps around the 400-meter track. As if living a dream. This sensation, Chen Yiwen murmured to himself. He did not understand the cause of this transformation, but he felt no need to comprehend it. After resting for a while, he noticed the unpleasant odor of sweat and decided to return home, knowing there was ample time left before lunch. His home was a mere kilometer from the school, yet his mother was busy and had no time to prepare lunch. So he had to eat at school. Entering the old residential building, Chen Yiwen followed his memories to the long-lost door of his home. After rummaging through his pockets, he found the key and inserted it into the rusty iron gate. As the door creaked open, he stepped inside, feeling an unexpected hesitation. Perhaps due to a sense of nostalgia. The house was eerily quiet. His mother had not yet returned. Chen Yiwen breathed a sigh of relief, uncertain of how to face her. In his previous life, he had toiled alone in the bustling city while his mother remained in their hometown, seldom visiting except during the new year. His memories of her were blurred, her once dark hair now gray. After changing his shoes and removing his clothes, which he tossed into the washing machine, he searched the wardrobe for a school uniform. Having tidied up, he noted the time and hurried back to school. The ringing of the class bell echoed through the air. Chen Yiwen dashed into the classroom just in time. Phew, you nearly missed it. His deskmate sighed, lamenting the missed spectacle. Chen Yiwen understood the implication. The mathematics teacher was the strictest of them all. If one performed well, they might receive some leniency. If not, they would face relentless ridicule, with corporal punishment being a trivial matter. As someone who struggled academically, Chen Yiwen knew that had he arrived even a second late, the teacher would have made his life miserable. He refrained from saying much and focused intently on the lesson, following the teacher's explanations. Forgotten formulas surged back to his mind, and he realized that not only had his memory improved, but his comprehension skills had also heightened, allowing him to draw connections effortlessly. Mathematical problems that once confounded him now revealed their solutions with startling clarity. Chapter 5. Learning from that moment on, regardless of the subject, Chen Yiwen was utterly engrossed, absorbing knowledge like a sponge, tirelessly. Naturally, there were some concepts he found perplexing, and his thoughts wandered to Cheng Yushi, the class monitor, whose academic prowess was second to none. Hesitantly, he reached out and tapped her. Cheng Yushi furrowed her brow in annoyance and turned around, asking, "What now?" There's this problem I can't quite grasp. Could you possibly help me?" Chen Yiwen replied, somewhat sheepishly. "What?" Cheng Yushi glanced at him incredulously, scrutinizing him before shifting her gaze to the problem. "Didn't he, the teacher, cover this yesterday?" I must have forgotten," Chen Yiwen admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. With a resigned sigh, Cheng Yushi, despite her lack of fondness for him, felt it her duty as class monitor to assist. She turned slightly closer and began to patiently explain the problem. Chen Yiwen asked about every point of confusion, and to his surprise, Cheng Yushi was unexpectedly gentle, her tone soft as she clarified the concepts. The proximity between them allowed Chen Yiwen to catch a whiff of a familiar shampoo scent. "So that's how it is," he remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him as he carefully examined the problem, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Cheng Yushi. Cheng Yushi shrugged, dismissing him as she turned back to preview the next lesson. After resolving that challenging question, Chen Yiwen swiftly grasped other types of problems, unwittingly becoming enthralled by the exhilarating sensation of problem-solving. Lost in this newfound passion, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by a gentle push on his shoulder. His deskmate peered at him with a teasing expression. "Chen Yiwen, don't tell me you've actually developed feelings for Cheng Yushi? You're so serious about this. Even going out of your way to engage her in study?" "Of course not. Don't say such things. I'm just focused on my studies." "That's what truly matters," Chen Yiwen retorted casually, diving back into the sea of problems. His deskmate, unimpressed, turned to chat with Yu Yang behind them, embellishing the earlier scene for entertainment. Yu Yang, upon hearing this, couldn't suppress a smirk. Cheng Yushi was soon interrogated by her deskmate and close friend, Zhou Yu, who curiously asked, "Why were you talking to Chen Yiwen for so long? What were you discussing?" "Oh, he had some questions, and I just helped him out," Cheng Yushi replied nonchalantly. "Oh." Zhou Yu narrowed her eyes, playfully elongating her tone. "What's with that look?" Cheng Yushi queried, puzzled. "Hee. Do you think Chen Yiwen might have a crush on you?" Zhou Yu teased, grinning widely. "Impossible." Cheng Yushi immediately frowned. "How can it be impossible? Think about it. Chen Yiwen is known as the class slacker, someone who never studies. Why would he seek you out for help?" "It must be a ruse," Zhou Yu asserted confidently. Cheng Yushi paused, momentarily taken aback, then recalled how smoothly Chen Yiwen read the English text earlier, saying, "But you hardly know him. How do you know he doesn't study? He read the English passage quite fluently, didn't he?" Zhou Yu scoffed, about to counter, but Cheng Yushi quickly cut in. "All right, enough of this. Class is starting soon, and right now, studying is our priority. Besides, I wouldn't date someone with poor grades, oblivious to the surrounding gossip." Chen Yiwen remained immersed in his studies until the school bell finally rang, snapping him back to reality. Stretching his sore neck, he let out a satisfying yawn, his bones cracking. "Wow, Chen, you really put in a lot of effort this time. Are you seriously studying this hard just to impress Cheng Yushi?" Yu Yang teased, a mischievous glint in his eye. "What's it to you? Can't I just enjoy studying?" Chen Yiwen replied, feeling exasperated. "Ha ha ha, sure. Chen Yiwen, you love studying." Yu Yang exclaimed, exaggerating his amusement, prompting laughter from their deskmate. Chen Yiwen chose to ignore them, gathering his belongings and heading out. "Hey, wait up, Chen Yiwen." Yu Yang called after him, but by the time they stepped outside, Chen had vanished from sight. "Why does he leave so quickly?" Yu Yang mused, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. He typically relished the walk home beside Chen Yiwen, using the time to admire his crush. But today he would have to return alone. After school, Chen Yiwen didn't rush home. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled 5 yuan note, his allowance for the day. Although he came from a single-parent household, it did not equate to poverty. Chen Yiwen managed a small convenience store, ensuring their financial situation was quite stable, and his pocket money was never lacking. Given the nature of their family, Chen Yiwen was often busy, leaving Chen Yiwen to navigate life largely on his own, which warranted a bit of spending money for comfort. He confidently entered an internet CAF, despite the sign prohibiting minors, as the staff hardly enforced such rules. Determined to accumulate initial funds through writing novels, he pondered how to proceed. It was indeed the golden age for novel writing, and having read countless stories, he felt capable of piecing together a few ideas. However, he knew he couldn't memorize entire plots. He could only retain a few concepts, and haphazardly assembling them would likely result in a disjointed narrative. Why overthink? He reassured himself. It's 2010. It's a time when one can write with abandon. With newfound resolve, an idea sparked in his mind. He decided to write a story about an emperor's uncle, especially since there were no strict bans in place, allowing for a free-for-all in creativity. Choosing the Three Kingdoms as his backdrop, a classic among the four great novels, he knew it would provide a rich tapestry of characters. Chen Yiwen had no pretensions about literary artistry. His goal was to earn money. He would craft a narrative where the protagonist time-traveled to the Three Kingdoms period, equipped with a system to level up rapidly, enabling readers to experience the thrill of systematic evolution. Although such stories were commonplace in the past, they remained unique in this era, characterized by brisk pacing and exhilarating enjoyment. The more he wrote, the more exhilarated he became. Fingers flying across the keyboard as he crafted scenes of intense battles and romantic encounters. He envisioned alluring characters, including both young maidens and married women, ensuring their first experiences were vividly depicted. What? You wonder how to write about a married woman's first time? He scoffed. It's simple. Just say her husband has some physical ailment or that he passed away before they married. Then, find any excuse. After all, the protagonist is there to seize the opportunity. Writing novels was all about delivering satisfaction, not torturing oneself with convoluted plots. The CAF charged 2 yuan per hour, and Chen Yiwen eagerly typed for 2.5 hours, producing an impressive 15,000 words before reluctantly saving his work. He realized his typing speed had markedly improved. His body truly felt remarkable. Chapter 6. Home. As Chen Yiwen glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 8 p.m. and the sky had darkened. He hastily packed his bag and hurried home. He recalled that his mother typically returned around this time, as she was preoccupied with the shop and usually came back between 8 and 9 in the evening. Upon arriving home, Chen Yiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, she had not yet returned. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner, then retreated to his room to begin his homework. Before long, he heard a sound at the door, the crisp sound of a key turning in the lock, followed by the door slowly creaking open. Chen Yiwen's hand, poised with a pen, froze as anxiety surged within him. The sound of footsteps approached, culminating in the familiar creak of the door. He quickly turned his head, and there stood Chen Yiwen, who entered with an expression that revealed her fatigue. Mom. Chen Yiwen's mouth opened slightly, a torrent of words welling up within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. She appeared quite different from his memories. Her hair remained a deep black, though she bore signs of weariness, lacking any semblance of age. What is the matter? Chen Yiwen paused, sensing something unusual about her son today. After a moment, Chen Yiwen calmed his racing heart and offered a smile, replying, It's nothing. Why so tense? Have you done something wrong? Chen Yiwen queried skeptically. No, Mom. Do you really not trust me? Chen Yiwen chuckled awkwardly. Huh, you little rascal, I know you too well. Just finish your homework obediently, and I'll go cook. Chen Yiwen replied with a wry smile, before closing the door behind her. Seated on his stool, Chen Yiwen exhaled, the tumult of emotions within him gradually settling. He remembered the days when he had failed the college entrance examination, barely scraping into an obscure vocational school. The mocking tones of relatives during the new year, coupled with his mother's disappointment and tears, were memories he could not erase. Yiwen, how did your child end up like this? Can't even get into a university. Just a vocational school? Is that even worth mentioning? Sigh. I told you to keep your eyes wide open. You didn't even know who the father of your child was. All these years, you never sought someone else. And look where it got you, a child who has no ambition. Yiwen, you've truly brought shame to our family. Unmarried and pregnant, and now look, he is a failure. You should have terminated it back then. Mom, I will make you proud, I promise. Chen Yiwen vowed resolutely to himself as he immersed himself in his studies. Dinner was served around 9:30 p.m., followed by half an hour of reading, a shower, and an hour of review before he finally went to bed at 11 p.m. That night, as he lay in bed, Chen Yiwen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He was fearful. What if this was all just a dream? What if he awoke to find himself still that middle-aged, divorced man, with nothing having changed? After tossing and turning for what felt like ages, he ultimately lost track of when he fell asleep. The following morning, he awoke around 6 a.m., having enjoyed over 6 hours of slumber. Chen Yiwen felt remarkably invigorated and refreshed, rising naturally without the need for an alarm. Upon glancing around, it became evident he had genuinely been reborn. Breakfast was being prepared at 6:30 a.m., but Chen Yiwen was not idle. After washing up, he hurried downstairs and began jogging outside in the early morning air. He understood the value of his youthful body and was determined to discard any bad habits, maintain his physique, and practice self-discipline. As he reveled in the refreshing morning breeze, he inadvertently pushed himself, covering nearly 6 kilometers in just half an hour. An elderly gentleman trailing behind him gasped, "Youth is truly a blessing." A nearby middle-aged man chimed in, "That young lad must have just returned from military service. His physical abilities are remarkable." "Isn't that Chen Yiwen's son? The one still in high school? I recall his grades weren't great, but he seems to have a talent for sports," someone else added. "Ah, I see. Now it makes sense," the middle-aged man realized. Upon returning home, Chen Yiwen had prepared a simple breakfast of eggs, bread, and milk. "Where did you go so early? Why are you drenched in sweat?" she asked, visibly surprised. "I just went for a jog," Chen Yiwen replied, heading to the bathroom for a quick wash, which he completed in about 5 minutes. Dressed in clean clothes and noting the time, he rushed to grab some bread and milk to eat on the go. What has gotten into this child? Chen Yiwen pondered with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, in a nearby residential building, Ji Sueki's family was having breakfast. Ji Jingfu glanced at his daughter, who was devouring her meal, and frowned. "Look at how you're eating. You're grown up now. Shouldn't you have some manners?" he admonished. "Dad, I'm running out of time. I can't worry about that right now," Ji Sueki protested, her voice tinged with frustration. "If you woke up earlier, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Just look at your classmate, Chen Yiwen. He was up at dawn jogging outside," Ji Jingfu remarked after a moment of reflection. "Wait. What? Chen Yiwen was jogging outside this morning?" Ji Sueki exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. "Indeed. I saw it with my own eyes. That boy may not excel academically, but his physical prowess is impressive. He seems like a good candidate for military service," Ji Jingfu expressed, subtly praising him. Ji Jingfu was, in fact, the middle-aged man who had just been conversing with the elderly gentleman. Having served in the military for 2 years before becoming a police officer in the county, he had worked diligently for over a decade, earning a reputation for integrity, and now held the position of deputy director. It was hard to imagine the deputy director of the county residing in such an old residential building. Ji Sueki was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. But upon glancing at the time, she realized she was running late and had no time to ponder further. Grabbing a youtiao fried dough stick and slinging her backpack over her shoulder, she rushed out the door. Ding-ling-ling, the familiar sound of the school bell rang out just as Chen Yiwen dashed into the classroom at the last possible moment, settling into his seat with a sense of relief. Shortly thereafter, the heavy sound of footsteps approached from behind. "Sorry, teacher. I'm late." "It's all right. Just be more mindful next time." "Come on in," came the teacher's response. Amidst the chatter, Chen Yiwen turned to see that the latecomer was none other than Ji Sueki, her gaze locking momentarily with his before she quickly averted her eyes and took a seat in the front row. Chen Yiwen did not give it much thought. "Ugh. Our teacher always treats students differently. When others are late, they have to stand, but good students can just walk in," his deskmate grumbled nearby. Chen Yiwen remained silent. Such occurrences were commonplace. It was only upon entering society that one truly understood the nature of fairness. He had grown accustomed to this reality, realizing that years of hard work could not compare to the advantage of connections. Chapter 7. Redemption. Chen Yiwen, what's gotten into you? Are you genuinely studying this diligently? His deskmate remarked with a touch of exaggeration. Chen Yiwen recalled his name, apparently Su Yuanhang. He lowered his head, reciting the text with focused intensity, and replied casually. "It's the final 3 months. I want to make an effort." Su Yuanhang stared blankly at his deskmate. Their camaraderie had been quite intimate, having been deskmates for nearly a semester. Yet, Su Yuanhang suddenly perceived a sense of unfamiliarity. This unfamiliarity and transformation stirred a sense of anxiety within him. His grades typically surpassed Chen Yiwen's, but now, witnessing Chen Yiwen's diligent studying while he himself was still jesting and carefree, he worried about being overtaken. "No, I need to study too, Su Yuanhang thought to himself, opening his book to take diligent notes. The final 3 months were undeniably monotonous, filled with an endless stream of test papers and notes. To save time, the teachers lacked the time to grade the papers, reviewing them immediately after completion. You students aren't taking this seriously enough. Only 3 months remain. Do you truly want to ruin your lives? I don't know how many times I've explained this problem. Yet so many of you still get it wrong. Are you even paying attention in class? And this question, such simple logical reasoning, practically a freebie. How can you still get it wrong? I've told you to memorize this phrase by heart. Memorize it firmly. It could save you a point. Chen Yiwen had fully adapted to the current pace. Benefiting from the boon of his rebirth, his body was brimming with energy. He would fall asleep almost instantly upon hitting the bed, sleeping soundly for 6 or 7 hours before waking up naturally, feeling completely refreshed. He would start his day with a 5-kilometer run, followed by early morning study sessions at school. He didn't waste his lunch break either, while others played basketball or rested. He was immersed in his studies, buried in a sea of books. In the evenings, he would time his return to coincide with Chen Meihua's, writing over 10,000 words at the internet cafe, arriving home 10 minutes early. Then, he would do homework and review until 11 o'clock before going to sleep. As he slowly worked through book after book, memorizing all the key concepts, he then focused on mastering problem-solving techniques. Of course, the most significant factor was having a female academic prodigy at his side. After all, there were so many knowledge points, many of which were not in the books. With a photographic memory, abundant energy, and guidance from an academic ace, Chen Yiwen's academic performance improved at a remarkable rate. Although Cheng Yuxi had initially found Chen Yiwen annoying, as she was frequently nudged, a situation that would irritate anyone, as the class monitor, she could only patiently provide detailed explanations. Gradually, Chen Yiwen went from asking questions at least 10 times a day to occasionally asking 1 or 2. April arrived, a season of perfect sunshine and vibrant spring. On the playground, younger students played soccer and practiced long-distance running. Whenever the wind blew, the rustling of leaves always brought a sense of tranquility. Inside the teaching building, a hush prevailed. While a minority of students had given up, choosing to wallow in self-pity, the vast majority were striving for themselves and their parents. During the early morning study sessions, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, would passionately shout slogans, improve by 1 point, overcome 1,000 rivals. No effort in the college entrance exam is a wasted life. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The final 3 months had entered a clear stage of intense competition, and Chen Yiwen was determined not to be left behind. After all, his foundation was the weakest, essentially starting from scratch. No way, Chen. Is it really necessary to work this hard? Yu Wang wanted to invite him to go online, as there was still a long break at noon. However, to his surprise, Chen Yiwen was engrossed in solving problems. This wasn't the first time he had witnessed this. This had been the scene for almost a week. Initially, Yu Wang had secretly scoffed, assuming Chen Yiwen was just putting on a show and would soon give up. He hadn't expected him to persist for almost a week. Yu Wang felt a sense of unease. Someone who had been a perennial underachiever like himself was now so motivated. How could he remain idle? We were all doing so well as couch potatoes. Why do you suddenly have to turn over and rise up? This won't do. Yu Wang had been going all out these past few days, treating Chen Yiwen to snacks and internet cafes, offering to pay for everything, just to bring him back. However, to his surprise, Chen Yiwen was unshakable, like a pillar of stability. According to his deskmate, Su Yuanhang, he was acting like he was possessed, rarely leaving his seat except to use the restroom. Hey, Chen Yiwen, have you fallen for Cheng Yuxi? Yu Wang asked curiously. Su Yuanhang also listened intently. The reason was that Chen Yiwen, who had been an underachiever for so many years, had suddenly become motivated in the final stretch of his senior year. And it seemed to have started with pulling Cheng Yuxi's hair. No matter how they looked at it, there seemed to be something fishy going on. After all, that's how it was in novels. A slacker studies hard to pursue an academic ace. Such a touching love story. Although Chen Yiwen had consistently denied it, Su Yuanhang and Yu Wang were convinced. Moreover, they had been discussing it with other classmates. The rumor of his studying hard for love spread silently within the class. Sweki, did you hear? Chen Yiwen is studying desperately to pursue Cheng Yuxi. He's completely reformed, Sierra, Ji Sweki's deskmate, gossiped in a low voice. After all, gossiping was human nature, especially during the pressure-filled senior year, when chatting with friends was the best way to relieve stress. Ji Sweki unconsciously tightened her grip on her pen and said faintly, So what? Sweki, I just feel like Chen Yiwen changed his mind too quickly. The love letter he wrote you in sophomore year was so corny. I didn't see him acting like this then. Xiao muttered quietly. It's none of my business. It's his right to like whoever he wants, Ji Sueki said expressionlessly. Xiao responded with an "oh," and, feeling that she had been meddling, lowered her head to continue working on her test paper. Every time it was homeroom teacher Zhou Ming's class, he would earnestly persuade the students. Although he was often harsh, he truly cared about them. Students, wake up. I know that many of you come from ordinary families. Don't blame me for being nosy. But I truly don't want to see you ruin yourselves. The college entrance exam is a major turning point. Whether you become a dragon or an earthworm depends on this one shot. Then, he would cite many examples, mentioning officials' families or the wealth of certain individuals, just to make the vast majority of students aware of the harsh reality and to stop them from living in a dream. After speaking, Zhou Ming looked at the students in the back row who were still listless and unmotivated, sighed deeply, and felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Yiwen, who was engrossed in solving problems. At first glance, he thought he was mistaken. After taking a closer look, he realized that the boy was indeed studying diligently. This underachiever, as he remembered him, seemed to have genuinely turned over a new leaf. Chapter 8. Deskmate Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes and quietly approached Chen Yiwen, nearly soundless. Chen Yiwen seemed entirely oblivious, engrossed in the exhilaration of solving problems. Indeed, look at that. Even Chen Yiwen, who ranks at the bottom of our class, has begun to diligently study. With others exerting themselves so earnestly, what excuse do you have to remain idle? Zhou Ming nodded appreciatively, then ascended to the podium, his expression turning serious as he declared, "That's because he likes Qing Yushi." At that moment, a boy seated at the back suddenly called out with a laugh. The classroom erupted in laughter, exchanging knowing glances at Chen Yiwen and Cheng Yushi, as if they shared some scandalous secret. Cheng Yushi glared furiously at the boy who had spoken. Meanwhile, he wore a smug expression, as if he had accomplished something monumental. Zhou Ming sighed deeply, feeling helpless against such incorrigible students who refused to be awakened from their ignorance. After contemplating for a moment, he glanced at the earnest Chen Yiwen and softly advised, "You have a weak foundation. Don't hesitate to ask your classmates for help. Yushi, I hope you can assist him when you have the time." Cheng Yushi was taken aback by the homeroom teacher's request, but nodded nonetheless, though she felt quite vexed. This Chen Yiwen was truly infuriating. He not only bombarded me with questions daily, but was also tarnishing my reputation. And now the teacher expected me to help him? What would the others think? He claims it's for my studies, but I don't care for it. Zhou Ming stood by, feeling conflicted. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Despite his harsh words, he genuinely wished for his students to excel in their studies. After much hesitation, Zhou Ming finally gritted his teeth and suggested, Yiwen, why don't you sit a bit closer? Switch places with Zhou. What? The entire class fell silent at his words, and Cheng Yushi looked equally astonished. Teacher, Zhou also wanted to say something. Zhou, your grades are among the better ones in class, and the potential for improvement is limited, while Cheng Yiwen's foundation is quite poor across all subjects. Cheng Yushi's scores are balanced, making her an ideal candidate to provide comprehensive guidance. Zhou Ming explained with a hint of exasperation, with the homeroom teacher's insistence. Zhou reluctantly agreed to switch seats, and Chen Yiwen had no objections, recognizing his need for consolidation. Once the seating arrangements were made, Zhou Ming reassured Cheng Yushi and encouraged Chen Yiwen. After Zhou Ming departed, Cheng Yushi quickly drew a line on her desk. Chen Yiwen looked puzzled. This is the dividing line. You must not cross it. Also, if you have no questions, please refrain from bothering me. It's very annoying, you know? Cheng Yushi stated coolly. Although Chen Yiwen was somewhat confused, he nodded, as he merely wished to ask her about the problems. In the days that followed, Chen Yiwen diligently engaged in self-study. Naturally, whenever he encountered insurmountable confusion, he would still seek Cheng Yushi's assistance. He also began to reflect deeply on himself. Aware that Cheng Yushi's demeanor towards him was rather unkind, he reasoned that it was only natural. After all, he had been a constant bother to her, and anyone would become impatient. In the spirit of reciprocity, Chen Yiwen bought a bottle of Wangzhe milk from a small shop after class and placed it on Cheng Yushi's desk. What is this for? Cheng Yushi looked up, puzzled. I've troubled you with my questions these past few days, so I wanted to express my gratitude, Chen Yiwen said sincerely. Oh my, so it's true. Chen Yiwen has genuinely developed feelings for Cheng Yushi. Buying her drinks. Chen Ge, are you serious? I can't believe it. I told you it was real. You all didn't believe me. Chen Yiwen hadn't anticipated that a simple gesture of gifting milk would create such a commotion. It was absurd. Did they have nothing better to discuss? Why were they so focused on him? Chen Yushi's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and without a moment's pause, she pushed the milk back towards him, her tone flustered. Just don't bother me in the future. Chen Yiwen was taken aback, perplexed. Did she not like milk? Yet, he genuinely wished to thank her, and he disliked feeling indebted to others, so he resolved to bring her some snacks as well. Chen Yushi, of course, rejected all his offerings. However, as she observed Chen Yiwen's earnest attitude towards studying, which appeared genuinely sincere, she began to see him in a different light. Each time he approached her for help, he maintained a respectful demeanor, and gradually, she became less resistant to the snacks he offered. As time flowed by, another week swiftly passed. The senior year curriculum was demanding, with only half a day off on weekends. At the sound of the dismissal bell, students eagerly rushed towards the school gates. Shingu, are you going online this afternoon? I'll treat you. I'll cover the drinks and snacks. Yu Yang chimed in. Wow, Yu Yang, how generous of you. Another boy interjected cheerfully. Oh please, you think you're worthy? Yu Yang retorted dismissively. I'm sorry, but I've already made plans to work on a couple of practice exams this afternoon. Chen Yiwen replied without looking up. What? Shingu, are you genuinely trying to kill me with work? Before Yu Yang could respond, Su Yuanhang lamented from behind. Chen Yiwen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Of course, during his break, he intended to catch up on writing, even if it was a Saturday afternoon. Chen Mei won't be returning, and Chen Yiwen planned to buy a boxed lunch and dedicate the entire afternoon to writing. Yu Yang appeared visibly disappointed and could only nod helplessly before shouldering his backpack and leaving. As Chen Yushi packed her belongings nearby, she couldn't help but ponder the seriousness with which Chen Yiwen approached his studies. Could it be that he truly? Her thoughts trailed off, and her ears flushed red as she shook her head, dismissing such troubling notions. Meanwhile, some classmates, reveling in the gossip, teased, look at Chen Yiwen. He's really changed for Chen Yushi, putting in so much effort. Chen Yiwen paid no heed, recognizing them as mere children whose words held little weight. Chen Yushi, however, irritably retorted, go away. The two boys walked away, grinning smugly. Zhou Yu finished packing her things and left the classroom alongside Chen Yushi. Not far from the classroom, Zhou Yu, unable to contain her curiosity, jested, so Chen Yushi, how far have you and Chen Yiwen progressed? What progress? Don't say such nonsense. Chen Yushi replied, displeased. Hey, he has been working so hard for you. I've been observing all this effort from the sidelines. You can't claim it hasn't affected you at all. Zhou Yu pressed. Why should his efforts concern me? Besides, who knows if this is just a fleeting whim? With such diligence, he might just be putting on an act. Chen Yushi scoffed. Are you truly not giving him any chance? Zhou Yu continued to probe. Humph, if he manages to place within the top 100, or even the top 50, then I might consider it. Otherwise, he can forget it. Chen Yushi declared proudly. Oh, it seems Chen Yiwen has a long road ahead of him. I'll secretly inform him to boost his motivation. What? I haven't said anything. Hee. I heard everything. You can't deny it. Oh dear. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Chapter 9. Earning money with unwavering determination. Chen Yiwen worked tirelessly until 2:30, his stomach growling with hunger. Stretching his weary body, he noticed that the classroom was now empty. The surroundings were desolate, with blinding sunlight streaming through the windows, leaving him to ponder that he might be the sole occupant of the entire teaching building. Yet, rather than feeling lonely, he experienced an inexplicable sense of fulfillment, a realization of his own existence. Those who are rich in spirit can walk alone amidst the throngs. Softly murmuring to himself, Chen Yiwen slung his backpack over his shoulder and descended the stairs. Upon leaving the school, he casually sought out a roadside stall to satiate his hunger before heading straight to the nearest internet CAF. His novel had amassed over 100,000 words, each one packed with substance, and apart from some plot development, it was primarily vibrant and engaging. The action was depicted with meticulous detail, the intensity almost unimaginable. Combined with a system that rapidly grew his power and an immediate avenging of grievances, the story epitomized pure exhilaration. Readers were vocal in their appreciation, and the additional votes for updates poured in. Upon its release, the novel's success exceeded expectations, swiftly propelling it to the top of the monthly ticket rankings on a small website. Naturally, with fame came criticism. Some readers derided it for lacking logic, but such voices were easily dismissed. Most of these critiques stemmed from individuals entering a sage mode, beginning to overthink the narrative. Undeterred, Chen Yiwen pressed on, recognizing the vast potential within the realm of the Three Kingdoms, especially with the abundance of beautiful women, Jinmi, Kaiwenji, Sun Shangxiang, Diao Chan, and the two Chows. With such a wealth of characters, he could easily craft thousands of words for a 1v1 scenario, and even more for 1v2 or 1v3 encounters. Without any concern for the plot, Chen Yiwen had resolved to write at least 1,000,000 words. However, he lamented that even if he topped the monthly ticket rankings, the prize was a mere 10,000 or so, which was far too little. It wasn't that he didn't wish to write for larger platforms. Rather, those didn't offer financial rewards. With free content limited to several 100,000 words, there was little profit to be made. After toiling for nearly 20,000 more words, Chen Yiwen reclined in his chair for a brief respite, only to be interrupted by the familiar sound of notifications from his QQ group. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he clicked in and discovered it was a group for authors he had joined. As the reigning champion of the monthly ticket rankings, he was naturally added to this collective. And Chen Yiwen readily accepted, knowing that being an outsider could lead to trouble. Besides, mingling in the group allowed him to glean insights into any new policies that might arise. The group was bustling with chatter about their novel's achievements, and a particular message caught Chen Yiwen's attention. Let us be honest, your results are light years away from those in the female genre. Some members expressed confusion, while others remained skeptical, but soon several seasoned authors chimed in. Hey, don't doubt it. I've written several books and accumulated considerable experience. The male genre simply doesn't yield money as swiftly as the female genre does. Indeed, you can publish with just a few thousand words, and subscriptions are twice as profitable. And that is not all. The rewards for women-esque stories are astonishing, with donations pouring in by the thousands. Plus, they have rights to physical book sales, and their content is far more colorful than ours. Intrigued, Chen Yiwen pondered the lucrative prospects of female literature. Upon further research online, he was astonished to find that female-oriented novels often did not suffer from unpaid manuscript fees and were characterized by a distinct advantage. Is it truly that appealing? Perhaps I should explore writing for the female audience as well. But the female genre demands exquisite prose. Let's stick to our fantasy writing, some younger members debated. Hearing this, Chen Yiwen chuckled at the notion. How difficult could it be to write a female-centric story? Simply reverse the roles. And there you have it. One woman surrounded by a multitude of men, an enigmatic, charming CEO, a sweet-talking junior, a gentle, knowledgeable senior. The key was that it was 2010. Just make it colorful, and who needed refined writing? His mind raced with possibilities, concluding that writing for the female audience might be the ideal path. After all, in this small website, such novels hardly garnered respect. Occasionally dabbling in it was fine. But if he were to take it seriously, he could risk facing repercussions. The female genre, however, offered publishing opportunities. As for the plot, Chen Yiwen was well acquainted with that. Stories adapted from similar novels were ubiquitous on social media. It wasn't mere boasting. He could easily write it with his eyes closed. He envisioned a basic storyline, crafting a seemingly ordinary female protagonist with a tragic background, perhaps a single-parent household with a cruel stepmother to torment her, intensely harsh, utterly despicable. The family would then ingratiate themselves with a wealthy heir who would be hopelessly enamored with the protagonist, providing ample opportunity for dramatic confrontations. But one wealthy heir wouldn't suffice. He envisioned a charismatic CEO making a sudden entrance, declaring, "You are mine." In that moment, Chen Yiwen experienced a revelation. Why bother with male-centric novels when he could seamlessly transition to female narratives? Words flowed from his fingertips faster than ever before, as he quickly penned 30,000 words. Had it not been late, he would have aimed for 40,000. Reluctantly concluding his session, yet not forgetting to select a flamboyant pen name. "Hello, Mr. Chen." As he stretched his weary limbs, Chen Yiwen felt invigorated, though sitting for long hours had taken its toll. Walking down the street, he noted the time nearing 8 o'clock, a refreshing breeze brushing against him, prompting him to squint against the wind. Goodness, how long has my hair grown? He realized, having neglected his appearance since his rebirth. Gazing at his reflection in a shop window, he saw a disheveled young man with long hair. Displeased, Chen Yiwen returned home and retrieved his savings. Determined to get a proper haircut, he found a barber shop where a cheerful stylist approached him. "What style would you like, handsome?" After glancing at the flashy hairstyles on the posters, he opted for a more conservative style, stating, "Please give me a buzz cut." "Dear, we have styles that outshine even Wu Yinzu." The stylist began to showcase their skills. "I'm broke," Chen Yiwen interjected bluntly. "All right then." A little over 10 minutes later, a tall, handsome young man emerged from the barber shop. Back home, Chen Yiwen admired his reflection, nodding in approval. Previously, he had a decent appearance, considered a charming young man, but his insecurities had led him to adopt the long-haired style that was trendy at the time. However, he had never known how to maintain long hair, allowing it to grow wildly, obscuring half his face. Now, he looked much more presentable, clean-cut, and radiantly handsome. His facial features were defined, showcasing his attractiveness, enhanced by the advantages of his rebirth. Chen Yiwen recalled that during this period, he had struggled with acne, which was why he had opted for long hair to conceal it. Now, with a clean complexion and bright, expressive eyes, he felt he could rival even Wu Yinzu. Chen Yiwen discovered that he seemed to have entered a phase of renewed growth. His height had reached approximately 1.76 meters, and upon measuring yesterday, he was astonished to find that he had already grown to 1.80 meters, with his radiant, handsome face complemented by a tall and sturdy physique. He resembled the quintessential school heartthrob often depicted in novels. Just as Chen Yiwen was admiring his appearance, a crisp sound of the door opening interrupted him. It was Chen Meihua returning home with groceries. Upon entering, Chen Meihua appeared momentarily stunned, unable to recognize who stood before her. "Mom, you're back so early," Chen Yiwen exclaimed, rushing to assist her with the bags. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Meihua suddenly realized that it was her beloved son. "What made you decide to get a haircut all of a sudden? You used to resist it so much. This looks much better, clean and handsome," she remarked, a hint of confusion in her tone. However, upon gazing at her tall and handsome son, she couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, my son is truly handsome," she declared with evident pride. Chen Yiwen smiled back, helped his mother wash the vegetables, and then returned to his room to continue studying. The following morning, Ji Sueki, with an expression of palpable impatience, jogged alongside her father, her eyelids seemingly engaged in a battle of their own. She felt on the verge of dozing off. "What are you doing? Look how far behind you are," Ji Jingfu scolded, furrowing his brows. Ji Sueki barely mustered the energy to respond. "Dad, I'm really so tired. Young people should be full of vitality. Look at Chen Yiwen. How does he manage to get up so early?" Ji Jingfu retorted, dissatisfied. "You always mention that Chen Yiwen goes for a run in the morning, but I've never seen him." Ji Sueki expressed her discontent, feeling as if her father was deceiving her. "How could you not see him? Isn't that young man ahead of us?" Ji Jingfu replied irritably. "What?" Ji Sueki's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the radiant youth leading the pack. "Is that really Chen Yiwen?" "Yes, aren't you classmates? Did you not recognize him?" "He has merely had a haircut," Ji Jingfu responded with some confusion. As a deputy director who had risen from humble beginnings and possessed over a decade of experience as a detective, his keen observational skills allowed him to identify Chen Yiwen at once. Ji Sueki slightly parted her lips, feeling a sense of familiarity that she could not quite place. And upon hearing her father's words, she thought, could it really be Chen Yiwen? Heavens, am I still half asleep? Chapter 10. Transformation. Ji Sueki could hardly believe that the tall, handsome boy standing before her was indeed Chen Yiwen. Yet, upon closer inspection, the resemblance was unmistakable. But how could this be? Who was Chen Yiwen? Ji Sueki was well aware, despite the awkwardness that had marred their relationship since the incident in their sophomore year. They shared a bond that spanned from elementary school to high school. Thus, she had a fairly good understanding of him, an introverted, unassuming boy who often hunched over, giving off the impression of a rather unfortunate child. However, the present Chen Yiwen seemed like an entirely different person, tall, fit, and exuding a clean, sunny charm that left a striking impression. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Sueki was observing from behind as he finished a simple 4-kilometer run and headed upstairs. After refreshing himself with a shower and changing into a clean school uniform, he grabbed breakfast and hurried back to school. The morning routine commenced around 6:50, but at 6:40, the classroom was sparsely populated. Chen Yiwen settled into his seat, opening his English textbook to memorize vocabulary. Shortly after, Cheng Yushi arrived. She paused at the sight of Chen Yiwen engrossed in his studies, a hint of surprise on her face. Cautiously, she took a seat and after observing him for a moment, tentatively inquired, "Chen Yiwen? He looked up, a hint of amusement in his voice. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize your deskmate anymore?" I didn't expect you to cut your hair. You've changed quite a bit," Cheng Yushi replied, her gaze dropping shyly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Indeed, as Chen Yiwen sat upright, diligently reciting his lessons, he bore a striking resemblance to Sui from Left Ear. It was then that he noticed Cheng Yushi looked rather attractive. Perhaps it was the haste of her departure that left her hair cascading over her shoulders, and without her thick, frameless glasses, her beautiful peach blossom eyes were now visible. Even in a school uniform, her figure was well defined, Today she wore fitted jeans, contrasting with the usual baggy trousers, showcasing her slender legs. Without makeup, she appeared refreshingly exquisite. Her face small enough to seem like it could fit in the palm of his hand. Chen Yiwen had rarely seen Chen Yushi in such a light. Typically, the class monitor presented herself in a rigid manner, sporting a ponytail and thick glasses, which rendered her rather ordinary, often with a somewhat fiery temper. Now, he realized she was no less remarkable than Jisweki. What are you staring at? Chen Yushi suddenly noticed his unwavering gaze and exclaimed. A mix of embarrassment and indignation in her tone, yet secretly delighted within. Chen Yiwen, jolted back to reality, cleared his throat awkwardly. Right, if you have any questions, ask me now. Otherwise, I won't have time later. By the way, there were a few problems I couldn't grasp yesterday, she said with a touch of pride. Without hesitation, Chen Yiwen handed her the marked problems from the previous day. Humph, pighead, these questions are so simple. They're all based on fundamental formulas, she scoffed. Taking a pen to carefully jot down her calculations, she leaned in closer, and he caught a whiff of her delightful shampoo. Are you daydreaming? Pighead, pay attention. Chen Yushi noticed his distraction and playfully tapped his forehead with her pen. Chen Yiwen snapped back to focus, realizing how amusing this was. His previous impression of her as an annoyance was now replaced with the realization that he was dealing with a lovable fool. Speaking of which, I want to attend Jinling University of Technology, Chen Yushi suddenly declared. Chen Yiwen was taken aback, puzzled by her sudden statement. Chen Yushi's cheeks flushed as she repeated. I said, I want to go to Jinling University of Technology. At that moment, it was time for English reading, and the classroom buzzed with the sound of students reciting. Yet Chen Yiwen felt somewhat unsettled. He was not naive. He understood the implications of Chen Yushi's words. He had overheard some whispers circulating in class. But he never imagined Chen Yushi would take them to heart. To be honest, Chen Yiwen harbored no feelings for Chen Yushi, despite her beauty and academic prowess. Although her temperament could be a touch volatile, she epitomized the qualities of an ideal girl. Yet, he was reborn, much older than her, nearing 40. How could he possibly develop feelings for someone so young? As these thoughts weighed heavily on him, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Yushi, who noticed and playfully stepped on his foot. Fool, why are you staring? Focus on your reading, she pouted, feigning irritation. Ow, I wasn't staring, he protested, grimacing at the sudden pain. All right, you weren't staring. Just read properly. Chen Yushi coaxed him in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. With a deep sigh, Chen Yiwen felt utterly bewildered. What could he do? He hadn't done anything wrong, yet the entire class seemed to think he had a crush on Chen Yushi. And she believed it too. But how could he possibly tell her, sorry, I'm not interested in you. You're just being overly sentimental. That would be too hurtful. Especially during such a critical time as the college entrance exams. What if he caused her emotional distress? That would be unforgivable, having endured enough turmoil. Chen Yiwen decided to push the matter aside, opting to focus on his studies as he diligently memorized vocabulary. Meanwhile, several classmates began to notice the apparent transformation in Chen Yiwen's appearance. Who is that guy? He looks completely unfamiliar. Indeed, I don't recall any handsome boys like him in our class, and I haven't heard of any new students. Wait, isn't that Chen Yiwen's seat? Could it be? Is that really Chen Yiwen? He cut his hair? Wow, he looks so handsome now. Whispers filled the room, particularly from the back where Yu Yong and Su Yuanhang exclaimed, Chen Yiwen, is that really you? How did you suddenly become so good-looking? What gives? It's just a haircut. Does that mean I'm also hiding my good looks under my hair? Chapter 11. Surveillance. Su Yuanhang and Yu Wang couldn't help but grumble. However, Chen Yiwen paid them no mind. After all, the monthly exam was set to commence this Wednesday, and he needed to exert himself. His current standing would become evident through this examination. Consequently, Chen Yiwen had slowed his novel writing, dedicating merely an hour each day to it while allocating the remainder of his time to review. Since he was in no immediate need of money, his prize money of 20,000 being ample, he had no reason to worry about finances for the time being. As the afternoon bell rang, signaling the end of classes, Chen Yiwen slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to head to the internet CAF to continue his writing. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, someone called out to him. Chen Yiwen. Instinctively, he turned around to find that Zhou Yu and Chen Yushi had not yet departed. It appeared they were waiting for someone. What is up? Chen Yiwen inquired. Hey, it's been a bit unsafe on the streets lately with a lot of thugs around. So here is your chance to be our gallant protector. Zhou Yu said with a playful grin. Beside her, Chen Yushi lowered her gaze, seemingly hesitant to meet Chen Yiwen's eyes. Understanding dawned on him. He recalled hearing about such incidents during their senior year. Indeed, there had been reports of local ruffians. And he remembered a troubling incident in which a girl from a neighboring class had been coerced into a relationship. It had caused quite a stir. At that time, the campaign against crime was merely a slogan, and with the proliferation of Hong Kong gangster films, many youths had adopted a life of delinquency as their aspiration. With this in mind, Chen Yiwen decided against refusing their request. Although nothing had happened to Chen Yushi in his past life, it was better to be safe than sorry. He might as well repay a kindness. Thus, he temporarily assumed the role of a bodyguard for Chen Yushi and Zhou Yu, following closely behind them. As he observed the two girls ahead, laughing and chatting cheerfully, Chen Yiwen sighed inwardly. If he was to escort them every afternoon, how could he find time to write? On the way, Chen Yushi and Zhou Yu engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally glancing back at Chen Yiwen. After a short while, Zhou Yu announced she had reached her home and departed, leaving only Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi together. The temperature was rather low that day, and a brisk wind made Chen Yushi instinctively huddle her shoulders. Chen Yiwen noticed and promptly removed his school jacket, draping it over her shoulders. No, it's fine, Chen Yushi protested, her cheeks flushing slightly. In her mind, such gestures seemed overly intimate, reserved for couples. Though she harbored a slight fondness for Chen Yiwen, she felt their relationship had yet to reach that level. It's all right, I'm not cold. Ignoring a lady shivering in the chill is hardly the mark of a gentleman, Chen Yiwen replied with a smile, insisting on covering her. Chen Yushi ceased her objections, merely chuckling as she teased, "What a gentleman you are." She tightened the jacket around her, feeling its residual warmth and noting its pleasant scent of detergent rather than any unpleasant odors. Chen Yiwen was taken aback by the lively, slightly mischievous expression on the normally composed academic, finding it quite endearing. "Of course, I am not merely a dull bookworm," Chen Yiwen quipped in return. "What? Are you calling me a bookworm?" Chen Yushi responded, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "No, I never said that." "Humph, you clearly implied it." As they exchanged playful banter, Chen Yushi suddenly halted. The sky had darkened, and it was nearly 7 o'clock. I'm home," she murmured softly. "Right. You should head inside," Chen Yiwen encouraged. Chen Yushi felt the time had flown by too quickly. As she looked at the young man before her, a sense of reluctance washed over her. She returned the jacket to him, and as he accepted it, he prepared to leave. "Chen Yiwen," she called out just as he turned to go. He glanced back, puzzled. Chen Yushi chuckled softly, finding his expression amusingly vacant. "Wait here for a moment," she instructed before darting off. Chen Yiwen leaned against the wall, obediently waiting for her return. Before long, she reappeared, breathless, clutching a thick notebook which she handed to him. "This is my compilation of notes from high school, filled with difficult problems and their solutions. I'm lending it to you," Chen Yushi explained earnestly. Chen Yiwen accepted it with surprise, treating it with the seriousness it deserved. However, Chen Yushi lingered, creating an atmosphere that made him feel somewhat anxious. Could it be? After considerable hesitation, Chen Yushi took a deep breath and looked at him earnestly, declaring, "You must study hard. We should both aim for the Polytechnic University." Her face flushed crimson as she finally voiced her thoughts. With that, she turned and sprinted away, leaving Chen Yiwen standing alone, feeling a tumult of emotions. The notebook felt unusually warm in his hands, and the lingering scent of her shampoo seemed to cling to his jacket. Panting heavily, Ji Sweki slowed her pace, resting against a wall. She glanced back, reassuring herself that she had kept a safe distance. "I've run far enough. He shouldn't have noticed me," she thought. She should have returned home by now, but she was still outside, having secretly followed Chen Yiwen. Uncertain of her motives, perhaps it was mere curiosity that drove her, curiosity about why she hadn't seen Chen Yiwen on the way home these past few days. Previously, he had always trailed her like a devoted shadow. Even after the incident in their second year, he had maintained this habit, which she had long since recognized. Living in the same neighborhood and attending the same school, it was only natural for them to share the same route. Yet now, Chen Yiwen was conspicuously absent. Since 2 weeks ago, he had become a stranger. His demeanor had changed entirely, seemingly influenced by that. Chen Yushi. This realization left Ji Sweki feeling unsettled. Though she constantly told herself it was none of her business, she could not help but care. Eventually, she took action and quietly followed Chen Yiwen. Thus, she found herself here, observing the entire episode of Chen Yiwen escorting Chen Yushi unfold before her eyes. Chapter 12. Conflict. Ji Sweki was engulfed in a whirlpool of thoughts as she glanced back, yet the familiar silhouette she sought remained elusive. Shaking her head, She dismissed the notion and continued along the narrow path home, the twilight gradually descending. Beside the road, a small internet CAF bustled with life. A group of young people with brightly colored hair exhaled clouds of smoke, squinting at the passers-by on the street. Suddenly, among them, a boy with yellow hair brightened, exclaiming excitedly, "Brothers, a delightful catch has arrived." He was short and slender, his dark skin contrasting sharply with the glimmer in his eyes, resembling a wily weasel. The others drew closer, intrigued. "A delightful catch? Where? Oh wow, look at that. This girl is stunning. Such a slender waist, and those legs. Truly exquisite. Isn't she a student? Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to approach her? Who cares? We've dealt with students before, and besides, students are easier targets, innocent and timid." The group exchanged a few words before deciding to advance slowly. Jisweki noticed the approaching figures, their vibrant hair marking them as nonconformists, their demeanor menacing. "What do you want?" she stammered, stepping back nervously. Initially, she contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. 5 figures had already encircled her. "Heh, we mean no harm. It's late, and you're alone here. We wouldn't want you to encounter any danger, would we? How about we escort you home?" The yellow-haired boy leered. Inching closer with an unsettling grin, Jisweki retreated step by step until her back met the cold, hard wall, her fear palpable as she gazed at the menacing group. Being a senior in high school, coddled by a father who held the esteemed position of deputy director, she had never encountered such a threatening situation. The sight of her fear only fueled the yellow-haired boy's excitement. She resembled a frightened rabbit, utterly irresistible. "Come on, don't be scared. Let us be friends," he chuckled, reaching out to touch her. Suddenly, a large hand grasped his wrist, halting his advance. The yellow-haired boy looked up, surprised to see a tall youth had materialized beside him. "Who are you? Looking for trouble?" he retorted, though his confidence wavered in the face of the towering figure. Recognizing the school uniform, he thought, "It's just a student. What's there to fear? They're all weaklings." Jisweki, peering up, realized Chen Yiwen had appeared without her noticing. Without a second thought, she hurriedly hid behind him. "Trouble? The ones seeking trouble are clearly you lot," Chen Yiwen replied coolly. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Want to fight? It's amusing to be looked down upon by a student. I won't let you off lightly." The yellow-haired boy's bravado surged, urging his companions to attack. Ignoring their threats, Chen Yiwen turned to Jisweki. "Are you all right?" he pondered, perplexed about why she was still outside at this hour when she usually returned home much earlier. If he hadn't happened upon her, the consequences could have been dire. "How dare you ignore me? You're asking for death." The yellow-haired boy's wrist throbbed painfully, and feeling Chen Yiwen's indifference ignited his fury. He lunged to strike, but his movements were sluggish. With a swift motion, Chen Yiwen slapped him hard. The impact sent the yellow-haired boy crashing to the ground, his ears ringing, blood trickling from his mouth. He lay there, unable to rise. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned. 2 of his friends, unable to contain themselves, cursed loudly, "Damn you." But before they could retaliate, Chen Yiwen swiftly kicked each in the abdomen, sending them sprawling onto the pavement, groaning and clutching their stomachs in agony. "Do you wish to continue?" Chen Yiwen asked, his gaze calm, surveying the remaining 2. They exchanged terrified glances, unable to fathom that a seemingly fragile student could possess such formidable strength. In less than half a minute, it was akin to a one-sided massacre. Seeing their stunned silence, Chen Yiwen chose not to linger. He grasped Jisweki's hand, leading her away. Jisweki stood dazed for a moment, barely grasping what had transpired. She gazed incredulously at Chen Yiwen. When had this shy boy transformed into such a formidable presence? Realizing he still held her hand, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she made no move to withdraw, finding solace in the warmth of his grip. After they had walked a distance, Chen Yiwen released her hand. To her surprise, an unexpected feeling of disappointment washed over her. "This area should be safe now. Why are you still out here alone?" he inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. I was waiting for a friend, but I didn't expect her to leave early." Jisweki stammered, feeling guilty. She couldn't confess that she had been following him, so she hastily concocted a flimsy excuse. Although Chen Yiwen remained skeptical, he refrained from pressing further. As they walked, an awkward silence enveloped them. Neither knew how to strike up a conversation after nearly a year apart. The familiarity had faded, leaving Jisweki uncertain of how to bridge the gap. "You were incredibly fast just now, like something out of a Jackie Chan movie. Have you trained?" She finally mustered the courage to ask. "Impossible. What you see in movies is all fabricated. Didn't you know?" Chen Yiwen chuckled lightly. But you were truly impressive. Just a few swift moves. Ji Sweki exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she animatedly mimicked his actions. Chen Yiwen couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. At that moment, the invisible barrier between them seemed to dissolve, and they resumed their former camaraderie, sharing laughter along the way. During their walk, Ji Sweki inquired about his college aspirations. Chen Yiwen expressed his desire for good grades, casually mentioning he hadn't yet decided on a specific school, merely hoping for one nearby. Her eyes sparkled at this. Isn't the closest school, Jinling University of Technology? What a coincidence. I want to apply there too. Chen Yiwen felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed everyone was aiming for that university. He asked, why do you want to go there? Ji Sweki launched into an enthusiastic praise of Jinling University of Technology, citing its status as a prestigious 985 and 211 institution, its superb environment, abundant resources, and exceptional faculty. She even mentioned dreaming of attending. Is it really that great? How does it compare to Tsinghua or Beida? Chen Yiwen joked. Dejected, Ji Sweki demurred. It certainly can't compare to Tsinghua and Peking universities, but gaining admission into those institutions is no easy feat. One should not be overly ambitious. Inadvertently, they arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Just as Chen Yiwen was about to head home, Ji Sweki abruptly called out to him from behind. Chen Yiwen. Ji Sweki uttered, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Yes? Chen Yiwen responded, somewhat perplexed. Are you truly dating Chen Yushi? Ji Sweki inquired, taking a deep breath before blurting out the question, her heart pounding fervently in her chest, as if about to leap out. What? That's not true. Don't listen to the rumors circulating in the class, Chen Yiwen promptly refuted, speaking truthfully. Is that so? Ji Sweki muttered, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. Then, goodbye? Ji Sweki waved as she entered the residential complex, watching Chen Yiwen. Goodbye? Chen Yiwen replied with a smile, watching her depart. Upon returning home, Ji Sweki found it difficult to suppress the agitation within her heart. It was a peculiar sensation, a feeling of reluctance she had never experienced before. What's wrong with you? Young lady? Why are you returning so late? Ji Sweki's mother, Ding Huimin, inquired with a frown. Where have you been? You had us worried sick. Ji Jingfu put down his newspaper. Although his tone was stern, his expression conveyed deep concern. Oh, I went out to buy some materials. Ji Sweki responded, sticking out her tongue. After a moment's thought, she approached her father and said with lingering apprehension, Dad, you have no idea. I owe it all to Chen Yiwen this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen your daughter again. She then recounted the entire incident, originally intending to keep it a secret. But fearing that the hooligans might seek revenge on Chen Yiwen, she decided to tell her father. What? Ji Jingfu's countenance turned exceedingly somber as he listened to the account. Feeling a surge of fear for his daughter, we truly must thank that young man, Chen Yiwen, this time. Sweki, you're skilled at drawing. Could you possibly sketch all of those thugs? Ji Jingfu asked softly. I should be able to, Ji Sweki replied after a moment of consideration, nodding her head. Several days later, the yellow-haired man approached his boss, intending to gather some henchmen and seek retribution. Although he didn't know Chen Yiwen, he recognized the school uniform he was wearing. However, just as they were preparing to lie in wait outside the school, the sound of police sirens suddenly filled the air. Before they could even leave to execute their plan, they were all apprehended. The crackdown was unprecedented in its intensity, with investigations reaching higher levels. Consequently, a gang of several dozen individuals was completely dismantled. In prison, the yellow-haired man was subjected to a brutal beating by the boss's boss. Only then did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Chapter 13, Monthly Examination around 9 o'clock in the evening. After Chen Yiwen had finished his meal and was studying in his room, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Chen Meiwa rushed to answer it, and Chen Yiwen followed, curious to see who it was. A serious-looking middle-aged man stood at the door, whom Chen Yiwen found somewhat familiar, as he seemed to have encountered him a few times during his morning jogs. The man smiled and introduced himself as Ji Jingfu, the father of Ji Sweki, here to express his gratitude to Chen Yiwen. Chen Meihua, puzzled and unaware of her son's deeds, welcomed him inside, noting his friendly demeanor. Ji Jingfu recounted the events leading to his visit. Upon hearing his words, Chen Meihua was taken aback, frequently glancing at her son, while Chen Yiwen wore a silly grin. Serving tea and water nearby, Ji Jingfu confidently stated his background, mentioning his work at the police department and some connections he had. He expressed high hopes for Chen Yiwen, believing the young man had the potential to serve in the military and could arrange a promising future for him after a few years of training. Chen Yiwen was somewhat surprised. The man's tone suggested he held a significant position. Chen Meiwa, upon hearing this, was even more astonished, nearly bursting into laughter. Eagerly nodding in agreement. She was well aware of her son's academic struggles and was thrilled at the prospect of such an opportunity. Chen Yiwen, however, remained silent. Understanding his mother's intentions, she wished to secure a bright future for him due to his poor grades. Nevertheless, he felt confident about his performance in the upcoming monthly exam. Believing that once the results were sent home, his mother would abandon her plans. Quietly, he closed the door and resumed memorizing English vocabulary. The next morning, Chen Yiwen set out early for his jog around the neighborhood, continuing to mentally rehearse English words as he ran, his lips moving in silent repetition to enhance his language skills. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling his name and turned to see Ji Sweki approaching, seemingly also out for a morning run. He wondered why he had never noticed her before. Gasping for breath, Ji Sweki caught up and asked, "Chen Yiwen, why are you running so fast?" "Practice makes perfect," he replied casually, then curiously inquired, "What made you decide to start running?" "Humph. Why should you be the only one running?" she retorted with a hint of pride. Chen Yiwen chuckled, privately speculating that her newfound interest in fitness might be due to yesterday's events, ensuring she could escape should they meet again. Ji Sweki realized she had never truly seen him before, having previously perceived him as merely shy and introverted. Now, she recognized his maturity and subtle humor. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome, especially when he smiled, exuding a gentle charm reminiscent of a leading man from a romantic drama. Though Ji Sweki seemed eager to engage in conversation, Chen Yiwen felt compelled to apologize, prioritizing his exercise routine. He picked up his pace, leaving her behind, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, "Chen Yiwen, why are you running so fast? Can't you wait for me?" In the early morning, the air was refreshingly crisp, and the sounds of students reading echoed near the teaching building, with a few scattered students jogging along the roadside. "Hurry up, class is about to start," urged a supervising teacher nearby. As Chen Yiwen entered the classroom, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He instinctively turned to his right and found Chen Yushi standing there. "Why were you looking this way?" she asked, startled. "Just a little trick, nothing more," he replied as he took his seat. "Really? Chen Yiwen, I must say, you're becoming quite arrogant," Chen Yushi teased. "Hey, when did you two get so close?" Su Yuan Hang, seated behind them, interjected, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Seriously, Chen, are you actually dating Chen Yushi?" Yu Yuang shouted, eager for everyone to hear. His intentions were clear. He hoped that if Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi were involved, his competition would diminish. Chen Yiwen recognized Yu Yuanhang's motives, choosing to ignore him, while Chen Yushi blushed at the implication, feeling too shy to continue speaking with Chen Yiwen. Within the class, the speculation about the nature of Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi's relationship became a popular topic, with several students adopting a firm belief in their romantic involvement. During the high-pressure times of senior year, discussing others' love lives provided a welcome distraction. In reality, dating in the senior year was quite common, as they were on the cusp of adulthood, navigating the tumultuous waters of youth and burgeoning hormones. In fact, there were already 3 couples in the adjacent class. And with graduation approaching, the students showed no hesitation in expressing their affection, even in the cafeteria. As the college entrance exams loomed, teachers refrained from reprimanding the couples too harshly, instead privately advising them to keep their studies on track. The school bell rang, and Zhou Ming entered the classroom, holding a thermos cup, which he slammed onto the podium with a resounding thud, silencing the students. "Move your desks. We have a test coming up," Zhou Ming announced flatly. Upon hearing this, a collective groan arose from the students. "What? Already? It feels like we just had an exam yesterday. Oh no, if I don't do well this time, the teacher will tell my parents." Panic spread through the room, and Zhou Ming rapped the podium to restore order. "What's all this fuss? It's just a test. The school informed you in advance. If you didn't study, whose fault is that? Let me remind you. The difficulty of this exam will be slightly higher than the college entrance exam, which should significantly benefit you." "What? Harder than the entrance exam? Are you trying to kill us?" Yu Yuanhang shouted in disbelief. "If you don't want to take it, you can leave," Zhou Ming shot back coldly, causing Yu Yuanhang to immediately lower his head in silence. Soon, the students began rearranging their desks with the testing schedule already posted on the wall. The routine was the same: language exams in the morning, followed by self-study, and in the afternoon, English alongside 2 other minor subjects. The following day would see half a day of math, resembling a typical school day. Zhou Ming sternly advised, You should approach every exam with the mindset of the entrance exam. Your rankings are merely a measure of your progress, so do not even think about cheating. If you can cheat now, what will happen during the actual exam? You must take responsibility for your own future. Yet, observing the students' disinterest, it was evident that few were paying attention. Within minutes, they had rearranged their desks and settled into their seats to review. The atmosphere divided into two groups. The diligent students, pale with anxiety, were acutely aware of the stakes that the rankings held for them. Chen Yiwen was similarly engrossed, appearing significantly more composed. However, her legs trembled restlessly beneath the table, betraying her inner turmoil. In stark contrast, the miscreant students exuded an air of tranquility, casually perusing their books, merely feigning diligence. They remained indifferent to the rankings of the examination, truly embodying a state of equanimity. As the clock struck 8, the students filed into their respective examination rooms. Chen Yiwen exhaled deeply, shouldered his backpack, and departed the classroom. This was the moment to gauge his true capabilities. Upon entering the unfamiliar classroom, he was met with a sea of unknown faces. Chen Yiwen surveyed his surroundings, located his assigned seat, and settled down to focus, reviewing his notes for a while longer. Before long, the invigilator arrived, signaling the students to stow away their books. By approximately 8:25, the distribution of examination papers commenced. Chapter 14. Brilliance. As soon as Chen Yiwen received the examination paper, he began to peruse it meticulously. In essence, the Chinese language exam primarily tests memory and accumulation. And for someone with an eidetic memory like him, the challenge was significantly diminished. After days of fervent revision, the knowledge he had once lost was now vividly clear in his mind. The initial multiple-choice questions yielded answers with just a glance. Next came the appreciation of classical poetry, for which he had taken thorough notes in class. Chen Yiwen recalled everything with remarkable clarity, completing the section with effortless grace. The subsequent task was reading comprehension, worth a total of 35 points. Chen Yiwen estimated he could secure at least 30. Progressing through the examination, he arrived at the essay section, which relied heavily on inspiration. The prompt was with no restrictions on form, except for poetry. After pondering for 2 minutes, memories of his past surged forth. No matter how arduous his life had been, his mother had always stood by him, offering unwavering encouragement. The bittersweet emotions and his mother's comforting presence flooded his mind, and he began to write, "My mother." Half an hour into the exam, the classroom was enveloped in silence. The distribution of students was primarily based on previous exam scores, and Chen Yiwen had been an undeniable underachiever, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class. Consequently, those sharing the examination room with him were of similar caliber, either dozing off or chatting idly. Most had only attempted a few questions, and this was only due to the relative ease of the Chinese language subject. Had it been an English exam, they would scarcely have managed even the multiple-choice questions. Once Chen Yiwen completed his paper, he was reluctant to squander any more time there. Spotting the invigilator passing by, he quietly inquired, "Teacher, may I submit my paper?" The invigilator frowned, clearly displeased, and retorted, "How long has the exam been in progress? You wish to submit already? Write more carefully." "Teacher, I have completed what I can. I had an upset stomach this morning. I kindly request your understanding." Chen Yiwen replied earnestly, clutching his abdomen. The invigilator, slightly exasperated, glanced at Chen Yiwen's paper and was taken aback. This student showed promise. Given that the classroom was filled with underperformers, the invigilator had initially assumed Chen Yiwen was merely trying to leave early for leisure. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that Chen Yiwen's handwriting was neat and his arguments coherent, making the paper pleasing to the eye, with nearly all answers correct. The invigilator could not help but commend inwardly. What a fine student. His gaze towards Chen Yiwen shifted, especially upon noticing the young man's pained expression as he clutched his stomach. The invigilator's tone softened with concern. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing serious. I suspect it's due to skipping breakfast," Chen Yiwen replied with a wry smile. "Ah, indeed. While studying is crucial, one's health is paramount. There's no need to overexert yourself. Off you go, but remember to take care of your health." The invigilator waved his hand, granting permission while offering a caring reminder. "Thank you, teacher." Chen Yiwen promptly gathered his belongings and exited the classroom. Another invigilator approached, surprised, and asked, "Why did you let him leave early?" "Take a look at his paper," the first invigilator replied, handing Chen Yiwen's work to his colleague, and they began to converse in hushed tones. Nearby students witnessed this exchange, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. "What is going on? Aren't we prohibited from submitting early?" Is he some sort of favored student? As the two invigilators graded Chen Yiwen's exam, their curiosity grew. He was clearly a talented individual, that his name was unfamiliar. At that moment, several other students raised their hands to indicate they had completed their exams. You wish to submit without attempting anything? One invigilator queried, bemused. Oh, I had an upset stomach this morning. One student quickly borrowed Chen Yiwen's excuse. The invigilator glanced at the student's paper, which contained only a handful of multiple-choice answers. With the essay untouched and the poetry analysis featuring a few scrawled, illegible characters. Very well, you may go, but if you are not back within 5 minutes, I will report you to your homeroom teacher, the invigilator stated flatly. What? How can there be such a disparity? The student lamented, visibly distressed. After exiting, Chen Yiwen hurried to an internet CAF, as he had yet to write the previous day. If he finished his exam quickly, he would have ample time. Fortunately, he had already accumulated substantial material for his novel set in the Three Kingdoms, so there was no need for haste. He could dedicate his focus to crafting his female-oriented narrative. After effortlessly typing out 30,000 words, Chen Yiwen promptly returned to school, where the exam was nearing its conclusion, and students were engaged in self-study. The next subjects were English, physics, and chemistry. Chen Yiwen felt no apprehension about English, as it was primarily a matter of rote memorization, relying even more on memory than Chinese, and comprised mainly of multiple-choice questions, making it exceedingly manageable. To his surprise, he discovered that the invigilator for the English exam was none other than his English teacher, the one known for her penchant for black stockings and red-soled high heels. This teacher had a vivid impression of Chen Yiwen, given that he was notorious in class for being an underachiever. A classic case of a mud that cannot stick to the wall. However, in recent days, it was evident that his attitude towards learning had transformed remarkably. Intrigued, she moved closer to observe him. Upon inspection, she was taken aback. He had answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly, and his essay displayed fluent vocabulary and meticulous handwriting, with spacing between words consistently maintained at 1 millimeter, resembling a printed document. It was a sight to behold. This realization filled the English teacher with immense pride. He was indeed a student she had nurtured, and more importantly, one who had found his way back to the right path. It was hard not to feel a sense of satisfaction. As the other students noticed this evident differential treatment, they were not oblivious. They quickly realized a standout student had entered their midst. Several female students eagerly sought opportunities to catch a glimpse of him. Chen Yiwen, unbothered, shifted aside to facilitate their wishes. The girls were immensely grateful. They had long taken note of this sun-kissed, handsome young man, and to discover he was not only good-looking but also academically gifted and generous was a delightful surprise. As Chen Yiwen prepared to leave after the exam, a few female classmates stealthily slipped him some notes. Upon glancing at the notes, he was slightly taken aback but dismissed them as mere trifles from young girls, pocketing them as he headed back to class. The morning had been filled with the Chinese exam, followed by English, physics, and chemistry in the afternoon. At this moment, the classroom was rife with lamentations as diligent students expressed their despair over the difficulty of the questions, claiming they were insurmountable. Su Yuanhang and Yu Yuang were also nearby, grumbling about the exam. I can usually ace physics, but this time I barely finished half. The difficulty is absurd. Su Yuanhang sighed. Really? I found it quite straightforward. I managed to solve nearly all the questions. Yu Yuang chuckled, brimming with confidence. Let us hope that's the case, Su Yuanhang scoffed, rolling his eyes and choosing not to engage further. Chen Yiwen noticed Jing Yushi beside him, her brow furrowed in distress, and quietly asked, How did it go? I feel off my game. I performed terribly. What about you? Chen Yushi pouted, letting out a series of sighs before inquiring. Not too bad. I believe securing a spot in the top 50 of the grade should not be an issue, Chen Yiwen estimated. Chen Yushi's face flushed instantly, causing Chen Yiwen to startle, puzzled by her exaggerated reaction. I was only joking. Chen Yushi, flustered, averted her gaze from Chen Yiwen and hurriedly fled, leaving him bewildered. What was that about a joke? Chen Yiwen felt a disconnection with the person beside him. Soon, the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, ascended the podium and briefly addressed the recent examination before, with a sweeping gesture, announcing the end of classes. This time, Chen Yushi did not wait for Chen Yiwen. Instead, she swiftly grabbed the arm of her companion, Zhou Yu, and fled as if fearing that Chen Yiwen might pursue them. Chen Yiwen was somewhat perplexed but did not dwell on it, feeling relieved that he need not escort anyone, allowing him the opportunity to write. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. Ji Sueki came running from behind. Chen Yiwen, taken aback, had yet to respond when Ji Sueki, with a playful grin, said, "Chen Yiwen, will you walk me home?" "Ah?" Chen Yiwen replied, bewildered. Why did everyone want him to escort them home? He was not a designated bodyguard. Humph. What kind of expression is that? If you don't want to, that's fine. But after yesterday's incident, my father insisted that I follow you home. Otherwise, I wouldn't care to go back with you at all, Ji Sueki remarked, pouting in a feigned huff. No, it's just a bit unexpected. Chen Yiwen hastily shook his head, his tone laden with complexity. Upon observing Chen Yiwen's demeanor, Ji Sueki felt an inexplicable wave of guilt rising within her. Chapter 15. Astonishing. After escorting Ji Sueki home, Chen Yiwen immediately entered a state of seclusion, diligently practicing his problem-solving skills with a thick stack of exam papers. The following morning, he faced a mathematics exam, a rare source of anxiety for him. Mathematics primarily required the memorization of formulas. However, the essence lay in one's approach to problem-solving. As soon as the exam papers were distributed, Chen Yiwen glanced over them and felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. The instant he beheld the questions, solutions began to emerge in his mind with remarkable clarity. With a total score of 160, he estimated he could achieve around 140. Although the final questions posed a significant challenge, incorporating a vast array of knowledge from both middle and high school, some topics he had not adequately reviewed left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, a score of 140 would still be commendable, and he resolved to give it his all. Ideas flowed through his mind as he worked, and his pen scarcely paused, filling the paper with a dense array of formulas. Intricate yet meticulously organized, resembling a finely tuned instrument. During the 2.5-hour examination, Chen Yiwen devoted a solid hour and a half to the task, recognizing the mental exertion mathematics demanded. With the sharp sound of the bell signaling the end of the exam, the invigilator collected the papers, and the once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of lamentations from students, many lamenting the impossibility of the questions. As Chen Yiwen put down his pen and stepped out of the classroom, he found the air invigorating, his tumultuous thoughts dissipating entirely. Despite just finishing the mathematics exam in the morning, the afternoon would bring a review of the Chinese and English papers from the previous day. This was the reality of senior year, an unrelenting pace that afforded no respite. During lunch, while students filled the cafeteria, the teachers were absorbed in their grading. Divided into two groups, those marking English papers and those attending to Chinese. The time was too constrained. They needed to complete the grading by afternoon. Goodness, Lao Zhou, I truly cannot decipher this handwriting. Come here, this is written by your student Yu Wang, lamented a teacher grading Chinese papers. Zhou Ming approached with a cup of hot water, furrowing his brows as he took a look. You can't read this? What a shame for an undergraduate, he remarked. Only you, as the homeroom teacher, could possibly make sense of this scribble, the grading teacher retorted. The other teachers in the office chuckled at this exchange, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. Zhou Ming felt a bit embarrassed, clearing his throat and somewhat reluctantly stating, "Isn't this quite normal? Every class has a few like this. I doubt the handwriting of your students is any better. Indeed, it's concerning for these children. Especially with the impending college entrance examination," the grading teacher commented, now wearing a frown. Zhou Ming could only pat his shoulder in encouragement when suddenly a voice of admiration broke through. "Ah, at last, I found a promising talent. All the answers correct, and the handwriting is a delight, like the sound of celestial music." The voice was soft, yet it quickly captured the attention of the other teachers. Indeed, the handwriting was exquisite, pleasing to the eye. It was evident that the foundation was solid. Not a single point was lost. Who is this student? Such remarkable handwriting and this level of proficiency. I have no recollection. Oh, what a coincidence. Chen Yiwen, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he one of Zhou's students? Zhou Ming, upon hearing this, walked over for a closer look and quickly recognized the handwriting as Chen Yiwen's. Having observed the transformation in Chen Yiwen, who was now diligently studying, Zhou Ming had taken a keen interest in him and was quite familiar with his penmanship. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. You are truly a promising student, Zhou Ming said, filled with a sense of achievement. After all, the return of a wayward student is invaluable. The tale of Chen Yiwen, once deemed irredeemable, now flourishing under his guidance with soaring grades, was a narrative worth cherishing. Conceit was, of course, out of the question. Haha, Lao Zhou. Your class's acceptance rate for undergraduates is bound to rise this year. A fellow teacher congratulated. Oh, that's an exaggeration. It's merely one subject. We cannot draw conclusions yet. Zhou Ming humbly replied. Upon completion of the grading, Chen Yiwen's score for the Chinese exam was 143 out of a possible 150, 7 points deducted, primarily from the essay, which, although well-written, rarely earns full marks unless truly exceptional. At this moment, fortuitously, Chen Yiwen's English paper had also just been graded. Chen Yiwen, full marks, the English teacher declared proudly, brandishing the paper. This declaration left the other teachers momentarily stunned. Xia, you didn't give your student Chen Yiwen any favoritism, did you? One teacher inquired, somewhat dramatically. What are you saying? How could I possibly show favoritism? This is a genuine score. I personally supervised it, and there was no possibility of cheating. Chen Yiwen has truly astonished us this time, Xia Xian retorted, a hint of pride in her voice. At that moment, Chen Yiwen, enjoying his lunch in the cafeteria, had no inkling that his name had begun to resonate among the senior teachers. He was, indeed, becoming quite well known, although the mathematics paper had yet to be graded. With scores of 143 in Chinese and a perfect 120 in English, if he managed to score 100 in math, he would be an exceptional candidate for a prestigious university. Several teachers couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief, exclaiming how Chen Yiwen had truly made his mark. Meanwhile, his mathematics teacher was equally eager to catch up, immediately diving into Chen Yiwen's paper. The other teachers nearby also took interest, and to their astonishment, they discovered that his mathematics score was an impressive 170. Additionally, after reviewing the physics and chemistry papers, both of which were scored out of 100, Chen Yiwen had amassed a total of 180 points. Zhou Ming was taken aback. Chen Yiwen's total score for this monthly exam reached an astounding 613. This score, if maintained, and assuming no unforeseen incidents occurred during the college entrance examination, made admission to elite institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University a tangible dream. The other teachers were filled with envy, clamoring for Zhou Ming to host a celebratory dinner. Zhou Ming, filled with pride, couldn't conceal his delight at the surprise Chen Yiwen had presented him, though he struggled to suppress a smile and feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, it's still too early to celebrate. Let us wait until after the college entrance examination." As lunch concluded, the teachers returned to their respective classrooms, armed with papers and a sense of urgency. Chapter 16. A glimmer of hope on a languid afternoon. The echo of the teacher's exasperated voice frequently resonated throughout the classroom. Students, I see that each of you possesses quite a sizable head, yet why is it that not even a morsel of knowledge seems to fit within? Sighed the mathematics instructor. I have lectured on these problems countless times. Why do you still falter? His gaze swept across the room, landing particularly on Ji Sueki and Qing Yushi, the top performers of the class. To the teacher's astonishment, both had erred on this occasion, with only one student in the entire class answering correctly. It was rather amusing. Just one student managed to solve the problem correctly. Can you guess who it is? The mathematics teacher suddenly lowered his voice, speaking slowly. The surrounding students exchanged glances, but none dared to speak. You likely presume it to be Ji Sueki or Qing Yushi. However, I can assure you, it is neither, he declared, confidence radiating from him as he wore a mysterious smile. Observing the silence, he chuckled heartily and approached Chen Yiwen, patting him on the shoulder. This individual, our class's former underachiever, is the only one who got it right, the teacher announced with a smile. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, leaving all students in shock. Even Qing Yushi, seated nearby, gazed at Chen Yiwen incredulously. Whispers soon filled the room. What? Only Chen Yiwen got it right? Is that for real? He must have been lucky, guessing or perhaps seeing the answers beforehand, though their voices were hushed. The mathematics teacher heard every word, furrowing his brow in discontent. Do not be so quick to doubt. Chen Yiwen not only answered correctly, but did so through his own diligent efforts. There is no possibility of cheating. Can you not see the dedication he has exhibited in recent days? It is never too late to mend one's ways. With perseverance, success is assured. Chen Yiwen exemplifies this. I will also inform you that Chen Yiwen's grades across all subjects have been reviewed. He ranks first in our class and fourth in the entire school, with a total score of 613. And you still look down on him, thinking he is merely an underperforming student? How laughable. The mathematics teacher showed no leniency, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Yiwen felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment, not anticipating such favoritism from a teacher under whom he had previously faced numerous reprimands. Cough. Cough. Chen Yiwen, come up and rewrite these problems for your classmates to witness the progress you have made, the teacher called, smiling as he patted Chen Yiwen's shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration and expectation. Chen Yiwen nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he approached the podium, diligently writing out his calculations in chalk. Is this a dream? Am I still asleep? Yu Yang observed the scene, feeling as if he were in a surreal fantasy. The once low-performing student was now standing before them, explaining the problems? Surely, this was a jest. The other students shared similar thoughts, their gazes fixed on the composed young man at the front. As he completed his calculations, the clarity and precision of his chalk writing were visually pleasing. The mathematics teacher nodded appreciatively, as if gazing upon a rare gem, becoming increasingly satisfied with each glance. Well done, well done. You have provided a detailed account. However, you only included the main components on your paper, which cost you a point. Be sure to pay attention next time, the teacher gently remarked. Chen Yiwen nodded and returned to his seat. You must not underestimate your potential. Perhaps the next Chen Yiwen could be among you. Look at how neatly the problem is written, with no flaws in reasoning. I am too weary to elaborate further. If anyone still struggles with this problem, approach Chen Yiwen after class to inquire, lest you continue to doubt his true capabilities. Upon hearing this, some students lowered their heads in shame, yet they were engulfed by a sense of incredulity, as if they had traversed through time. How could a once notorious underachiever suddenly transform into an academic prodigy? It was utterly astonishing. Their glances frequently darted toward Chen Yiwen, noting not only his academic transformation, but also the stark contrast in his appearance. Previously disheveled and unkempt, he now sported a neat haircut. His eyes bright and full of life, his physique strong and upright, clad in a crisp white shirt, he resembled a leading man from a romantic drama. As exams took place on Wednesday and Thursday, the results were posted on Friday, with Chen Yiwen quickly catching everyone's attention as he ranked fourth in the school. Who was Chen Yiwen? In the past, few could have answered this question, as he had been just another ordinary student among the 3,000 in the school. Yet now, the top 10 students were consistently the same few individuals, each undeniably a figure of prominence within the institution. Chen Yiwen emerged as an unexpected dark horse, seizing the 4th position in the rankings, drawing the attention of many. The posted photographs, freshly taken, showcased his superior appearance compared to others, with his neat haircut, radiant smile, and outstanding academic performance. He quickly became the focus of admiration, capturing the hearts of many female students. While some girls quietly admired him from afar, others from different classes, as well as those in his own, eagerly approached him under the pretense of seeking help with homework. Surprisingly, Chen Yiwen's demeanor was exceedingly gentle, devoid of arrogance, and radiated a refreshing warmth. This only endeared him further to the girls, who remarked, "Why didn't we notice such an exceptional boy before? He excels academically, is handsome, and possesses a wonderful character, truly the epitome of grace." Dressed in summer school uniforms, with his tall and upright stature, he seemed to have stepped straight out of a romantic film. Consequently, in the ensuing period, the name that echoed most frequently among teachers and students alike was none other than Chen Yiwen. Do you know Chen Yiwen from class 3? The one who ranked 4th in the school? Indeed. I saw him this morning, and you cannot imagine how handsome he is. Plus, his temperament is so pleasant. It was my first encounter with such a boy. Absolutely. He is a world apart from the boys in our class. Why must such a wonderful boy belong to another class? Life is truly unfair. Teachers, when mentioning Chen Yiwen, aim to inspire their students' academic ambitions. After all, he was a living testament to transformation, a testament to the possibility of rising from mediocrity to excellence. Consequently, whenever they observed disinterested students, they would inevitably mention, "Why not take a look at Chen Yiwen from the neighboring class?" Many academically inclined girls in high school shared a common trait. They were obedient to their teachers, and thus their minds were easily swayed. Frequently, they would hear the name Chen Yiwen from their instructors, upon witnessing his charm and kindness firsthand. It was no surprise that an increasing number of girls began to express their fondness for him. Moreover, it has evolved into a certain trend, essentially. Whenever 2 or more girls gather, the name Chen Yiwen will inevitably arise within just 3 sentences of their conversation. Chapter 17, Winds and Clouds. Chen Yiwen. Another visitor has come to see you, Yu Yuanong said wearily. It was unclear how many people had come to Chen Yiwen with similar inquiries, all using the same pretext. Who couldn't see through their intentions? Su Yuanhang sighed beside him, feeling his confidence severely shaken, due to Chen Yiwen's relentless pursuit of excellence. Su Yuanhang had not read a novel in quite some time, and was astonished to find himself overshadowed. The gap between them had widened to an unimaginable extent, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. Chen Yiwen, too, felt a sense of helplessness. With so many seeking his attention, he found himself growing impatient. Yet, as they were all classmates, it seemed unkind to dismiss them outright. He resolved to endure the interruptions. Before long, Chen Yiwen strolled back, nonchalantly holding a bag of snacks. He had accumulated so many that there was hardly space left on his desk. The female classmates were quite courteous, always purchasing a pack of snacks as a token of gratitude after seeking his advice. And, of course, there were numerous little notes accompanying them. Chen Yiwen paid them no mind, casually stuffing the notes into a corner of his desk before handing the snacks to Cheng Yushi. Here, have some. Cheng Yushi, however, responded with evident displeasure, not even lifting her head. I won't eat what others give you. Her tone dripped with jealousy and dissatisfaction. It wasn't merely envy. Her recent academic performance had plummeted. Once a top contender in her class, she had now fallen to the lower ranks, her overall standing dropping from 12th to 36th. This decline was undoubtedly tied to her association with Chen Yiwen, who had a penchant for asking her questions, thus consuming precious study time. More importantly, their relationship had grown warmer, and as someone who had never experienced romance, Cheng Yushi found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on her studies. Chen Yiwen was aware of Cheng Yushi's struggles and felt a pang of guilt. He gently reassured her, "Oh, it's of no consequence. They bring me snacks because I offered a bit of guidance, and I could only do so thanks to your excellent teaching." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushi's furrowed brow softened slightly. With a touch of pride, she huffed, "That's more like it, Chen Yiwen. It seems you do have a conscience after all." Chen Yiwen chuckled at her words. In the balmy April breeze, the air was filled with sweetness. Ever since Chen Yiwen had turned over a new leaf and committed himself to his studies, kindness and warmth surrounded him. Other teachers occasionally mentioned him in class, playfully joking about his dedication, while rumors circulated wildly among students. It became widely believed that it was Cheng Yushi's influence that spurred Chen Yiwen's newfound diligence. During lessons, a teacher would jokingly remark, "If only each of you were as devoted as Chen Yiwen, we teachers would be delighted if you all fell in love." This elicited a chorus of laughter from the classmates, who, filled with envy, lamented, "I wish I could, but I lack the talent." Cheng Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head, yet her slightly upturned lips betrayed her delight. In these moments, she would boldly lean closer to Chen Yiwen, whispering, "This is all your fault." However, Chen Yiwen hardly acknowledged her, quickly averting his gaze and focusing intently on his book as if it contained a rare treasure. "Just concentrate on your studies. Don't dwell on these matters," he said, his sincerity evident. One monthly exam held little weight. The college entrance examination was of paramount importance. Until the dust settled, all discussions were mere trivialities. Chen Yiwen refused to be complacent. Cheng Yushi, initially shy, was taken aback by his response, staring at him in bewilderment. Realizing he had not even glanced her way, engrossed in his reading, she was momentarily stunned, feeling that things were not as she had imagined. Even by the time school ended that afternoon, Cheng Yushi remained in a daze. Having never experienced romance, she found herself grappling with unfamiliar emotions, yet Chen Yiwen seemed indifferent. She intended to wait for him after class, but as she watched him depart, she found herself speechless. Beside him was the dazzling Ji Sueki. In this era, there were no titles like school beauty or handsome boy, but if one were to inquire about the most beautiful girl in school, any student from the senior class would surely respond, "It must be Ji Sueki, a perennial top student." She consistently excelled in exams and possessed an appearance that was beyond reproach. With her delicate, sweet face and petite figure, she resembled a princess from a fairy tale, adored by countless boys. At least half of the school's 3,000 students harbored secret crushes on her. At that moment, Cheng Yushi recalled Ji Sueki's past relationship with Chen Yiwen, particularly an incident from their second year, which filled her with unease and fear. It felt as though Chen Yiwen was slipping away from her, and confronted with the campus goddess Ji Sueki, Cheng Yushi felt utterly devoid of courage, only overwhelmed by profound insecurity and timidity. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen remained oblivious to Cheng Yushi's presence, as she had positioned herself awkwardly, leaning against the wall. With no eyes in the back of his head, how could he possibly notice her? Thus, he followed Ji Sueki without a second thought. After all, she had approached him to walk home together, a friendship forged since childhood. Chen Yiwen saw no reason to refuse, simply going along with it. "Chen Yiwen, I didn't expect you to make such a remarkable impression this time. How does it feel to be the talk of your classmates? With so many girls seeking your company?" Ji Sueki teased with a smile. For reasons unknown, although Ji Sueki spoke with a smile, Chen Yiwen sensed a chilling undertone in her gaze. Ahem, It's nothing. I'm merely doing my utmost to study, he coughed, hastily changing the subject. Is that so? Yet you appear quite pleased with yourself. Ji Sweki continued her playful interrogation. Ah, what a delightful aroma. There's spicy hot pot ahead. Fantastic. I barely ate anything for lunch. Let us go. It's on me. Chen Yiwen quickly diverted the conversation. Ji Sweki was about to say something more, but Chen Yiwen took her hand. Feeling the familiar warmth, causing her cheeks to flush, she fell silent. In this era, spicy hot pot was quite affordable, for just 6 yuan. One could enjoy a hearty meal with meat, and the flavor was delightful, spicy, and aromatic. This was Ji Sweki's first visit to such a place. Having been raised in comfort, she had never indulged in street food. As she observed the steaming red oil, her appetite vanished, replaced by a sense of nausea. Chapter 18. Indistinguishable Chen Yiwen had little hesitation, feeling that the spicy hot pot at this moment was the most authentic. The flavors were bold and piquant, becoming increasingly addictive with each bite. Ji Sweki, initially somewhat reserved, hesitated for quite some time before taking a few cautious bites. To her surprise, this experience instantly transformed her perception. The taste was direct and assertive, a harmonious blend of fragrance and heat that surged upon her palate, offering an entirely novel sensation. Ji Sweki quickly fell in love with this flavor, as her mother's cooking typically emphasized health, resulting in rather bland dishes. She had never encountered such a stimulating meal before. Initially believing it to be mere junk food, Ji Sweki's opinion shifted entirely, though she regretted her earlier restraint. Having not ordered much, after much internal debate, she found herself uncertain about what to say. The allure of food was undeniable, yet her self-image remained a priority. Observing her internal struggle, Chen Yiwen recognized that her order would hardly suffice, prompting him to rise and add more dishes to the table. Ji Sweki felt even more embarrassed, realizing that her subtle thoughts had been entirely transparent to him. She had hoped to maintain her composure, but the temptation of the food proved overwhelming, and she soon revealed her true appetite, devouring the meal as though she had never experienced such delights before. Chen Yiwen couldn't help but find it amusing. Who would have thought that the goddess of the campus could display such a side? Ji Sweki did not care for appearances. Her lips smeared with a thick layer of grease. Slow down. I want to compete with you. Chen Yiwen chuckled helplessly as he handed her a napkin to wipe her mouth. The moment was charged with an ambiguous intimacy, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. I can manage myself. Ji Sweki murmured shyly, lowering her head. Chen Yiwen nodded, passing the napkin to her, internally lamenting his reflexive actions. In his previous life, he had been a master of flirtation, though his career was mediocre. His romantic life, however, had drawn envy from many. Yet, despite his many admirers, only Ji Sweki had truly captured his heart. In this new existence, much of his previous confusion and distress had dissipated. Reflecting on those experiences, he could only think, I was too young then. Why marry at all? I had it all, yet I chose to take things seriously and marry. Couldn't we have just remained pure friends? Thus, in this life, Chen Yiwen slowly cultivated a clear goal, to avoid marriage at all costs. While lost in thought, Ji Sweki had finished her meal. Her complexion still flushed. Chen Yiwen cleared his throat awkwardly. Indeed, she was his white moonlight, but he reminded himself that this girl was merely 18, still quite innocent. Therefore, he felt little inclination towards anything beyond a brotherly affection for her. It's getting late. Let us head back, he said, settling the bill for the hot pot, which totaled a mere 16 yuan, quite affordable. Meanwhile, Chang Yushi had returned home, oblivious to how she had made the journey, feeling as though she were a soulless automaton. Her mind was blank, her body devoid of energy, as if she were merely a numb robot. At that moment, Cheng Yushi's mother, Tang Xiangping, was busy cooking. Hearing the door open, she approached, asking, "How did you do this time?" As a mother, Tang Xiangping was oblivious to her daughter's discomfort and, rather than inquiring if she was hungry, was eager to know about her grades. Feeling the weight of her mother's expectant gaze, Cheng Yushi lowered her head even further and slowly retrieved her report card from her bag, handing it to Tang Xiangping. Upon seeing the grades, Tang Xiangping's expression immediately darkened. "Why did you perform so poorly?" she demanded, her frustration mounting as she noticed her daughter's silence. "Last time, you were second in the class. How could your scores drop so drastically? Haven't you been studying diligently? With these grades, how can you aspire to attend a good university? If you don't get into a good school, what will become of our family? You'll struggle to even eat. Are you planning to end up like me, marrying someone randomly and living a life of mediocrity?" Hearing her mother's stern reprimands, Chen Yushi finally reached her breaking point. She had felt wronged and distressed for too long and burst into tears, sobbing and wiping her tears as she managed to say, "I am sorry." Tang Xiaoping, initially prepared to say more, softened at the sight of her daughter's distress. She quickly embraced her, comforting her, "It's all right. It's just one exam. It's not the college entrance exam. There are still chances. Just study hard from now on." As these words sank in, Chen Yushi's tears flowed uncontrollably. "I thought I could do it, but during the exam, I realized I didn't actually know much, so much that I didn't understand." Later that evening, Chen Yiwen was having dinner with his mother, Chen Meihua. As she sat beside him, she glanced at her composed son, her expression wavering before she feigned indifference and asked, "How did your exam go this time?" After every school examination, parents were notified about their children's performances to encourage a positive attitude towards learning. Chen Yiwen awaited this moment, promptly retrieving his report card and several test papers from his bag to hand them to Chen Meihua. Surprised, Chen Meihua had not anticipated her son's compliance this time, as he usually reacted with irritation or claimed to have misplaced his results. Examining the papers closely, she was taken aback, wiping her eyes in disbelief, confirming that she was indeed reading correctly. "You scored 120 in English. Perfect score. 143 in Chinese, just 7 points short, and 170 in math." Chen Meihua could hardly believe her eyes, reviewing the scores multiple times, her fingers trembling as she examined the test names. "Is this really your score?" she asked incredulously. "Of course. Haven't you seen me studying these past few days? If you don't believe me, you can ask my teachers," Chen Yiwen replied with a smile, nonchalantly adding more dishes to his mother's bowl. At that moment, Chen Meihua covered her mouth, silently shedding tears of joy. Who wouldn't wish for their child to excel academically? Especially during this critical period, good grades served as a source of reassurance. After all, the college entrance exam was a pivotal turning point in life. Furthermore, out in the world, when encountering acquaintances, discussions often revolved around their children's academic performance. It could be said that a child's grades were, to some extent, a reflection of the parent's standing. Gazing at the report card, Chen Meihua felt a swell of pride and joy. "Look at my son. How exceptional. 4th in the entire school. Who would dare to speak ill of him now?" All the struggles she endured alone while raising him felt worthwhile in that moment. Chen Yiwen could not help but smile wryly. Had he known, he would have delayed showing his grades to his mother. At this moment, presenting them had completely extinguished her appetite. After a long while, Chen Meihua lingered over the exam paper, particularly fixated on the column for the Chinese essay, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Though she felt exhilarated and thrilled, an underlying disbelief persisted. After all, Chen Yiwen was her own flesh and blood, and she knew him all too well. This rascal had never applied himself to his studies. His academic performance had always been the poorest. How could he suddenly achieve such remarkable results? Seeing Chen Yiwen enter the room, Chen Meihua could not restrain herself and quietly stepped onto the balcony to call Zhou Ming. At that moment, Zhou Ming was feeling quite vexed. Every time the results were released, a barrage of parents would inundate him with phone calls, an overwhelming bombardment that he could barely manage. Especially since he was in the midst of a meal. Was this not outrageous? Teachers, too, deserve their moments of respite. Yet, upon seeing the caller ID, much of his irritation dissipated. Chen Meihua? Ah, Chen Yiwen's mother. Zhou Ming instantly grasped the reason for the call and empathized. After all, the transformation in Chen Yiwen was indeed astounding, and the leap in his grades was remarkable. Had he not inquired with several invigilators, he might have found it hard to believe himself. Thus, Zhou Ming patiently affirmed that Chen Yiwen's grades had been verified and were beyond reproach. He even praised Chen Yiwen's recent diligence at school, unabashedly expressing his admiration and delight. Chen Meihua was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that the accolades pertained to her son. Once the call ended, she sat on the sofa for quite some time, awakening as if from a dream. Only then did she come to truly believe that her son had indeed found his path to success. He had truly become a source of pride for her. Chapter 19. Affections. As April drew to a close, academic pressures intensified, and the sudden news of Chen Yiwen ranking 4th in the entire school swept through like a tempest. Though the commotion was significant, it dissipated swiftly as classmates resumed their relentless studies. Outside, the leaves of the sycamore trees grew ever denser, while the old ceiling fan above creaked rhythmically. Chen Yiwen remained engrossed in his studies with meticulous diligence. Following the events of the previous evening, Chen Yushi's demeanor towards Chen Yiwen had noticeably turned cold. Fortunately, her thick glasses concealed the redness of her eyes, which would have startled her classmates. Chen Yiwen, absorbed in his studies, remained oblivious to her change in attitude. Having mastered the majority of the senior curriculum, he only needed to identify and address a few remaining gaps in his knowledge. Despite her aloofness, Chen Yushi occasionally stole glances at Chen Yiwen. After all, this was her first experience with romance. Even though Chen Yiwen walked home with Ji Sueki at night, a flicker of hope still resided in her heart. What if it was merely a misunderstanding? They lived in the same neighborhood, and it was entirely plausible that their parents had instructed them to walk together. Walking home together did not necessarily imply a romantic connection. Had she truly failed to clarify the situation? What if it was genuine? How should she navigate her feelings towards Chen Yiwen then? Soon, the class concluded, and a few girls were seen peeking through the classroom door. Everyone knew whom they were waiting for. Yet before they could approach, Zhou Yu, dissatisfied, remarked, "Who are you looking for? If it's Chen Yiwen, forget it. He already has a girlfriend." The girls momentarily froze at her words, while their classmates chimed in, supporting Zhou Yu's claim that Chen Yiwen had been studying diligently to catch Chen Yushi's attention. Chen Yushi had previously stated that if Chen Yiwen ranked in the top 50, she would agree to date him. Upon hearing this, the girls were taken aback. However, once they grasped the context, their disappointment transformed into excitement. This was juicy gossip. After all, the source of this rumor was none other than the object of affection for the entire female student body, Chen Yiwen. The news spread like wildfire among the girls, igniting a flurry of whispers. "I knew it. How did this seemingly ordinary boy suddenly excel academically? I had never even heard of Chen Yiwen before. So this is how it happened. How romantic. A bad boy studying hard for the girl he loves, ultimately achieving a triumphant reversal. Surely this is a classic television trope. Can such a novel-like storyline truly unfold in reality? Why can't such a fantastical narrative happen to me? I envy that girl." Chang Yushi, Zhou Yu, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of pride, believing she had acted with great loyalty. "Of course, Chen Yiwen is my best friend Chen Yushi's boyfriend. How could I allow you to keep bothering him?" she declared. "Yushi, remember, you said this yourself. You can't back out now. Chen Yiwen is already ranked 4th in our class. What do you think?" Zhou Yu teased with a smile. In front of the entire class, Zhou Yu directly questioned Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi, implying that they should publicly acknowledge their relationship, thus preventing Chen Yiwen from attracting unwanted attention. The atmosphere erupted with laughter and cheers as classmates eagerly stoked the flames of excitement. "Wow, so this agreement was real. Haha, Chen Yushi. Are you really going to date him? I approve. What a perfect match." Chen Yushi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face burning like the setting sun. She shot an annoyed glance at Zhou Yu, who was grinning with delight, yet secretly felt a flicker of joy as she stole a glance at Chen Yiwen. Meanwhile, Ji Sueki lingered at the back of the crowd, observing Chen Yushi with a cold expression, her mood darkening. Could it be? Are they really going to be together? Chen Yiwen, speak up. What is your relationship? The tension in the air was palpable. Chen Yushi watched Chen Yiwen with anxious anticipation, silently hoping that if he admitted their relationship, she could overlook the previous day's events. Although Chen Yiwen's behavior and his walk home with Ji Sueki had unsettled her, if he were courageous enough to declare their connection, she would forgive everything. With a resigned sigh, Chen Yiwen realized he had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. However, with such a direct inquiry, evasion was no longer an option. He raised his head and, with a hint of coldness, replied, "Please do not spread rumors. Chen Yushi and I are merely friends. Let's not create unnecessary speculation." As his words resonated, silence enveloped the room. Classmates exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Chen Yiwen's declaration, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Chen Yushi stood frozen, staring blankly at Chen Yiwen. In contrast, Ji Sueki's face lit up with relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Chen Yiwen was indeed correct, throughout. He had never conveyed any romantic intentions. These rumors stemmed solely from the conjectures of his classmates. He could confidently assert that he had engaged in no ambiguous behaviors, save for occasionally buying Chen Yushi snacks. Wasn't that a perfectly normal gesture? How could he ignore her when she guided him through his studies? However, Chen Yiwen failed to realize that to his peers, even the simple act of purchasing snacks had morphed into a sign of affection. With an exasperated sigh, he glanced at the astonished faces of his classmates, feeling the weight of embarrassment, and promptly exited the classroom. As Chen Yiwen departed, the students turned their attention to Chen Yushi as if anticipating her response. In that moment, Chen Yushi felt an overwhelming heartache, an unfamiliar and profound pain, intensified by the piercing gazes of her classmates. Chen Yiwen is right. We have always been just classmates. Please, stop making assumptions. She managed to smile through her tears, suppressing the urge to weep. Her pride would not allow her to succumb to such vulnerability. This was the first time in her life she had offered her heart so openly, only to have it carelessly shattered. Her classmates exchanged glances, feeling somewhat foolish, and gradually returned to their seats. Yet, faint whispers of speculation lingered in the air. What? So it turns out Chen Yiwen doesn't like Chen Yushi at all. Isn't that odd? How could such an accomplished and handsome boy possibly be interested in her? Some even jested about the idea of Beauty and the Beast. What a laugh. I can't shake the feeling that Chen Yiwen is merely toying with her emotions. Did you not hear? Chen Yiwen never claimed to have feelings for Chen Yushi. It's all just your imagination, and perhaps Chen Yushi is simply deluding herself. Chapter 20. The chill following that incident. The relationship between Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi became exceedingly awkward. Although they sat at the same table, not a single word was exchanged during class. Chen Yushi resolutely suppressed her emotions, having made up her mind not to acknowledge Chen Yiwen any longer. Despicable scoundrel! You deceived my affections. Fortunately, this was merely a monthly examination, otherwise, I would have truly been ruined by him. At this moment, the most pressing concern was the college entrance examination. Everything else seemed trivial. I should not squander my energy on such matters. Chen Yiwen, you claim that we are merely ordinary classmates? Very well. We shall remain ordinary classmates. Never again will you engage me in conversation. I shall not utter a single word to you either. I have no need for you. Once we reach university, there will be plenty of exceptional young men. By then, I will hold no reservations. Just watch as you come to regret it. I must dedicate myself to my studies. Chen Yushi's thoughts revolved solely around these notions. No matter what Chen Yiwen did beside her, she could no longer be swayed. She had firmly resolved within her heart that when Chen Yiwen next approached her for a conversation, she would resolutely reject him, stating, "Do not disturb my studies. We are merely ordinary classmates. Do not overstep your boundaries." However, to Chen Yushi's utter astonishment, Chen Yiwen indeed ignored her. Days passed 2 or 3 without a single word exchanged. He was as silent as a statue. In truth, Chen Yiwen felt quite at ease. He had no desire for a romantic relationship during high school, having been reborn. He naturally wished to pursue a passionate love affair, but not at this juncture. He needed to wait until the college entrance examination was concluded. With his rebirth, his self-discipline far surpassed that of ordinary high school students, and he understood clearly what he desired. With a well-defined goal, he would not compromise nor allow others to dictate his emotions. During this period, many female classmates expressed interest in befriending him, but he declined them all. Using the same excuse, "We are too young. Let us discuss this after the entrance examination." Wow, that girl was truly beautiful. "Chun, and you turned her down?" Yu Yang exclaimed incredulously. Su Yuanhang also displayed a look of regret and lamentation, wishing he were in Chen Yiwen's place, for that girl truly aligned with his aesthetic. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he could not help but imagine being together, only to discover she approached Chen Yiwen to forge a friendship. It drove him to the brink of jealousy, yet even more unfathomable was Chen Yiwen's rejection. In an instant, a complex emotion stirred within Su Yuanhang. Was it relief or frustration? Relief that Chen Yiwen had not acquiesced immediately, and frustration that the object of his affection seemed blind to Chen Yiwen's indifference. It left him feeling despondent, pondering the unpredictable nature of life. Just weeks prior, Chen Yiwen had been an inconspicuous classmate like himself. How had he transformed into this? Chen Yiwen felt somewhat helpless. He truly had no interest in romance. Just as he contemplated speaking, Zhou Yu unexpectedly approached him, her expression stern. "Chen Yiwen, come with me." As a close friend of Chen Yushi, Zhou Yu had undoubtedly noticed her unusual demeanor over the past few days. She felt a twinge of guilt. Had she not acted impulsively and pressured Chen Yiwen to acknowledge their relationship before the entire class, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Ultimately, Zhou Yu believed Chen Yiwen harbored feelings for Chen Yushi, but was too embarrassed to admit it publicly. Thus, she devised a plan to encourage Chen Yiwen to speak privately with Chen Yushi. Yes, this would surely work. Zhou Yu was determined not to witness her dear friend languishing in despair any longer, and she took immediate action. Chen Yiwen felt puzzled. He was not particularly familiar with Zhou Yu. His gaze shifted, and he noticed Chen Yushi hiding behind Zhou Yu, and he suddenly understood the situation. He nodded in agreement. The three of them exited the classroom in single file. Yu Yang, relishing the moment, remarked, "Old Chen, looks like you stirred up some romantic drama." Chen Yushi was indeed quite attractive. Chen Yiwen had struck gold with the attention he received from so many girls. Yu Yang felt a hint of indignation. Once they reached a secluded corner, Zhou Yu fixed her gaze on Chen Yiwen, her voice harsh. Chen Yiwen, you need to clarify things right now. Clarify what? Chen Yiwen inquired calmly. Do you truly believe that you and Yushi are merely ordinary classmates? Were you simply playing pretend? Zhou Yu pressed. Chen Yiwen, with a clear conscience, contemplated stating that it was indeed true, that he felt nothing beyond friendship for Cheng Yushi. Yet, as he glanced over, he noticed Cheng Yushi had lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Cheng Yushi had removed her glasses, revealing her delicate features. Her beautiful eyes were swollen from crying, rendering her fragile and pitiable, stirring compassion in Chen Yiwen's heart. Reborn for some time now, the one who had aided him the most was undoubtedly Cheng Yushi, who had patiently guided him through his studies. Without her, his academic progress would not have soared as it had. And her recent decline in performance was intimately connected to him. Speak up. Why are you silent? Zhou Yu exclaimed, growing anxious at Chen Yiwen's prolonged silence. Zhou Yu, please, do not pressure him. I know he does not like me. You have all misunderstood. It is I who have been overly sentimental. Cheng Yushi finally spoke up. Gripping Zhou Yu's sleeve, her voice choked with emotion. Such behavior was akin to coercing Chen Yiwen into submission. What purpose would it serve? A forced relationship would hardly flourish, especially between two individuals. Cheng Yushi did not want this. Her pride forbade her from continuing to act in such an undignified manner. Yet, even as these thoughts crossed her mind, tears escaped her eyes. She had bottled up her feelings for so long, and now she realized how foolish she had been. Chen Yiwen observed Cheng Yushi's heart-wrenching expression, feeling an undeniable pang of empathy. Her lovely visage seemed as though it might shatter at any moment. As Zhou Yu noted Chen Yiwen's continued silence, she came to terms with the reality of the situation, angrily labeling him a scoundrel and preparing to lead Cheng Yushi away. Cheng Yushi. At that moment, Chen Yiwen finally spoke. Cheng Yushi halted, turning her gaze back to him, her eyes filled with hope. Chen Yiwen regarded Cheng Yushi, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Let us wait until university. Both Zhou Yu and Cheng Yushi exhibited expressions of confusion. I mean, once we are in the same university, we will date, Chen Yiwen elaborated slowly. Really? Cheng Yushi's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes, truly. The university you mentioned? Jinling University of Technology. I will be waiting for you there, Chen Yiwen affirmed earnestly. Though he harbored no romantic feelings for Cheng Yushi at present, he did not dismiss the possibility. Thus, he was open to exploring a relationship in university. Cheng Yushi beamed. Never before had she felt such happiness as she did today. This elation was indescribable. It was as if a precious treasure, once lost, had returned to her grasp. Then it's settled. Let us make a pinky promise, Cheng Yushi declared, extending her delicate pinky. Agreed. A pinky promise, Chen Yiwen responded, intertwining his pinky with hers to solidify their pact. Zhou Yu stood nearby, wearing a satisfied smile, marveling at her role in bringing this to fruition. Her heart brimmed with an unexplainable sense of accomplishment. Chapter 21. Daily life following this incident. The relationship between Chen Yiwen and Cheng Yushi improved significantly, though it had yet to return to its original state. Cheng Yushi appeared somewhat reserved, her speech lacking the casual tone it once had. In class, she often clung to Chen Yiwen, her demeanor imbued with a desire to please. She would inquire about his after-school plans, suggesting outings to watch movies or dine together during their half-day weekends. It was evident that Cheng Yushi was earnestly attempting to integrate herself into Chen Yiwen's life. However, Chen Yiwen gently declined, emphasizing their current status as students and the paramount importance of their studies. Cheng Yushi felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded in agreement. Many times, Cheng Yushi yearned to ask Chen Yiwen about his relationship with Ji Sueki, yet the words remained lodged in her throat. How could she frame the question? Should she ask who mattered more to him, her or Ji Sueki? Nevertheless, she feared that her incessant inquiries might irk him. This sense of regained connection made Cheng Yushi cherish Chen Yiwen all the more, compelling her to tread cautiously. Reflecting on these thoughts, she suppressed her feelings within. Yet, at times, she felt that simply being together sufficed. They could sit side by side without the need for conversation. Just a glance at one another brought her immense contentment. Chen Yiwen, attuned to her emotions, would gently touch her hand when he sensed her unspoken thoughts. Startled, Cheng Yushi quickly withdrew her hand, gazing at him in confusion. What is the matter? You seem troubled, Chen Yiwen remarked with a smile. Nothing, Cheng Yushi replied, though her pouting lips betrayed her true feelings of discontent. Chen Yiwen pondered for a moment before leaning over the table and decisively clasping her hand beneath it. Chen Yushi's palm was small and smooth, though her thumb and index finger bore the calluses of frequent penmanship. "Pray tell, why the glum face?" Chen Yiwen whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Chen Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss. Her discontent stemmed from her own insecurities, particularly in light of Ji Sueki's status as the campus goddess, the object of countless affections, especially since Chen Yiwen had once penned a love letter to her in their second year. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yushi murmured, "Chen Yiwen, will you always be by my side?" Chen Yiwen paused, then softly replied, "Of course, provided you focus on your studies, understood?" Chen Yushi beamed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and nodded resolutely. As time slipped away unnoticed, Chen Yiwen would occasionally share light-hearted jokes to amuse Chen Yushi, who would playfully scold him in response. Other classmates began to notice the unusual dynamics, puzzled by the affectionate exchanges that belied their purportedly ordinary relationship. Particularly, on occasions when Chen Yiwen was assigned duties but momentarily forgot, Chen Yushi would willingly step in to clean the blackboard, embodying the image of a devoted partner. Many classmates teased them, and while Chen Yushi's face turned beet red, she secretly reveled in their playful banter, enjoying the notion that she and Chen Yiwen were a perfect match. With merely 50 days remaining, the weight of academic pressure bore down on everyone, and light-hearted jests about budding romances served as a welcome relief. Chen Yiwen, too, remained committed to his writing endeavors, managing to produce a few thousand words daily, all while declining to walk home with Chen Yushi. The looming college entrance examinations demanded his utmost diligence, and until the results arrived, he would not relent. In May, the school hosted another significant examination, the citywide mock exam, which posed considerable challenges and held immense importance. Chen Yiwen excelled, securing the top position in his class, surpassing all the academic elites. His overall ranking soared to first place in the school, astonishing everyone who had assumed he would merely maintain his previous performance. How is it that this fellow seems impervious to academic plateaus? Truly a prodigy, Zhou Ming marveled, realizing he had nurtured an extraordinary student. However, he was perplexed by Chen Yushi's performance, which had declined from the top 3 to 16th place. If this trend continued, she might not even qualify for Jinling University of Technology, let alone a second-tier institution. Upon learning of this troubling development, Zhou Ming felt a surge of urgency. He had invested considerable effort in Chen Yushi since her first year, and he could not bear to see her potential squandered. He needed to understand the situation. So he summoned both Chen Yiwen and Chen Yushi to his office. The nature of their relationship was abundantly clear, and their affectionate behavior in class could not be overlooked. Initially, Zhou Ming had chosen to turn a blind eye, given their commendable academic performances and the proximity of the exams. However, with Chen Yushi's grades plummeting, he felt compelled to intervene. "I have heard whispers about your relationship, which is entirely normal for your age. I was once your age too. However, I trust you realize that with the impending exams, academic performance must take precedence. We cannot afford to sacrifice the greater good for fleeting distractions. Think of the consequences if poor grades prevent you from entering university. Can you accept that?" Zhou Ming admonished, fixing Chen Yushi with a serious gaze. "Your current state is concerning. How could your grades drop so drastically? Chen Yiwen is one of our brightest. How did you end up in this position?" Zhou Ming inquired, furrowing his brow. Chen Yushi lowered her head deeply, her expression filled with shame, rendered speechless. Chapter 22. Parents. Zhou Ming spoke at length, his message quite straightforward. He wished for Chen Yushi to realign her focus and dedicate herself to her studies, leaving other matters for later discussion. Observing Chen Yushi with her head bowed in silence, Zhou Ming sighed and instructed her to leave, leaving only Chen Yiwen and himself in the office. "Indeed, my boy, you have brought me great pride this time. Your grades continue to improve. How do you feel about your chances of gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University in the upcoming examination?" Zhou Ming's tone softened as he addressed Chen Yiwen, a smile gracing his lips as if they were conversing casually as friends. "Those institutions are quite challenging. Please do not place too much faith in me, teacher." Chen Yiwen replied with a rueful shake of his head. "Is that so? The questions this time are quite difficult. Yet if you perform to your usual standard, you could very well emerge as the top scorer. Admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would then be within your grasp. If I am not mistaken, I believe you have already received calls from university professors, have you not?" Zhou Ming teased with a chuckle. Chen Yiwen nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhou Ming's words. Just yesterday, Chen Meihua had received a call from a university offering to grant Chen Yiwen a spot. Fortunately, he had been at home at the time and declined the offer, much to Chen Meihua's astonishment, as she had never imagined such opportunities would come knocking for her son, who not long ago had been a complete slacker. This development filled Chen Meihua with newfound confidence. She walked with an air of pride, eager for the neighborhood to learn of her son's early admission to a prestigious university. "Ah, you are my most esteemed student. However, do not let pride lead you astray. Maintain your humility," Zhou Ming said with a gentle pat on Chen Yiwen's shoulder. Chen Yiwen nodded and exited the office, only to find Cheng Yushi waiting for him in the corridor. "What did Teacher Zhou say?" Cheng Yushi inquired softly, her face pale. "Nothing of great concern. He merely encouraged me to assist you, just as you have helped me in the past," Chen Yiwen replied warmly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushi could no longer contain her emotions. She leaned against Chen Yiwen, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry. I don't understand why my grades have plummeted so rapidly," she lamented. "It's all right. There is still time. I can guide you at a measured pace." Chen Yiwen reassured her, gently patting her back. "Chen Yiwen, I am truly grateful to have you," Cheng Yushi murmured, pressing herself against him, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of safety. After a considerable time, Cheng Yushi regained her composure and accompanied Chen Yiwen back to the classroom. Chen Yiwen, however, felt a tumult of emotions within him, questioning if he had overstepped by becoming too close to Cheng Yushi. In his memory, she had always maintained stable grades and had been on course to attend her desired university. Yet, now her academic performance had drastically declined, and securing a place at a good second-tier university seemed uncertain. Due to the recent citywide standardized examination, the school planned to hold a parent-teacher meeting afterward. Chen Yiwen mentioned this casually during dinner, only to spark great enthusiasm in Chen Meihua, who remained excitedly preoccupied with what to wear until the late hours. Mom, you are beautiful. You would look lovely in anything," Chen Yiwen remarked with a wry smile, as he intended to use the time to review his studies. "Why, my dear? How your flattery has grown sweeter." Chen Meihua laughed, her joy palpable. This was undoubtedly one of the happiest times in her life, and her radiant appearance made her look years younger. As the meeting commenced, the towering phoenix trees provided a welcome shade from the scorching sun. Numerous vehicles lined the school entrance, with parents dressed in their finest attire, some appearing youthful, while others resembled grandparents. Chen Meihua donned a fitted black casual outfit that accentuated her slender figure, contrasting sharply with the more matronly appearances of the other mothers. Her natural beauty was evident. After all, one could not produce a son as accomplished as Chen Yiwen without possessing some remarkable traits. Being the top student in his class, Chen Yiwen naturally attracted attention, and many parents began to notice his mother. "Is that Chen Yiwen's mother? She looks so young. Indeed, her figure is impressive. It is clear where he gets his good looks. Wow, Chen Yiwen is truly handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Chen Meihua beamed with pride, her heart swelling as she observed so many admiring glances directed at her son. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride. It was indescribable to see so many people appreciating her child's achievements. Sitting at her son's desk, the impressive exam paper soon drew the attention of other parents. "Oh, you must be the parent of Chen Yiwen, the top student. You look so youthful. It's no wonder you raised such an exceptional child. I heard he is not just the top of his class. My daughter mentioned that he is the top in the entire school." "Yes, that is correct. I've heard the same. Ah, there he is, Chen Yiwen. Such a dashing young man, excelling academically. Truly remarkable. I've heard my daughter mention him too. He really is quite handsome." Clearly having inherited his mother's genes, the surrounding parents echoed in admiration, their envy evident in their tones. Chen Meihua, unaccustomed to such attention, struggled to contain her joy, forcing herself to maintain a composed demeanor as she humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. This child is simply passionate about learning. I've been quite busy with work and Haven T had the chance to guide him closely." As more parents gathered in the classroom, the conversation naturally gravitated towards educational insights, with many inquiring about the best-performing students to glean wisdom from their parents. Consequently, Chen Meihua became the center of attention, surrounded by intrigued parents. While some basked in the limelight, others stood neglected. Chen Yiwen's grades soared, while Cheng Yushi's had plummeted, dropping to 16th in her class. At that moment, Tang Xiangping's expression darkened, especially upon witnessing the attention lavished on Chen Meihua, which only deepened her discomfort. She had always been the one to relish such recognition at past meetings, and now she felt entirely overlooked. However, the most infuriating aspect for her was that Cheng Yushi had failed to inform her about the parent-teacher meeting. It was simply unacceptable. Had it not been for Teacher Shou's phone call, Tang Xiaoping might have remained oblivious to the whole affair. Chen Yushi stood silently beside her, head downcast, debating whether to call out to her mother. Finally, she hesitantly uttered, "Mama, now you remember that I am your mother? You realize I am your mother? Why was I not informed about this meeting in advance? Would you have been pleased if I hadn't shown up at all?" Tang Xiaoping replied coldly. Understanding dawned upon her. This dismal performance was precisely why Chen Yushi had been reluctant to inform her. The realization that her daughter's grades had nosedived was infuriating. Tang Xiaoping picked up the test paper from the table, scoffing derisively. Chen Yushi's face turned pale, unable to utter a word. Tang Xiaoping took a deep breath. Her gaze fixed on Chen Yushi, unable to fathom how her once proud daughter had fallen to such depths. How could someone who had once excelled academically experience such a drastic decline? Chen Yushi remained silent, unable to meet her mother's gaze, tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend the reason, but during her studies, she no longer experienced the same ease and proficiency as before. In fact, she even found herself straying off topic while composing essays, an unsettling feeling that weighed heavily on her. Chapter 23. Trouble. Once all the parents had gathered, Zhou Ming entered the classroom and gestured for the surrounding parents to settle down before launching into a lengthy discourse. The essence of his message was straightforward. He aimed to provide them with a realistic understanding of their children's academic performance. While the college entrance examination is undoubtedly significant, there are myriad paths in life, and one need not despair if they do not gain admission to a prestigious university. Considering promising vocational programs is also a viable option. Among the audience, only a handful of parents remained, as most students had already departed, eager to seize the rare opportunity for leisure. The intensity of the third-year curriculum is overwhelming, particularly during the final sprint, which can be utterly exhausting. Therefore, when a moment of respite finally presents itself, it is only natural for them to embrace it wholeheartedly. However, a few students, such as Chen Yushi, remained dutifully by their parents' side. She leaned against the railing, her brow furrowed and her expression clouded with concern as she gazed outside. Chen Yiwen, poised to make the most of his time by riding outside, caught sight of Chen Yushi's troubled demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her, gently patting her shoulder and inquiring softly, "What troubles you?" Chen Yushi looked at him with sorrowful eyes and murmured, "I did not perform well this time." "Oh, it's all right. Just relax," Chen Yiwen reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Tang Xiaoping, who sat inside the classroom. Chen Yushi noticed her mother's gaze and, startled, quickly turned away from Chen Yiwen. Tang Xiaoping's expression was notably cold as she fixed a steely stare on Chen Yiwen, who remained oblivious to her scrutiny. Puzzled by the atmosphere, "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing, I just need some time alone," Chen Yushi replied in a hushed tone. "All right," Chen Yiwen nodded, refraining from pressing further, and departed. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming continued his lengthy address, inviting Chen Meihua, a parent of Chen Yiwen, to share her insights on education. "Let us warmly welcome Ms. Chen Meihua," Zhou Ming announced enthusiastically. The parents in attendance responded with resounding applause. Chen Yiwen had achieved the top score in the recent school mock examination, and intriguingly, he had transformed from an underperforming student to a stellar achiever within just a month. Zhou Ming did not hold back in praising this remarkable turnaround, leaving the audience astounded. Such an impressive improvement in just 1 month? This is extraordinary. If only I could learn this approach, perhaps my child could also excel. The parents listened intently, captivated by the possibility. "Well, I didn't really teach him much. I just let him study independently and encouraged him to strive," Chen Meihua said nervously, struggling to articulate her thoughts clearly. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the parents below. Yet Zhou Ming continued to applaud her efforts. After approximately half an hour, the parent meeting finally concluded. Tang Xiaoping promptly approached Zhou Ming, driven by an urgent need to understand why her daughter's grades had plummeted so drastically. She felt anxious, especially after witnessing the intimate exchange between her daughter and a boy, which fueled her apprehensions. Zhou Ming observed Tang Xiaoping's anxious demeanor and hesitated momentarily before candidly stating, "Mrs. Yu, to put it bluntly, your daughter may be exhibiting signs of early romantic involvement." The moment these words left his lips, Tang Xiaoping was rendered speechless, her heart plummeting as she recalled the scene she had just witnessed. Chen Yushi, unaware of the discussions within, instinctively recoiled in fear, sensing her mother's ominous expression, which had turned a deep shade of anger. On the other side, Chen Yiwen had already exited the school grounds, determined not to squander such precious time. He swiftly entered an internet CAF, Over the past few days, his romance novel aimed at the female demographic had gained considerable popularity. As he poured all his creative prowess into crafting a captivating narrative filled with the quintessential tropes of domineering CEOs. The male protagonist was depicted as cold and aloof, with descriptions emphasizing the frigid nature of his eyes and blood. One particularly memorable line had him gazing at the female lead with red-rimmed eyes, softly declaring, "Jiao Jiao. If you call me husband, I would give my life for you." This segment had skyrocketed in popularity, garnering nearly 1,000 comments. The comments section overflowed, with readers clamoring for more updates, praising the author's skill while playfully critiquing the brevity of the chapters. The fervor of the fanbase was palpable, with many expressing their desire to befriend the talented author. In this era of 2010, the internet was a vibrant landscape where conversations were punctuated with pleasantries and expressions of joy at connecting with others. Unlike today, where casual encounters often devolve into mere transactional interactions, the camaraderie among readers was genuine and heartfelt. As Chen Yiwen immersed himself in this newfound success, he almost forgot about his male-targeted novel, overshadowed by the allure of writing for a female audience. His earnings had already accumulated to an impressive sum, thanks to the generous support from his readers, which only fueled his motivation further. With numerous gifts and an ever-growing readership, the comment section exploded with enthusiasm, prompting several longtime fans to establish a community for readers. Chen Yiwen welcomed this development, and soon, his first reader group filled to capacity within moments. However, upon realizing that some male readers had infiltrated the female-centric group, he cheekily declared, "This group is exclusively for female readers. Male members are kindly requested to refrain from joining." The moment this announcement was made, the lurking male readers were left bewildered, questioning the sudden exclusion. Satisfied with the organization of his group, Chen Yiwen found his QQ buzzing with friend requests from several girls, who were speculating about their enigmatic author. Is Mr. Chen really a boy? His writing is so delicate. They wondered. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I would love to meet him in person. Chen Yiwen contemplated the fervor of his female fans. Realizing their excitement was palpable, he jokingly stated that he was in his 30s, divorced, and had 2 children. However, he was taken aback when their enthusiasm only intensified. "Wow, that makes you a daddy figure. I love that type." One exclaimed, "Could you share a selfie? I promise to reward you with a generous tip." Unbeknownst to him, he was living in an age where the boundaries of social interaction had shifted dramatically, reminiscent of popular shows that celebrated unconventional relationships. This television series has surged in popularity to an unprecedented extent, leading to a notable trend of older male admirers in the country. Consequently, the fervor among fans has intensified, with some more zealous individuals even sharing their alluring photos in group chats, showcasing their long legs with unabashed confidence. However, it is worth noting that Chen Yiwen is a man dedicated to his career. He has been fervently typing away, amassing a staggering word count of 300,000, to the point where his keyboard nearly smokes from the intensity of his efforts. When he finally regained his senses, the evening had descended, casting a gray pall over the sky. Chen Yiwen stretched his aching neck, weary as he rose to gather his belongings and head home. As he walked along the path, a biting wind confronted him. Just as he neared his residence, someone called out to him, "Excuse me, are you Chen Yiwen?" Turning around, Chen Yiwen was surprised to see Cheng Yushi still lingering outside, accompanied by a middle-aged woman whom he quickly recognized as Cheng Yushi's mother. At that moment, Cheng Yushi wore an unusual expression, her head bowed in a timid manner, unable to meet Chen Yiwen's gaze. Chen Yiwen shifted his attention to the middle-aged woman, feeling a sense of unease. "Hello, ma'am. Is there something you need?" he inquired politely, sensing the tension in the air. However, Tang Xiangping's demeanor was far from cordial. Upon confirming Chen Yiwen's identity, she did not conceal her disdain, furrowing her brow as she said, "I have heard that you have been harassing my daughter, Yushi. Is that true?" Chen Yiwen was momentarily taken aback by her accusation, while Cheng Yushi appeared equally startled, having never disclosed such matters to her mother. "Mom," Cheng Yushi implored, tugging at Tang Xiangping's sleeve in a desperate attempt to intervene. Yet, in her anger, Tang Xiangping swatted her hand away, glaring at Chen Yiwen as she coldly reiterated, "Is this the case? Ma'am, may I ask where you heard this?" Chen Yiwen was bewildered by the unfolding situation. This issue was certainly not Cheng Yushi's fault. The information had reached Tang Xiangping through their classmates. Many had claimed that Chen Yiwen was the one pursuing Cheng Yushi, and despite being seated in front of each other, they had chosen to sit together. Chen Yiwen had been studying diligently to win her affection, with Chen Yushi assisting him in his academic endeavors. Tang Xiangping, upon hearing these details, was nearly apoplectic. Her daughter was helping others with their studies? With the college entrance examination approaching, every moment was precious. It was no wonder her daughter's grades had plummeted. This supposed harassment from Chen Yiwen was to blame. Not only was he distracting her daughter, but he was also encroaching upon her study time. Tang Xiangping was infuriated and stormed into the office to confront Zhao Ming for clarification. Seeing Tang Xiangping's fierce demeanor, Zhao Ming did not conceal the truth and laid everything bare. Enraged, Tang Xiangping unleashed a torrent of invective. Mr. Zhao, I have always respected you. But to think you would act in such a manner, sacrificing my child's study time to assist other students? What kind of reasoning is that? Is my child's education not important? Why should she be made to tutor others? Zhao Ming quickly attempted to placate her, asserting that his intentions were merely to foster mutual assistance among classmates. If Chen Yushi is uncomfortable sitting with Chen Yiwen, she only needs to inform me, and I will certainly arrange a change. Yet, Tang Xiangping was beyond reason, dismissing his explanations. Regardless of your intentions, my child's academic performance has been affected, and I will hold you accountable. Naturally, after confronting the homeroom teacher, Tang Xiangping did not forget about Chen Yiwen. She resolved to wait for him along his route home. Chapter 24 Interrogation. Chen Yiwen sighed and calmly explained, Annie, I am not sure if there has been a misunderstanding, but I assure you that my relationship with you, she is merely that of ordinary classmates. We do not discuss anything beyond that until after university. Anything beyond that. Tang Xiangping coldly retorted, Are you implying that you wish to pursue something more with my daughter? No. What I meant to say is that we are now adults and are accountable for our actions. Chen Yiwen frowned, no longer willing to beat around the bush. Accountable? That's precisely what I have been waiting for you to say. Tang Xiangping seized the moment to pull the timid Chen Yushi, who had been staring down at her feet, closer. I ask you, is it true? Are you really planning to engage in any romantic entanglements during university? Chen Yushi stammered, unable to articulate a response. Auntie. Chen Yiwen attempted to interject once more, but Tang Xiangping sharply cut him off. Silence. Do you have any manners? I am speaking with my daughter. What gives you the right to interrupt? Chen Yushi shrank back, tears welling in her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together. Observing her distress, Chen Yiwen felt a pang of sympathy and wished to alleviate her sorrow. Thus, he took the initiative to speak. Andy, you are right. I have been bothering your daughter. Yushi's grades have deteriorated so rapidly, and I do bear some responsibility for being so self-absorbed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yushi could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Chen Yiwen longed to comfort her, yet Tang Xiangping's piercing gaze prevented him from doing so. He continued to admit his faults, asserting that Yushi's declining grades were indeed due to him, and that he was willing to take responsibility and assist her in improving her academic performance. Tang Xiangping, however, responded with derisive laughter, stating that she would be grateful if he stayed away from her daughter, let alone attempt to study together. I am well aware of your ulterior motives. Chen Yiwen fell silent, taken aback. Tang Xiangping continued with a tone of earnestness, and he knows you to be a sensible young man. Yet you are unaware of our family's circumstances. If Yushi wishes to succeed, she must gain admission to a reputable university. Otherwise, who will offer her a job? Our family does not have it easy. I am merely a laid-off worker, and her father is just a fishmonger, toiling away all day to earn meager wages. I have worked tirelessly to raise Yushi, and all I desire is for her to attend a good university. Tang Xiangping spared no thought for her daughter's dignity, laying bare their family's struggles. Mom, please stop. Chen Yushi cried, her voice growing louder. At that moment, she lacked the courage to face Chen Yiwen, her pride crushed under her mother's relentless words, trampled repeatedly. Among the youth, self-respect holds paramount importance, for school tends to blur the lines of socioeconomic status. Wealth or lack thereof should not hinder friendship. Yet, Tang Xiangping's words ripped away that veil of modesty, revealing their family's hardships and exposing an unhealed wound. Chen Yushi wished to intervene, but Tang Xiangping, dismissing her daughter's feelings, continued. Children do not understand the depth of my intentions. Chen Yiwen, unable to bear it any longer, caught sight of the profound sorrow etched on Chen Yushi's face, reminiscent of fragile porcelain or a weeping kitten. Auntie, I understand your concerns and share your sentiments. I hereby promise that I will cease all contact with Chen Yushi, and naturally, I will avoid any actions you deem undesirable. Tomorrow morning, I will inform the teacher of my intent to change seats. Chen Yiwen spoke softly yet earnestly. Tang Xiangping nodded in satisfaction, saying, It is good that you children grasp our genuine intentions. High school is for studying. Why engage in trivial matters? With that, Chen Yiwen turned to leave, while Chang Yushi was already in tears. Why are you crying? Such lack of fortitude, Tang Xiaoping scolded. Angered by her daughter's display of weakness, feeling as though she had erred, Chang Yushi remained silent, choosing to combat her mother's tirade with quietude. Hey, why the silence? What have I done wrong? Who raised you? Do you think it has been easy for your father and me? We only wish for you to attend university. Is that so difficult? It is not for our sake. It is all for you. Tang Xiaoping launched into a moral bombardment, her voice echoing through the house. Do you not realize that if you neglect your studies, your future will be bleak? Look at that man next door. He squandered his chance and now drifts aimlessly. Do you wish to end up like him? Is it so hard to grasp that only through diligence can one achieve success? Chang Yushi ignored her mother's words, slamming the door behind her as she returned home, an act of defiance to release her pent-up frustration. Chang Yushi, what is your meaning? After all I have done for you, you grow wings now that you have matured? Tang Xiaoping banged on the door, her voice raised in anger. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen returned home, finding his mother still absent. He sank into the sofa, massaging his temples. Despite Tang Xiaoping's aggressive demeanor, he considered it a blessing, believing that with his influence diminished, Chen Yushi would be able to focus on her studies and return to a normal path in life. Another cool morning dawned. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, after a recent parent-teacher meeting, the classroom atmosphere felt subdued, each student appearing listless, likely having faced stern reprimands. Yu Yuan'ang laid his head on the desk, no longer boasting about his gaming prowess, instead, remarkably, flipping through a textbook. Before long, Chang Yushi entered but did not greet Chen Yiwen. She simply sat down quietly. Her glasses obscured her expression, and no one noticed her unusual demeanor. Yushi. Chen Yiwen attempted to speak, but she ignored him, opening her book to study Chinese. Realizing her intent, Chen Yiwen refrained from further interruption, picking up his English book to memorize vocabulary. After a while, their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, entered the classroom, his face shadowed with concern. Everyone, please quiet down, he said. Once the chatter subsided, he glanced at Chen Yiwen and Cheng Yushi before finally addressing the class. Chen Yiwen, please switch seats with Song Jia. Instantly, the students perked up, sensing something was amiss. With less than a month before the examination, the homeroom teacher would not make such a move lightly. Some students, privy to the previous day's events, began to murmur among themselves, speculating that their teacher had been pressured by Tang Xiaoping to intervene. A wave of unrest swept through those secretly dating, fearing they might be next. Chen Yiwen said nothing, obediently shifting his seat. Cough, cough. Everyone, please remain quiet. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, I must again emphasize that now is not the time for romantic pursuits. You may focus on that in university. Education must take precedence, Zhou Ming stated solemnly, genuinely intimidated by Tang Xiaoping's influence. He feared that further disturbances could jeopardize his role as a homeroom teacher. While some students might dismiss the significance of the college entrance examination, believing that many successful entrepreneurs have little formal education, I would argue that academic success, while not a definitive predictor of future outcomes, does provide a safety net of opportunity. The ability to determine your lower limits can also elevate your upper limits. Regardless of what the future holds for you, a prestigious university can at the very least secure you a respectable job. As your career progresses, a solid academic background can serve as an excellent stepping stone. Zhou Ming, once again, rambled on extensively before turning to leave, granting his classmates time for self-study. Yu Yang hastily passed a note to Chen Yiwen, inquiring simply about the situation between him and Cheng Yushi. Naturally, Chen Yiwen chose to ignore him. Throughout the morning, Cheng Yushi remained focused on her exam paper, while Chen Yiwen allowed the silence to linger, refraining from initiating any conversation with her. Chapter 25. Alienation. Cheng Yushi felt a profound sense of reluctance towards Chen Yiwen. This was her first love, a treasure for a girl devoid of romantic experience. Yet, she found herself powerless, having always been the obedient daughter, lacking the courage and confidence to oppose her mother, particularly after yesterday's scene. Her mother, like a resentful woman, incessantly lamented their family's predicament, an indelible moment that stripped Cheng Yushi of any confidence or dignity to stand before Chen Yiwen. It felt as though she had been laid bare, imprisoned in her vulnerability. Cheng Yushi could only remain silent, uncertain of how to proceed, resigned to her fate. From that point onward, the two seemed to have irrevocably parted ways, ceasing all communication, akin to strangers. Chen Yiwen devoted himself to writing his novel, diligently studying during school hours and racing to the internet CAF to type away after classes. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. After all, the transition from school uniform to wedding gown is undeniably a romantic tale. He pondered that being in a relationship with Chang Yushi might not have been such a bad idea, for she was quite attractive despite her occasional temper. However, the unpredictability of life rendered such thoughts futile. He decided to cast aside these worries, focusing instead on his writing, which had amassed over 500,000 words, making him a veritable human writing machine with astonishing speed. In the readers group, Chen Yiwen earned the nickname Uncle, as he often joked about being divorced with 2 children, and his demeanor exuded a certain maturity. Occasionally, young girls would message him, ostensibly to inquire about the plot's developments, but these conversations soon morphed into attempts at friendship, with some seeking deeper connections. Chen Yiwen offered perfunctory replies. He had exhausted all his so-called domineering tropes and wondered how to advance the story further. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a solution. The protagonists must reconcile and reunite. Suddenly, a large truck sped past. Bang! To his dismay, the female lead was sent flying. The outcome? She fell into a deep coma. As for why the truck did not directly kill her, Chen Yiwen explained that this was not on a national road, thereby diminishing the truck's lethal impact by 90%. Naturally, the male lead was heartbroken, waiting by her bedside for 3 long months, only for the female lead to awaken and bewilderedly ask, "Who are you?" Much to his chagrin, she had lost her memory. In a previous life, this would have been considered a cliché plot twist, yet here, it felt just right. The readers group erupted in outrage. "Uncle, why did you write it this way? We are so disappointed. Why can't the lead couple be together? Isn't a happy reunion better? Sob, it's killing me. Where are you, Uncle? I want to send you a sharp message." Chen Yiwen, however, chose to ignore them, chuckling to himself. What is writing if not a blend of melodrama and adversity? Only through such trials can my artistry truly shine. With 600,000 words and a significant influx of readership, he earned approximately 60,000 this month, which brought him immense satisfaction. He planned to invest all this money in Bitcoin, eagerly anticipating substantial profits in the future. Days passed in a monotonous cycle, with no significant exams on the horizon. After all, only half a month remained, and all that could be done was to sharpen their skills in preparation for the Gaokao. Cheng Yushi initially thought that Chen Yiwen's departure would allow her to study earnestly, but she soon realized that her heart remained restless. Sleepless nights plagued her, dark circles under her eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Her mother's rebukes, the pressure of studies, and Chen Yiwen's indifference tormented her, rendering her days a blur, as she struggled to absorb the words on the pages. Unbeknownst to her, June arrived, bringing sweltering heat, the sun blazing down, warping the air under its intense rays. The cicadas in the parasol trees buzzed noisily, further unsettling the already frazzled students. In this final stretch, some poured every ounce of effort into their studies, while others gave up altogether. Those in relationships indulged freely, spending time together, with the bolder ones even embracing openly. Teachers observed these antics but had little time to intervene, merely reminding students to focus on their studies as the Gaokao approached. Zhou Ming, perhaps driven by a sense of guilt, closely monitored Cheng Yushi's academic performance during these days. After a brief glance, he displayed a look of satisfaction. Cheng Yushi possessed a solid foundation. Even if her recent studies had faltered, she could still catch up. And with her current level, gaining admission to a technical university should pose no problem. As the Gaokao drew near, numerous tasks loomed large: graduation photographs, filling out residency information, and the school organizing a grand ceremony dubbed Coming of Age. This initiative was inspired by a prestigious university in Jinling that had hosted a lavish coming-of-age ceremony, capturing media attention, especially for the elegantly attired youth, prompting foreign outlets to exclaim that the Oriental Dragon is awakening. It echoed the adage, "A strong youth leads to a strong nation." Consequently, many renowned schools began hosting similar events, and their own institution was no exception, eager to enhance its reputation and attract more students. Thus, preparations commenced for a grand celebration. The process involved a sea of students gathering in the school auditorium, followed by lengthy speeches from leaders, with performances from various classes comprising songs, dances, and poetry recitations. Students regarded these events as mere spectacles, genuinely interested in the dignitaries present. Zhou Ming fervently encouraged participation, declaring that youth is fleeting, and this was the last flicker of their adolescence. He implored students to showcase their talents for years later. They would look back on this moment with pride. Chen Yiwen, do you have any talents to share? Please don't hide them. Zhou Ming's encouraging tone caught the attention of the typically reticent Chen Yiwen. Initially, Chen Yiwen preferred to avoid additional trouble, but upon reflection, he realized that this was a chance to live life to the fullest in his second chance at existence. Leaving behind a remarkable legacy seemed rather appealing. Moreover, his mother's birthday coincided with the coming-of-age ceremony. Surprising her would be delightful. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yiwen no longer hesitated. All right, Zhou Ming, having merely inquired casually, was taken aback by Chen Yiwen's affirmative response, and he expressed his admiration. Good lad, I knew I wasn't mistaken in you. You truly are my star pupil. Chapter 26. Performance soon. The framework for the coming-of-age ceremony was established. Each class was to present a program, totaling 12 performances along with 6 grand choruses. When Chen Yiwen returned home and mentioned this to his mother, Chen Meihua was thrilled to hear the news. As her son was to perform, she immediately began rummaging through the wardrobe. Why dress so formally when you're not the one performing? Chen Yiwen chuckled and shook his head. Don't say that. This is your school's event. Many school leaders will attend. Make sure to do well. If it turns out great, it could be considered a school-level honor, Chen Meihua reminded him earnestly. With the impending college entrance examinations, time for rehearsals was scarce. So they utilized breaks to practice a few times. The days in the final year of high school were fleeting and tightly scheduled. Although the ceremony was significant, it felt like it was over in the blink of an eye. The day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, and the school announced that students could choose their attire. Wearing the school uniform was not mandatory. Unfortunately, students of this era were not particularly adept at dressing up. Most wore casual clothes, while those with better conditions might don suits or dresses, which often seemed somewhat mismatched. Chen Yiwen casually threw on a white shirt paired with straight black trousers. His well-proportioned physique enhanced by the benefits of his rebirth. With his handsome appearance, a little effort in grooming made him look almost like a model, standing out in the crowd. Naturally, the spotlight was on the students from the arts and sports class, as singing and dancing were their forte. The auditorium was a flurry of activity as the homeroom teacher guided the students to their seats. The front row was reserved for school and city leaders, with several cameras set up by local television stations. Chen Yiwen sat about 3 rows back, next to his homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, while Yu Yang and Su Yuanhang were buzzing with excitement, looking around eagerly. Wow, how come I've never noticed so many beautiful girls at our school? One exclaimed. Who is that girl? Her legs are so long. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd consider my life fulfilled. On this rare occasion of dressing freely, the girls from the arts and sports class unabashedly showcased their slender figures in short skirts, revealing their fair, long legs. Some even wore black stockings and high heels, leaving several boys in a daze. Isn't that Ji Sweki from our class? Wow, she is stunning. Another boy remarked. No wonder she is our class's goddess. She is absolutely breathtaking. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the back, drawing Chen Yiwen's attention. He turned to see Ji Sweki clad in a JK uniform, a black top paired with a white pleated skirt, radiating youth and vitality. Her slender legs, clad in black knee-high socks, added an alluring charm, captivating the attention of numerous boys around. Yu Yang was practically drooling, thinking to himself how breathtaking his crush was. Meanwhile, the director of education stepped onto the stage, testing the microphone and calling for silence. The surrounding chatter gradually subsided, allowing him to continue, emphasizing the significance of the ceremony and expressing gratitude for the attendance of certain city leaders. After his speech, he exited the stage, making way for 2 young women, a teacher and a student, likely from the arts and sports class. The student was quite charming, dressed in a red dress, and her lively banter quickly ignited the atmosphere. Following the opening, a dance performance commenced, featuring 4 girls from the arts and sports class in identical outfits, dancing passionately and energetically, much to the delight of the male students. Unfortunately, that was the highlight. The subsequent sessions consisted of various classes performing their choruses, each taking turns to sing along to the music. It was somewhat lackluster, and several city leaders appeared to grow weary, while the school leaders could only offer awkward smiles, considering the time constraints from the upcoming exams. Out of a class of over 50, only about 10 sang earnestly. The rest either sang softly, daydreamed, or merely pretended to sing. As the performances continued, it was soon Chen Yiwen's turn. Zhou Ming patted his shoulder encouragingly, reminding him not to embarrass their class. Chen Yiwen smiled and nodded before approaching his mother, whispering, "Happy birthday, Mom." Chen Meihua, momentarily taken aback, realized she had almost forgotten her own birthday amidst her busy work schedule. Yet, every year, without fail, she celebrated Chen Yiwen's birthday with a cake. Chen Yiwen, having lived a long life in his previous existence, felt he owed her greatly, more than anyone else. Surprised that her son remembered her birthday, Chen Yiwen was nonetheless puzzled as to why he brought it up at this moment. Before she could ponder further, Chen Yiwen stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating him. Whispers rippled through the audience. "Who is this boy? He is really handsome. Wait, you don't know him? That is Chen Yiwen. Doesn't the name ring a bell? Oh, right. He is the one with excellent grades and good looks. I can't believe it's really him." The school and city leaders began discussing, noting that this boy seemed to exhibit commendable qualities. Unlike the previous performers, Chen Yiwen appeared calm and composed, his tall, upright stature clad in a clean white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of refinement. "Next, let us welcome Chen Yiwen to perform Listen to Your Mother," the host announced promptly. The audience murmured in confusion. What kind of title is that? Listen to Your Mother? Is that a bit childish? Seriously? You don't know Jay Cho's song? Are you joking? As they debated, Chen Yiwen had already begun his performance. The applause erupted, and the stage lights dimmed, leaving only a single beam illuminating him. He sat quietly at the piano, and the camera captured a wide shot, creating a captivating atmosphere. With his tall frame and white shirt at the piano, he resembled a figure in a grand musical performance. Chen Yiwen reflected on his past, recalling his time at an obscure college where he learned little, except for joining a music club, where the president had been kind to him and introduced him to music. Whether it was the violin, guitar, bass, or piano, he had picked up a bit of everything. He felt confident handling the performance at the coming-of-age ceremony, especially after rehearsing several times the day before. He realized that the benefits of his rebirth had significantly enhanced his musical talent. Is it true? Can Chen Yiwen really play the piano? I don't think his family owns one. No way, he must be faking it. I refuse to believe someone can be good-looking, academically gifted, and play the piano. The audience buzzed with speculation until a note rang out, followed by a cascade of beautiful melodies. Under Chen Yiwen's fingers, the piano came to life, producing enchanting sounds like flowing water. Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished that this young man possessed such talent. The music was simply enchanting. At this moment, Chen Yiwen was completely absorbed, wholly immersed in the melodious strains of the piano. His fingers, long and slender, danced gracefully across the keys. This piece, among Jay Cho's compositions, undoubtedly ranks above average. Its lively rhythm and catchy melody, rendered on the piano, flowed as effortlessly as a crystal-clear stream. The prelude gradually built in intensity as Chen Yiwen began to sing softly. "Little friend, do you have many questions? Why, while others are engrossed in comics, I am learning to paint, conversing with the piano. While others play games, I lean against the wall reciting my ABCs." His voice, gentle yet steady, harmonized beautifully with the lively, enchanting piano, successfully capturing Jay Chou's essence with remarkable fidelity. The audience in the auditorium fell silent, captivated by the young boy before them, entranced by the exquisite melody. This sensation felt akin to being enveloped by the gentle breeze of a summer night, sending ripples of emotion coursing through their hearts, intoxicating them with its charm. Music can be categorized into three tiers. The lowest, a cacophony incomprehensible to all. The second, capable of expressing fragments of one's emotions, resonating only at specific moments. And the third, which seamlessly intertwines emotion with scenery, allowing one to effortlessly immerse themselves and feel a profound connection. Listen to Mother embodies this third category, for regardless of one's activity, the moment the prelude plays, one is inexplicably drawn in. As if listening to a tale, the story of a young boy growing into adulthood. Why should you heed your mother's words? When you grow up, you will begin to understand this sentiment. As maturity dawns, one starts to realize, why do I run faster than others, soar higher than others, and in the future, everyone will admire the comics I create and sing the songs I write? The auditorium was enveloped in a hushed reverence. The students, unbeknownst to themselves, were enchanted by the buoyant melody and the subtly profound lyrics, prompting reflections on their cherished memories with their mothers. A particular line struck them deeply. Mother's toil remains unseen, resonating like a thunderclap that struck their hearts, causing an involuntary sweat to form on their palms. In the front row, school and city leaders, too, found themselves lost in reminiscence, particularly when they heard the line about cherishing the moments spent holding her hand. The most remarkable aspect of this song lay in its reflective nature. In youth, It reveals one's rebellious spirit, and as adulthood approaches, it unveils a sense of nostalgia, ultimately illuminating the cycle of life when one becomes a parent. Within this lively musical rhythm lies an undercurrent of profound longing. At this moment, Chen Yiwen's eyes brimmed with tears as she continually wiped them away, her heart swelling with an indescribable pride and emotion. Chapter 27. The curtain falls. All eyes were firmly fixed upon Chen Yiwen, whose upright silhouette left an indelible impression on the students below. Like a sliver of moonlight beneath the night sky, cool and gentle, it illuminated the windows of their hearts. It was reminiscent of verses yet to be penned, softly resonating through the corridors of time. In that moment, Chen Yiwen's presence became an unforgettable beacon of pure light in the hearts of countless young girls. Initially, the television station's representatives showed little interest in this adult ceremony, considering it merely a series of choral performances that might induce slumber in the audience. Devoid of any entertainment value, they had anticipated a lackluster event and planned to capture only a few fleeting shots, aiming the cameras primarily at the vibrant female students to showcase the school's youthful spirit, thus avoiding any embarrassment. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the excitement of the television station's personnel surged. They were taken aback by an unexpected turn of events. Instantly, they directed all cameras towards Chen Yiwen, determined to capture every moment of his performance without omission. Chen Yiwen remained immersed in his music, serenely singing. Indeed, I might encounter Chow Yu Fat so you can boast to your classmates that the god of gamblers is your father. I cannot find the love letters pinned in childhood. Please don't give them away once you finish writing, for in a few days, you shall discover them on the playground. You will begin to develop a fondness for pop songs as Jackie Chung prepares to sing Kiss Goodbye. Listen to your mother's advice. Do not let her suffer. I wish to grow up quickly, so I can protect her. As the song approached its climax, Chen Yiwen's fingers danced gracefully across the black and white keys. Who is this guy? He is not from our arts and sports class, is he? That's Chen Yiwen, the top student of the entire school. Goodness, excelling academically, handsome, and capable of singing and playing the piano. What on earth is happening here? Behind the stage, the students who had just performed could not help but comment on the spectacle, feeling overshadowed by his brilliance. This adult ceremony had transformed into a personal concert for him. Ji Sweki stood at a distance, gazing at Chen Yiwen, the boy at the piano resembling a luminous moon, radiating a subtle glow that deeply etched itself into her memory. Chen Yiwen, what more do you conceal from me? The song lasted approximately 4 minutes, and as it concluded, the audience remained captivated, reluctant to part with the enchanting experience. Previously, whispers had filled the air, but once the performance commenced, an unusual silence enveloped the crowd, each person wary of disturbing the moment. It was only after the final note that they snapped back to reality, erupting into thunderous applause. Undoubtedly, this was the most captivating performance of the day, and the applause that followed was the most fervent. Chen Yiwen smiled and bowed, then stepped down from the stage to embrace Chen Meihua, who was now in tears. I am so proud of you, she whispered, finally realizing her son had truly matured into a remarkable young man. The adult ceremony of the 2010 graduating class at Municipal No. 3 High School concluded splendidly, especially with the final song, Listen to Your Mother, which stirred memories for many. Countless attendees were enraptured. The television station conducted an hour-long interview, primarily focused on Chen Yiwen, praising his exquisite performance and inquiring about his years of piano study. Chen Yiwen graciously stated that his primary focus was on guitar and bass, with piano being a supplementary skill, expressing his honor in being able to please the audience. The interview was a resounding success, particularly highlighting this academically gifted and strikingly handsome musical prodigy, prompting the station to wish for further performances. As the ceremony drew to a close, the atmosphere shifted as parents cast envious glances towards Chen Meihua and her son. Chen Yiwen, unbeknownst to him, had become the epitome of the envy experienced in youth, the ideal child of others. Chen Yiwen did not rush home, informing Chen Meihua that he would return later. She readily agreed, feeling an overwhelming sense of trust in her son. The ensuing attention from the media and the subsequent stir were unexpected for Chen Yiwen. What had initially been a modest adult ceremony in a small county town transformed dramatically due to his stunning performance. The television station seized the opportunity, producing extensive coverage, showcasing both the full piano performance and the interview segments. During the interview, Chen Yiwen spoke eloquently, expressing grand ideals, asserting that a strong youth equates to a strong nation, and that every generation bears a unique mission. He humbly claimed to aspire to be a mere cog in the societal machine, quietly contributing even in obscurity. Though these sentiments were casually articulated, Chen Yiwen's status as an 18-year-old youth, untested by the world, lent weight to his words, convincing many of his well-rounded character as an exemplary student. While previously known primarily within the confines of Municipal No. 3 High School, he was now a figure of renown throughout the region, with parents across the county recognizing this legendary youth. Indeed, he had become the quintessential other people's child. Anyone who watched the local television station would have some recollection of Chen Yiwen, and the common refrain among parents became, "Why can't you be like Chen Yiwen? Have you learned from Chen Yiwen? Do you know Chen Yiwen?" His popularity soared, even garnering attention from Jinling Television, which aired footage of him playing the piano. As a result, the female students at school began to sneak glances at him in the hallways. The corridors were filled with junior and senior girls, while freshmen found themselves unable to enter the teaching building due to the throngs outside. Even students from other schools gathered at the gates, not to confront him, but to deliver love letters. Chen Yiwen found himself bemused by the exaggerated reaction, likening himself to a panda, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of letters, leaving his desk overflowing. What had happened to the promise of cherishing paper? Nonetheless, some practical benefits arose, such as a payment of 3,000 yuan from the television station. Fortunately, as the college entrance examinations approached, the fervor soon subsided, allowing the seniors to refocus on their studies. Time passed swiftly, akin to falling leaves. June arrived, a season tinged with bittersweet farewells. The phoenix trees on campus stood tall, casting cool shadows upon the path. The playground was lush with green grass, and the sounds of younger students reading echoed from the classrooms. Only the senior building remained silent, as the Gaokao loomed just 3 days away. Zhou Ming entered with a thermos, his expression complex. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and he had guided another group of students to this moment. Today marked their final day at school, as they would soon graduate and leave behind their status as third-year students. The purpose of their presence was to take graduation photographs, followed by the collection of examination permits the next day, with the official exam commencing the day after. Zhou Ming felt a wave of melancholy as he contemplated delivering a heartfelt speech, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to reiterate the examination regulations. The students listened intently, an unusual quiet enveloping the room as they absorbed his words. Zhou Ming called out names one by one, having developed a precise understanding of each student over the past 3 years. "You young, remember, studying is not the only path. If you find it challenging to gain admission, consider learning a trade. It's time to think about your future. Su Yuanhang, your intellect is remarkable, yet it is regrettable that you do not apply yourself diligently. Without needing to ponder, I am aware that over the years, you have likely bestowed upon me numerous nicknames. As you embark on your university journey, it is imperative that you cultivate a sense of composure. Cheng Yushi, it is time for you to reconcile with your mother, for ultimately, she has always acted in your best interest." Zhou Ming is well acquainted with each of his students, and at this moment of parting, he can only rely on his insights to guide them toward their future paths. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Chen Yiwen, observing the tall and handsome young man before him. Zhou Ming beamed with a smile and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "Chen Yiwen, you shall forever remain my most esteemed student. I take immense pride in you." Chapter 28. The college entrance examination. From this day forth, the senior students have officially graduated, unleashing a cacophony of roars as countless third-year students vent their pent-up frustrations and sorrows accumulated over the past few days of studying. Even from a distance, the sounds resonate clearly from the first and second-year classrooms, prompting amused remarks about which senior has gone mad. Their teachers merely smile, remarking that they will understand next year. Examinations and textbooks rain down from the teaching building like snowflakes, scattering chaotically across the ground amidst the wails of students. Chen Yiwen and his classmates are taking photos on the playground, joined by various subject teachers eager to capture moments with him. Being the top student in the school, with exceptional grades in every subject, Chen Yiwen naturally draws the admiration of countless teachers, each clamoring to take a picture with him. After a brief respite, a throng of girls harboring secret crushes on him approaches, their cheeks flushed with shyness, requesting photographs. Chen Yiwen, though reluctant, cannot refuse, especially when he sees their courage and bashful expressions. He ends up taking hundreds of pictures, despite his initial hesitance. Finally finding a moment to rest, he hears a familiar voice call his name. Turning around, he sees an old acquaintance, Zhou Yu. Unaware of the recent circumstances, Zhou Yu harbors a slight disdain for Chen Yiwen, mistakenly believing he was the one to end things with Cheng Yushi. and has thus labeled him a scoundrel in her heart. Yet, Chen Yushi remains unable to forget him, compelling Zhou Yu to act as a messenger. Chen Yiwen. Chen Yushi asked me to inquire if your promise still stands. Will you wait for her in college? Zhou Yu states matter-of-factly. Chen Yiwen glances at Chen Yushi in the distance, noticing her attempt to observe him, only to quickly lower her head as if nothing had transpired. Chen Yushi, having always been the obedient girl, has never liked another boy, and Chen Yiwen holds a singular place in her heart. Their separation stemmed from her mother's interference. And Chen Yushi has long to mend their relationship, believing their parting to be merely temporary. She dreams of a future where they can openly date in college. Convinced that Chen Yiwen surely harbors feelings for her as well. Chen Yiwen hesitates, his feelings for Chen Yushi remaining unchanged, neither fondness nor aversion. Ultimately, he feels too inexperienced to take decisive action. He wishes to clarify matters, but is apprehensive about the upcoming examination. What if emotions run high, and it affects their performance? After a moment's contemplation, he nods in agreement. At that moment, two more girls approach him, seeking photographs, thus concluding his conversation with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu promptly relays Chen Yiwen's response to Chen Yushi, who visibly brightens at the news, her previously indifferent expression finally breaking into a rare smile. Chen Yiwen has transformed into a photo model, dressed in a simple white shirt and black trousers. Yet his tall and handsome figure captivates the attention of nearly all the girls in his grade, leading to a flurry of photographs before he is finally liberated from the session. With half a day still remaining, Chen Yiwen refrains from writing and instead dedicates himself to further revision. Alongside his examination permit, he collects his graduation certificate and portrait, retreating into a focused state as he awaits the examination day. In early July, the long-anticipated college entrance examination arrives. The summer sun blazes fiercely, filtering through the dense foliage to cast dappled shadows on the ground. The sky is clear and bright, a perfect day. By 8 a.m., the school is teeming with students. As the time approaches, a barrier is erected, and students flood into the classrooms like a rising tide. By 9 a.m., the campus is deserted, with even passing vehicles forbidden from honking. Outside, a group of anxious parents huddle together, their worries palpable as if they themselves were the ones taking the exam. Inside the classroom, silence reigns, the invigilating teacher standing watch as no one dares to make a sound. Chen Yiwen maintains a calm demeanor. This is his second college entrance examination. Yet the first feels like a distant memory, the questions long forgotten. However, with his current capabilities, even without prior knowledge, he can tackle the exam with ease. Within an hour, he completes the first paper, his handwriting immaculate and pleasing to the eye. Approaching the end, he reviews the paper meticulously 3 or 4 times before submitting it. Upon exiting, he notices several students already engaged in leisure outside, realizing his pace has been relatively slow. His mother, Chen Meihua, awaits at the school gate, having taken a day off from work for the occasion. With a fragrant lunchbox in hand, they find a shaded spot to enjoy their meal together. Wiping the sweat from Chen Yiwen's forehead, Chen Meihua inquires with concern, "How was it? Were the questions difficult?" "Not too bad. I checked it twice, and everything seems fine," Chen Yiwen replies with a smile. "Of course, my son. Do you feel confident about getting into Tsinghua or Peking University?" Chen Meihua playfully asks, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Mom, let us not aim too high. Besides, I haven't even applied to those schools," he chuckles, feeling a bit helpless. Although Zhou Ming has suggested he aim for Tsinghua or Peking University, Chen Yiwen lacks enthusiasm. Having already exhausted himself over the past 3 months, he has devised a plan for college. To earn money, he has accumulated a decent amount from writing, intending to invest in Bitcoin, which he hopes will yield substantial returns. With further investments in ventures he understands, he anticipates graduating with millions, achieving financial independence. "But I heard that if your scores are exceptionally high, you might still get admitted," Chen Meihua responds, revealing her desire for him to attend prestigious institutions. It is remarkable how, just months ago, she was relieved if her son could enroll in a third-tier university, and now she speaks of Tsinghua and Peking University so readily. Chen Yiwen gives a wry smile and remains silent, returning to his studies after finishing their meal. The morning exam was Chinese, and the afternoon will be English, which he finds exceedingly easy. Given his remarkable memory, English is as straightforward as reading Chinese. He completes it within half an hour. As he exits the classroom, he spots a familiar face, Ji Sweki. Clad in a casual, youthful outfit with her hair in a ponytail, she greets him with a bright smile. To Chen Yiwen's surprise, Ji Sweki initiates a conversation. "How did the English exam go?" She asks. Not bad, Chen Yiwen responds. They naturally fall into step together, discussing the exam questions from both the afternoon English and the morning Chinese papers. Since Ji Sueki last inquired about his relationship with Chen Yushi, she has not spoken to him until now. However, the exchange between the two was neither awkward nor stilted. Rather, it was marked by a deep familiarity. Ji Sueki lamented the difficulty of writing a Chinese composition, admitting that after much contemplation, she remained at a loss for words. Chen Yiwen, standing beside her, remarked that for an argumentative essay, one merely needed to present a couple of examples to inflate the word count. Upon hearing this, Ji Sueki chuckled softly, teasing him. Do you think everyone possesses your eloquence? You can write anything and still score well. As they strolled and chatted, they soon arrived downstairs. Ji Sueki's laughter echoed with joy, and she occasionally stole glances at Chen Yiwen. Gazing at his sunlit, handsome profile, Ji Sueki found herself momentarily entranced, opening her mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately remaining silent. Upon reaching the school gates, they spotted Ji Sueki's mother, Ding Huimin, engaged in a lively conversation with Chen Meihua, both appearing quite cheerful. As the parents noticed their children returning from the exams, they reluctantly ended their discussions and took their children home. The following day marked another round of the college entrance examination. However, at Chen Yiwen's request, Chen Meihua did not accompany them. She claimed it was to avoid interrupting her mother's work schedule, but in truth, Chen Yiwen wished to head to an internet CAF after the exams to continue his writing. Despite having transformed into a model student, Chen Meihua maintained a strict zero-tolerance policy regarding internet use and smoking. Thus, he had to fabricate an excuse. In reality, given Chen Yiwen's current financial situation, he could easily purchase a computer to write comfortably at home. However, he found himself unable to explain the source of his funds. He feared that any complications arising from this could lead to dire consequences. Chen Yiwen had already devised a plan. Once he entered his freshman year, he would establish a small company, regardless of its profitability, merely as a FAAD to justify his financial means. Of course, he was not overly concerned about a formal investigation, as all his earnings stemmed from legitimate avenues such as writing novels and stock trading. Nevertheless, Chen Yiwen believed it prudent to remain low-key. Despite being a reborn individual, that did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. In the land of Huaxia, social connections and understanding of human affairs hold greater significance, even if one is a prodigious talent or a rare commercial genius. Encountering truly formidable individuals may still require humility and deference. Chapter 29, Waiting for You the Gaokao, which lasted 3 days, finally concluded for Chen Yiwen with the completion of his physics and chemistry exams. The examination hall erupted with excitement as the suppressed emotions of the students were finally unleashed. After a year of intense study, filled with tears and sweat, the moment of liberation had arrived at last. Some students charged out with exuberance, leaping into the air in celebratory gestures reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic goal celebrations, shouting with all their might. Others, who had experienced early romances, no longer felt the need to hide. Some boys carried their girlfriends on their backs, strolling out of the exam hall with bravado. Embraces and kisses became commonplace, and Chen Yiwen even witnessed several boys presenting vibrant bouquets of roses to their girlfriends. In the sweltering July sun, the third-year students basked in their newfound freedom, akin to dogs finally released from their cages. Internet CAFs and karaoke venues in their small town brimmed with the exuberant presence of these graduates, lost in a state of delirium. Yet, Chen Yiwen remained composed, having already endured the Gaokao once. He perceived its conclusion merely as a starting point. His true journey began with university life. Thus, he persisted in his fitness regimen and continued to read voraciously, utilizing his remarkable memory skills to acquire knowledge rapidly, especially in language-related fields. While others might require a month to grasp a subject, he could master it in a single day. Chen Yiwen was determined not to squander this ability, aiming to master Russian, French, and German before the holidays end. Of course, obtaining a driver's license was also essential, and to his surprise, the process proved unexpectedly smooth. After merely familiarizing himself with the vehicle, his instructor, impressed by his driving, told him to skip further practice and proceed directly to the examination. Thus, Chen Yiwen's holiday consisted of relentless writing and language study. Chen Meihua no longer worried, as her son's commendable performance as a well-rounded student was evident. A month swiftly passed, and after a brief period of revelry, the graduates began to comprehend that their youth had come to an end, entering a realm of genuine adulthood, leaving them with an indescribable sense of nostalgia. Chen Yiwen received a call from a classmate organizing a reunion, complete with a slogan to commemorate their fleeting youth. Just a month had passed. Yet the sentiment of parting was palpable. With a chuckle, he did not decline the invitation, recognizing the need for a break from his writing. The reunion unfolded simply. With classmates gathering in a hotel to reminisce and engage in playful banter, the cost shared equally among them, each contributing 100 yuan, a considerable sum in this era. Out of the more than 50 students in their class, only about 30 attended. Some hesitated to spend the money, while others had already ventured to Guangzhou. Nevertheless, the turnout was commendable, as some individuals were particularly sentimental, expressing that this might be their last gathering. This sentiment resonated deeply, prompting others to affirm their attendance. Chen Yiwen thought that if half the class showed up, it would be quite remarkable. It was noteworthy how, despite seeming rather innocent just a month prior, his classmates now appeared significantly more mature. They had developed a keen sense of style and sophistication. Many female classmates donned stockings, prompting Chen Yiwen to steal a few glances. Eventually, everyone arrived, including the campus goddesses, Ji Sueki and Ching Yushi. Their post-graduation attire was indeed eye-catching. Ji Sueki wore a black off-shoulder top that accentuated her fair arms, paired with a black leather skirt that complemented her luminous complexion. Her outfit highlighted her long legs, drawing the admiration of many classmates. Chang Yushi, too, unveiled her true beauty, having previously concealed her features behind thick glasses during class. Now, without her glasses, her delicate visage was revealed. She wore a white chiffon blouse and a gray-brown pencil skirt, her hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, exuding femininity. While her attire was simple, it nonetheless captivated her peers. "Is that Ching Yushi? She is stunning," one exclaimed. "I always wondered how Chen Yiwen could be interested in her. Now it makes sense." Observing them together, one couldn't help but notice their compatibility. A true case of beauty and talent, though it was unclear why they seemed to have drifted apart. As the class monitor, Cheng Yushi took charge of the reunion, settling into her seat to tally the attendees. "Would you like to drink?" she inquired after recording the number of participants. "We're all adults now, of course." "We'll have alcohol," came the enthusiastic response. "Ah, I don't drink," she replied. "How about this? The boys can drink, and the girls will have some beverages." The classmates chimed in, and Cheng Yushi efficiently organized the arrangements, calling on 2 male classmates to fetch drinks and asking Joyu to help with the headcount. As more attendees arrived, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with Cheng Yushi directing the servers to bring out the food. Conversations flowed freely, predominantly revolving around their futures, discussions of which universities they would attend and which cities they planned to move to. Although the Gaokao results had yet to be released, their numerous mock exams had provided a general sense of where they stood. Soon, the focus turned to Chen Yiwen. "Chen Yiwen, which university do you plan to attend?" a girl asked, her gaze fixed intently on him. As her words hung in the air, the surrounding chatter quieted, with nearly half the female classmates now watching him, including Ji Sueki and Ching Yushi. "I'll let you know later. My results aren't out yet," he replied nonchalantly. The girl appeared visibly disappointed. As time passed, many classmates indulged in drinks, some becoming more animated and attempting to mimic adult behaviors, raising their glasses to boast. "Cheers, Sue. A toast to you. Haha. You're too kind, you. Come on, Chun, have a drink." The conversations devolved into a cacophony of laughter and camaraderie, fueled by alcohol. As the drinks flowed, memories of high school surfaced, a blend of joy and melancholy from 3 years filled with countless experiences, skipping classes for fun, being caught playing cards, and watching films on portable devices, all eliciting hearty laughter among the group. With toasts being exchanged, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed, and some classmates began to smoke, sharing cigarettes around the room, soon enveloping the space in a haze. "Haha, Sue, that's not how you smoke. Watch me. Haha, you has it down pat. Chun, now that the Gaokao is over, how about a smoke?" Yu Yang, inebriated, slurred his words. "No, thanks," Chen Yiwen chuckled, declining the offer. "Chen Yiwen, you've changed so much. You're like a different person now. You have no idea how envious I am of you," Yu Yang continued. His words slurred as the alcohol took effect. Chen Yiwen merely smiled, choosing not to respond. "You are unaware, but I find myself envious of you. So many young women are drawn to you, including Ji Sueki. I hold feelings for her. Yet I am acutely aware that she has already developed affections for you." Yu Yang murmured, his voice growing fainter until he eventually succumbed to slumber. Chen Yiwen paid little heed to this, although he cast a glance at Ji Sueki beside him. It was only at that moment that he realized she had been covertly observing him. However, Upon sensing Chen Yiwen's gaze, she promptly averted her eyes. Merely a coincidence, perhaps? Chen Yiwen shook his head, dismissing the thought. Soon, the gathering concluded, and it was time for everyone to return home. A few classmates, however, were inebriated beyond measure, leaving Chen Yiwen to shoulder the burden of assisting one of them out of the venue. After ensuring his companion arrived home safely, Chen Yiwen intended to rest. Just as he was about to head home, he suddenly spotted someone seated by the roadside. Upon approaching, he was taken aback to discover it was Jisweki. She appeared to be waiting for someone. Jisweki? Chen Yiwen inquired tentatively. Chen Yiwen. Jisweki stood, her face illuminating with a smile. What are you doing here? Chen Yiwen asked, puzzled. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Yes, in truth, I have something I wish to discuss with you. But the crowd at the gathering was too large, and I couldn't find an opportunity, so I decided to wait for you here. Is it something that cannot be said at the gathering? Chen Yiwen sensed an unusual tension in the air. Jisweki offered an embarrassed smile, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. The breeze caressed her hair, revealing the delicate flush on her youthful face, breathtakingly beautiful, as if time itself had slowed. Well? Chen Yiwen. Jisweki took a deep breath, raising her gaze, their eyes meeting in the stillness of the moment. I like you. Chapter 30. Melancholy Chen Yiwen was momentarily taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. Upon observing the bashful countenance before him, he comprehended that his ears had not deceived him. However, he found himself puzzled. Had he truly done anything to elicit such affections from Jisweki? Although she had been the ethereal figure of his past life, she was merely the most admirable individual he had glimpsed within his limited sphere during his youth. Yet, Chen Yiwen was no longer the youthful version of himself. Within this youthful guise resided a soul seasoned by over 3 decades of life experiences, stripped of the innocence and fervent passion of his earlier days. As he reflected upon his former muse, he recognized that while she possessed beauty, it seemed to end there. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly shook his head. I feel we are not suited for each other, Chen Yiwen whispered gently. Jisweki fell silent, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. After a pause, she suddenly inquired, is it because of Cheng Yushi? Chen Yiwen was taken aback by her mention of Cheng Yushi. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, I suppose that is part of it. Is that so? Jisweki appeared to have more to say, but after a brief moment of stillness, she calmly added, then, may I request that you walk me home once more? Upon hearing this, Chen Yiwen smiled faintly. We are still friends, after all. Of course I can. Jisweki smiled in return, and the two strolled side by side down the street, their proximity suggesting a romantic relationship at first glance. Chen Yiwen. I realize now that I have never truly understood you, Jisweki remarked with a hint of sadness. That's all right. No one can fully comprehend another. Human beings are, after all, the most intricate of creatures, Chen Yiwen replied casually. The two continued their conversation as they walked, parting ways at the entrance of their community. Meanwhile, Cheng Yushi observed the scene from a distance, her thoughts mirroring those of Jisweki. She had hoped to clarify her feelings for Chen Yiwen during this gathering. However, Jisweki had seized the opportunity first. Upon catching sight of Jisweki, Cheng Yushi hesitated once more. Even though she had dressed formally for the occasion, aiming to present her best self, Jisweki's presence overshadowed her, both on and off campus. It seemed she could never measure up to Jisweki. As she watched Chen Yiwen and Jisweki walking together, side by side, she felt a pang of discomfort. The notion struck her that their closeness suggested an intimate relationship. Had Chen Yiwen ceased to harbor feelings for her? Had he betrayed their previous agreement? Once again, she felt the sting of loss. Cheng Yushi wandered aimlessly, barely avoiding a collision with a passing car. Watch where you're going. The driver barked angrily. Yet, Cheng Yushi, devoid of spirit, returned home in silence, only to be met with her mother's scolding. You reckless girl, where have you been? Not a word all day? Cheng Yushi remained unfazed, pushing open her bedroom door and locking herself in. She lay on her bed, curling into a ball as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her heart was a tempest of confusion, yet she could not suppress her thoughts. She genuinely liked Chen Yiwen, though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was about him that captivated her. This feeling had not been as pronounced before the college entrance examinations, yet now, memories of Chen Yiwen's playful banter and comforting presence flooded her mind. Whenever the world seemed to reject her, Chen Yiwen was there, offering silent support. It was then that Cheng Yushi fully realized her affection for him. Chen Yiwen was indeed a gentle soul, impossible not to adore. However, Jisweki's visage haunted her like a nightmare, an inescapable presence in her mind. As the goddess of the school, an object of envy for countless girls, Chen Yushi felt utterly helpless. She could only retreat beneath her covers, weeping in frustration. Chen Yushi, you must be strong. There is still hope. Chen Yiwen had promised that once they enrolled in the same university, they could officially date. This was their pact. He could not possibly forget it. Surely, he would not. First loves are always beautiful, and thus in Chen Yushi's heart, Chen Yiwen held immense significance. The mere thought of a life devoid of him rendered her existence colorless and desolate. Following their graduation from high school, nearly every parent arranged for their children to receive a mobile phone, considering them adults now. A phone facilitated many conveniences. Chen Yushi, of course, had one as well. She picked it up, intending to message Chen Yiwen. Although they had QQ, upon opening the message interface, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she ask if he was now with Ji Sweki, or inquire if there was still a chance for them? Perhaps she should simply ask, Chen Yiwen, do you still like me? After a prolonged silence, she finally typed 2 words, are you there? Upon returning home, Chen Yiwen noticed the message on his phone. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, what's up? Chen Yushi's heart raced at the sight of his reply, her thoughts a whirlwind. Summoning her courage, she tremulously typed, is there still a chance for us? After reading her message, Chen Yiwen pondered. He was not in a relationship, and they had previously made a pact. So he responded with a simple mm. Chen Yushi gazed at the single character, a quiet smile gracing her lips, her heart settling somewhat. Indeed, he still held a place for her in his heart. The heat of August was nearly unbearable, the concrete scorched like a searing iron pan. Amid the eager anticipation of countless students, the examination results were finally released. On that morning, firecrackers erupted outside Chen Yiwen's home, and numerous school recruitment offices sought him out, offering a plethora of enticing conditions to entice him to enroll. The cause of this frenzy was simple. Chen Yiwen had emerged as the provincial science top scorer. With a total score of 445, 135 in Chinese, 185 in mathematics, and a perfect score in English, he drew the attention of media outlets eager to report on his accomplishments. The television had previously highlighted this multifaceted talent, known for his love of sports and music, and his physique bore the marks of diligent training. His rendition of Listen to Your Mother stirred countless nostalgic memories. In a flash, Chen Yiwen became a household name, celebrated for his academic prowess and musical gifts. Compounded by his striking good looks, Chen Meihua beamed with pride, declaring that her son was indeed exceptional, capable of entering Tsinghua University. However, Chen Yiwen had already filled out his application, choosing to attend Jinling University of Technology, where he opted for a major in finance. While Chen Meihua felt a hint of disappointment, she voiced no objections, recognizing her son's independence and excellence, though a twinge of regret lingered. For many believed only Tsinghua and Peking University represented the pinnacle of higher education. Despite their achievements, they did not host a grand celebration for his admission. Chen Yiwen expressed his aversion to the relatives in his family, so his mother refrained from notifying them. Though somewhat disheartened, Chen Meihua acquiesced, understanding that her son's happiness was paramount. Meanwhile, Chen Yushi was restless at home, anxiously awaiting her acceptance letter from Jinling University. It was not until evening that Chen Yiwen received a message on his phone. It was from Chen Yushi, informing him that she had not passed the entrance exams. Chen Yiwen was momentarily taken aback. In the memories of his past life, Chen Yushi had successfully gained admission to her desired university. How could she suddenly have failed? For a moment, Chen Yiwen was at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello, who is this? Chen Yiwen inquired. May I speak with Chen Yiwen? This is Chen Yushi's mother, Tang Xiangping. A voice resonated from the other end. It was through Tang Xiangping that Chen Yiwen learned the full extent of the situation. Chen Yushi, having already suffered a setback in her college entrance examination, was further burdened by her mother's relentless pressure instead of receiving the comfort she needed. Why on earth did you choose to apply to Jinling University of Technology? Look what you've done, a mere point difference, and you couldn't even get in. Tang Xiangping nearly lashed out, calling her daughter a disappointment. Chen Yushi, unable to withstand such criticism, retreated into her room, refusing to eat. Initially, Tang Xiangping believed that letting her daughter go hungry for a couple of meals would suffice. But when Chen Yushi isolated herself for 3 days and nights without emerging, Tang Xiangping grew frantic and finally managed to pry open the door. Just as she was preparing to confront her daughter, she found Chen Yushi resolutely defiant, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "Just beat me to death." It would save me from all this misery. The fierce determination in her daughter's eyes startled Tang Xiangping, making her realize the gravity of the situation. Adolescents are often impulsive, their worries oscillating between academic pressures and romantic entanglements. Now, Chen Yuxi faced the absence of both. They had originally planned to attend Jinling University of Technology together, but now, due to a mere point difference, she was left without any options. Chen Yuxi felt enveloped in despair, questioning why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand. She contemplated that perhaps death would be a preferable escape. Tang Xiangping, anxious and desperate to offer counsel, found her daughter unresponsive to her words. With no other recourse, she decided to seek out Chen Yiwen. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiwen fell silent for a moment, sighed, and resolved to pay a visit. After all, in his previous life, Chen Yuxi had effortlessly secured her place at university. Why had she failed this time? Having accompanied Chen Yuxi once before, Chen Yiwen knew the general location of her home, a modest residence nestled among others, where the occasional bark of a dog echoed through the alley. Tang Xiangping stood at the entrance, her expression brightening upon seeing Chen Yiwen, as if he were a savior, and she quickly ushered him inside. The interior revealed a modest living room, with a table at its center and a television set. Tang Xiangping led Chen Yiwen to Chen Yuxi's bedroom door, knocking gently while calling out, "Yuxi, Chen Yiwen has come to see you." Chapter 31. Time flows. Tang Xiangping knocked on the door several times with no response. It was only when Chen Yiwen tapped gently and called out, "Yuxi, are you there?" "It's Chen Yiwen," that a sound from within broke the silence. The door creaked open, revealing a pale and frail visage, with eyes swollen from crying. Her disheveled hair framed her weary face, making her appear utterly exhausted. Chen Yiwen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after just a few days apart, Chang Yuxi would look so diminished. Upon seeing Chen Yiwen, Chang Yuxi's tears streamed down her cheeks as she threw herself into his arms, clinging to his neck as if terrified he might vanish. It was then that Chen Yiwen truly felt how much weight she had lost. She seemed little more than skin and bones. Yet, truth be told, this softer, more vulnerable version of Cheng Yuxi was an improvement from her former self, who had been a bit of a firecracker, often irritable and somewhat proud. Now, she appeared delicate, evoking a sense of protectiveness. "Chen Yiwen, I'm so sorry. I didn't pass the exam. Our promise can't be fulfilled," Chen Yuxi sobbed, clutching Chen Yiwen tightly. He gently patted her shoulder, murmuring soothingly, "It's all right. It's okay." Tang Xiangping, relieved to see her daughter finally emerge, felt assured that she had made the right choice in coming here, and discreetly stepped away. Cheng Yuxi's transformation was closely tied to her mother's relentless insistence on academic success throughout her life. The failure of her college entrance examination shattered her worldview. She instinctively felt as if her life was over, and dark thoughts of self-harm began to creep in. Her infatuation with Chen Yiwen was not solely rooted in first love. It served as an escape from the harsh realities of her situation, allowing her to breathe without the weight of her academic failure. "Chen Yiwen, I can't get into college. Can we still be together?" Chang Yuxi raised her tear-streaked face, her voice pitiful like that of an abandoned kitten. "It's all right. If worst comes to worst, you can repeat the year. But first, let us eat something." "You must be starving," Chen Yiwen replied. "Then, can you promise not to leave me?" Cheng Yuxi grasped his hand, her tone defiant yet vulnerable. "Of course, I want to leave. Just eat first. I'll keep you company," Chen Yiwen assured her, his voice tender, like that of a caring guardian. Tang Xiangping soon returned with a meal, and it struck Cheng Yuxi that she had neglected her appearance. Her face unwashed and her teeth unbrushed. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried off to freshen up. Moments later, Cheng Yuxi reappeared in a brown t-shirt and shorts, her legs pale and slim, yet appearing even more elongated than before. As she ate, she continued to cling to Chen Yiwen, fearful he might disappear. Tang Xiangping discreetly exited, wishing to afford the young couple more privacy. Cheng Yuxi soon relaxed, chattering animatedly about how she had never expected to miss the mark by just 1 point, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Chen Yiwen inquired about her second and third choices, but Cheng Yuxi stubbornly replied, "Since you are only going to the Polytechnic University, I must go there too. What is the point of attending another school without you?" Chen Yiwen fell silent, gently asking if she regretted her decision. Cheng Yuxi shook her head resolutely, stating, "Without you, I would go mad." A complicated wave of emotions washed over Chen Yiwen. He had not realized how significant he was to Cheng Yuxi. However, this weight felt oppressive. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "You should eat. Once you're finished, we can go for a walk. You've been cooped up for days." "Okay." Cheng Yuxi, indeed hungry, devoured her meal. Chen Yiwen couldn't help but chuckle at her voraciousness, causing her to blush and slow her pace. After they finished eating, Chen Yiwen kindly offered her a glass of water, encouraging her to take her time. Once the meal was over, he even helped her wash her hair, and these tender gestures calmed Chen Yushi's heart. She wished for time to slow down, savoring these moments that felt reminiscent of a couple in love. Chen Yiwen, Chen Yushi whispered, her eyes filled with longing. Do we still have a chance? She gazed at him imploringly. Chen Yiwen paused, then slowly replied, Of course, I will wait for you in Jinling. Chen Yushi's face brightened at his words. And after washing her hair, she felt revitalized. They ventured out for a stroll, allowing the fresh air to invigorate them, chatting as they walked, reminiscent of their days as high school classmates. To reassure Chen Yushi, Chen Yiwen promised to wait for her in Jinling, urging her to focus on her studies during the year ahead. Chen Yushi vowed to gain admission to the Polytechnic University, envisioning their reunion on campus. Only when Chen Yushi's spirits had completely stabilized did Chen Yiwen take his leave. Before departing, Tang Xiaoping curiously inquired, Which university did you get into, Chen Yiwen? Jinling Polytechnic University. Tang Xiaoping was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with questions. How did you manage that? She asked, bewildered, given her daughter's struggles. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yiwen was the top scholar of their cohort, having not presented at the parent-teacher meeting due to his busy schedule, and thus she had no knowledge of his accomplishments. Although she often heard his name from neighbors, she had assumed there were two students with the same name. Her biases led her to believe that Chen Yiwen had been a detrimental influence on Chen Yushi's academic performance, a notion typically associated with underachievers. Consequently, her first impression of him was unfavorable. Chen Yiwen, taken aback by her ignorance, felt a pang of frustration. Auntie, are you not aware? I'm the top scorer of the recent college entrance examination. If you had watched the news even a little, you would know. Tang Xiaoping's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Chen Yiwen? She stammered. Auntie, haven't you always known my name is Chen Yiwen? He regarded her with perplexity, wondering if she might be suffering from memory loss. After a moment, Tang Xiaoping struggled to comprehend. You really scored that well? I've always had good grades. Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoping was rendered speechless, gazing at the bright, clean-cut youth before her, who certainly embodied the image of a diligent student. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously categorized him as a slacker. You truly are the science top scorer? She asked, still grappling with disbelief. Auntie, perhaps you should watch some television or buy a newspaper. If all else fails, just ask Teacher Zhou, Chen Yiwen said, growing weary of the explanation, before turning to leave. Tang Xiaoping lingered in place, a whirlwind of regret and bitterness churning within her. Why had she been so foolish? Why had she acted impulsively? He was the top student. Hadn't that made them a perfect match with her daughter? How had it come to this? Yet, regardless of her regrets, the reality remained. And all she could do was watch Chen Yiwen's retreating figure, letting out a sigh of resignation. The matters concerning Chen Yushi have reached a temporary conclusion, allowing Chen Yiwen the opportunity to finally rest. During the remaining days of his vacation, however, Chen Yiwen did not remain idle, aside from his language studies. He arranged for the installation of 2 air conditioners at home, as the sweltering August heat was truly unbearable. Chen Meihua was somewhat surprised and inquired about the source of the funds for the air conditioners. Chen Yiwen casually mentioned that it was from a scholarship awarded by his school, and he had also penned some online novels. Chen Meihua quickly accepted this explanation. Considering her son was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, writing a novel to earn a little money seemed entirely reasonable. Through this period of endeavor, Chen Yiwen's features appeared more defined, and his aura more pronounced. Particularly after spending such an extended time at home, his complexion had significantly brightened. Having earned a modest sum, he deemed it prudent to indulge himself a little. Although most of his earnings were invested in stocks, he still managed to purchase a few garments and an iPhone. Coupled with 2 pairs of pristine Nike sneakers, he stood before the mirror, quite pleased with his appearance. Despite having allocated a substantial amount to stocks, he still had a reserve of 10,000 yuan at his disposal. Part of it was invested in Bitcoin, while he recalled a stock with a stable performance that he had been eyeing, prompting him to invest all he had without hesitation. He also spent 2,000 yuan on acquiring a driver's license. With these arrangements completed, September arrived swiftly. That evening, an unexpected guest appeared, Ji Sueki's father, Ji Jingfu. Ji Jingfu's cheerful demeanor sent a chill down Chen Yiwen's spine. Why was this middle-aged man staring at him so intently? Ji Jingfu was simply admiring Chen Yiwen. noting his excellent physical fitness, which made him an ideal candidate for military service. Upon discovering that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Ji Jingfu was even more impressed. What a well-rounded talent. The fact that Chen Yiwen shared a childhood bond with his daughter only intensified Ji Jingfu's admiration. He increasingly saw him as a potential son-in-law. Furthermore, upon subtly probing his daughter, he found that she harbored considerable affection for Chen Yiwen, prompting him to create opportunities for them to interact. He approached Chen Yiwen with an invitation to accompany him to school, offering to drive him there. At that moment, Chen Yiwen learned that Ji Sueki had indeed been accepted into Jinling University of Technology, the same institution he was attending. Although Ji Sueki had previously expressed her desire to enroll in a polytechnic university during their conversations, Chen Yiwen had thought she was jesting. He distinctly remembered that in his past life, Ji Sueki had been admitted to a university in another city. Everything had become utterly chaotic. Chapter 32. Jiling Chen Yiwen's school registration was set for September 15th, so naturally, he needed to embark on his journey to school by the 14th. As for Ji Jingfu's suggestion, he politely declined. The unexpected confession from Ji Sueki had left Chen Yiwen feeling somewhat awkward. The concept of a white moonlight was a beautiful yet unattainable ideal, only to be admired from afar. The thought of an actual relationship made him uncomfortable, as he found it rather strange. Therefore, it was best to maintain some distance. Moreover, the primary reason was that he simply did not find them appealing. The 30-something Chen Yiwen and the 18-year-old version of himself were two entirely different individuals, shaped by divergent experiences that led to varying perceptions. Both Ji Sueki and Cheng Yushi were beautiful, yet Chen Yiwen preferred a more voluptuous figure. They seemed too innocent, making it impossible for him to act upon his feelings. On the eve of his departure, Chen Meihua busily packed his bags, stuffing them with various local delicacies, even insisting on including 2 large bags of pancakes. After all, university life was a different experience. He would be living alone in a foreign place for half a year, and naturally, his mother was reluctant to let him go. This was the second time Chen Yiwen was experiencing such a moment. While he outwardly allowed her to pack, the next day he unpacked all the miscellaneous items, taking only a few clothes and shoes, and left without informing anyone. When Chen Meihua awoke and found her son missing, she was furious. She called him, exclaiming, "Have you truly grown wings? You don't even want me to accompany you to college?" Chen Yiwen could only helplessly respond, "Come on. I am at least the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Can you trust me? Don't worry, I can manage." As the bus slowly departed the station, Chen Yiwen felt a surge of emotions. This was his second departure from his hometown, and the experiences he had gone through felt like a dream. In 2010, his hometown appeared somewhat dilapidated, with makeshift blue roofs lining the outskirts and verdant farmland flanking both sides of the road. After approximately 4 hours on the bus, Chen Yiwen dozed off, and upon waking, he had arrived at the Jinling bus station. The ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. For centuries, it has held a significant geographical position, particularly after the founding of the country, which led to its vigorous development. Countless vehicles flowed through the city like blood through veins, breathing life into this vibrant metropolis. Although it was sweltering in September, the back-to-school season brought throngs of people, and he narrowly escaped being overwhelmed. Yet, the number of beautiful girls was indeed plentiful, clad in short shorts that showcased their long, fair legs, compelling Chen Yiwen to steal a few glances. Especially captivating were those wearing tank tops that revealed their delicate shoulders, adorned with light makeup that exuded both innocence and allure, truly enchanting. The sight of long legs clad in black stockings and high heels was a common spectacle. It was no wonder that in such a grand city, the abundance of beauties lifted Chen Yiwen's spirits. He had returned, indeed. Classes commenced on the 15th, but Chen Yiwen arrived 2 days early on the 13th, having reserved a 5-star suite with transportation included. A call was all it took for an older black Passat to arrive. Once outside, he felt as if the sky was the limit. This was the true beginning. The driver, a man in his 40s from Jinling, looked puzzled when he saw the young lad and asked, "What brings you to Jinling? Can someone so young afford a 5-star hotel?" Chen Yiwen responded in the local dialect, confidently stating that he was there to study. The driver, pleasantly surprised to encounter a local, became more engaged, and before long, they arrived at the hotel. After checking in with his ID, Chen Yiwen settled into the suite, which cost nearly 1,000 yuan. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, spacious, and conveniently located near the school. After a refreshing shower, he resumed his writing, In pursuit of convenience, he had invested 10,000 yuan in a MacBook. He casually composed a couple of pieces and noticed that the chat group was abuzz with activity. Suddenly, someone began sharing photos, piquing Chen Yiwen's interest. Previously, they had only shared images of legs and waists, but now someone had boldly posted a face photo. It seemed they had been chatting for quite some time, growing comfortable with one another, especially since the group predominantly consisted of women who felt no need for reservations. As he scrolled through the photos, Chen Yiwen was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated such attractive individuals among those who had time to read novels. Their appearances were quite impressive, perhaps even enhanced. But the photo editing technology of this era was not that advanced, was it? He found himself intrigued, as the images revealed a mix of youthful girls and mature women, all captivating in their own right. Before long, however, Chen Yiwen sensed something amiss. Why were the boundaries being pushed so far? Surely they had not forgotten that he was the group admin? He watched with delight, finding the female-centric conversations delightful and the shared photos a delightful treat. Just as he was about to close the window, another photo popped up. It appeared to be taken at a subway station, reflecting light from a mirror in the face. Oh no! His heart raced. This signal was unmistakable. The girl was exactly to his taste, dressed in a simple t-shirt and denim shorts that highlighted her fair and alluring legs. Her face was a perfect blend of innocence and desire. Perfect score. Chen Yiwen instinctively began rating her. He glanced at the ID, Su Zhizhi, and the subway station seemed vaguely familiar. Su Zhizhi, sisters, I have arrived in Jinling. Anyone up for some fun? A flurry of messages followed. Zhizhi, you're here so soon? Wow, you're gorgeous. Chen Yiwen recalled that he had occasionally noticed Su Zhizhi in the book club, where she frequently engaged in conversations and had quickly befriended others due to her amiable nature. This was the first time he had seen her photo, and her face radiated a blend of innocence and desire that left others wanting more. Zhizhi, your figure is incredible. It looks like your clothes are about to burst. I can't take it anymore. It's simply irresistible. Chen Yiwen, skeptical yet intrigued, scrutinized the image closely and swallowed hard. How could someone so extraordinary be a reader of his casual writing? The mere sight of her photo stirred something deep within him. He found it hard to tear himself away from the screen, engrossed in their conversations. Meanwhile, the group of female readers expressed their concern for Su Zhizhi, urging her to be cautious of strangers and not to engage with anyone unfamiliar. Su Zhizhi responded with a few adorable emojis, explaining that she had come for her studies. She had initially intended to check into a dormitory, but found that registration was currently unavailable. She sent a crying emoji, lamenting her lack of accommodation. Is there a kind sister willing to take Zhizhi in? I'm so scared. Su Zhizhi sent various pitiful emojis, all brimming with vulnerability. The concerned readers quickly chimed in. Unfortunately, I'm not in Jinling. Is there anyone in the group who can assist Zhizhi? We are a family. We must support one another. Exactly. Is anyone currently in Jinling? Su Zhizhi, feeling wronged, replied that she had hoped to book a hotel room, but everything was fully booked, leaving her with the grim prospect of sleeping on the streets. The compassionate sisters were in a frenzy, tagging other members for assistance. Chen Sheng, actually, I'm in Jinling. Wait, the author is speaking? Hold on, quickly update us, author. The author actually spoke? Author. Chen Yiwen never anticipated that merely sending a few simple words in the group would stir such a considerable response, unleashing a torrent of dozens of fellow readers. Chapter 33. First encounter. At this moment, the chat group erupted with excitement. Readers began to express their disbelief. Is it true? The author is in Jinling? How envious they were. Zhizhi was going to meet the author in advance. She wondered what the author looked like. A flurry of messages followed, with some urging the author to share a couple of photos in return for their own selfies. Others pressed the author to write more quickly, eager for updates. Chen Yiwen, however, chose to ignore the chatter and directly reached out to Su Zhizhi, adding her as a friend. Su Zhizhi was taken aback. She never expected the esteemed author would actually add her. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Could it be that she would truly meet the author? Her heart raced. Initially, she had only intended to meet some online friends, but now she had an invitation from the mysterious author. Typically, the author was rather aloof in the group, seldom speaking up. How surprising that he would initiate a conversation this time. A whirlwind of thoughts filled her mind. What did the author look like? Was he a mature and gentle handsome man? Or perhaps a rough, unkempt fellow? No, surely not. His writing was so exquisite, it felt like a gentle breeze. He must be a refined and charming gentleman. Yet, There was still a lingering uncertainty after all. His novels often depicted wild characters. What if he turned out to be a lecherous rogue? Su Zhizhi felt conflicted. Nevertheless, she genuinely enjoyed reading Chen Yiwen's novels, despite their intense themes. They were captivating and addictive, leaving her wanting more. Thus, her curiosity grew, bordering on admiration. She was eager to discover what kind of person could craft such stories. Yet, fear crept in. She had just turned 18, alone in a new city, devoid of any sense of security. What if she encountered a true villain? What should she do? Was he a predator or a charming gentleman? Or perhaps a successful, refined uncle? After much internal deliberation, she finally trembled as she accepted Chen Yiwen's friend request. Chen Yiwen got straight to the point. Do you have a place to stay? Have you contacted your parents or your homeroom teacher? I came alone. My parents are not here, and my homeroom teacher told me to figure it out myself, Su Zhizhi replied, her voice tinged with vulnerability. What about a hotel? I couldn't find one. They all said they were fully booked. From this exchange, Chen Yiwen grasped the situation. During the school season, it was nearly impossible for students to find no accommodation. It seemed she had fallen victim to unscrupulous opportunists. Given her student attire and innocent demeanor, they likely aimed to take advantage of her. Chen Yiwen surmised that she had been told there were no vacancies, save for exorbitantly priced luxury suites. Su Zhizhi likely sought to save money, hence her fruitless search. Chen Yiwen felt compelled to assist, not out of any ulterior motive, but simply because a young girl alone in a city deserved protection. Moreover, she was a devoted fan. How could he turn a blind eye? Thus, Chen Yiwen promptly messaged the group. Send me your location privately. I'll come find you. His intention was to reassure Su Zhizhi, knowing that with so many witnesses in the group, she might feel more at ease. As expected, the group buzzed with activity, a flurry of messages flooding in. Is this for real? Are you really going to meet? Oh no, my little Zhizhi. It feels like she might get taken away. Can't the author write a couple more words? Hurry up. Will Zhizhi get to see a photo of the author? The excitement within the chat escalated, with some teasing, others expressing envy, and a few declaring their intent to travel to meet Chen Yiwen in person. I'm here on business and leaving tomorrow, Chen Yiwen quickly clarified, hoping to dissuade anyone from rushing over. Noticing Su Zhizhi had been silent for a while, Chen Yiwen decided to share the hotel name. I'm at this 5-star hotel, but if you find a place to stay, that's fine too. The group buzzed with speculation. He revealed the hotel name. Zhizhi. Go ahead. The uncle shouldn't be a bad person. Exactly. He's a well-known author earning a decent living. We're here to watch out for you. In this era, the internet still held a certain innocence, with some people traveling great distances for a mere $6 meal. Consequently, many felt Chen Yiwen was quite trustworthy. After some hesitation, Su Zhizhi considered the group's reassurances and finally typed, Uncle, could you come pick me up? At that moment, seated on a public bench, Su Zhizhi was filled with trepidation. She envisioned a refined and gentle man, yet she also feared the possibility of encountering a lewd individual. Meanwhile, some of her fellow readers had quietly added her as friends, eager to discern the author's true appearance. Upon seeing messages from her friends, Su Zhizhi's nerves began to ease. Despite her vibrant online presence, she was, in reality, quite shy. Though she was beautiful, her family was strict, and she had few close friends outside of the internet, often considering her online acquaintances as confidants. She expressed her concerns to them, asking what she would do if the author turned out to be a lecherous man with ulterior motives. Her friends reassured her, don't worry, he's a reputable author. He wouldn't act that way. He might be a charming gentleman in his 30s, with a car and a home, the kind you read about in novels. Who knows? You might even have a whirlwind romance, and he might write a novel about you. Hearing this, Su Zhizhi felt a significant weight lift from her heart and smiled foolishly. What if they truly fell in love at first sight? Would she reject him? Moreover, given how adept he was at writing about domineering protagonists, could he possibly be modeling his characters after her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her face grew warm with embarrassment. Just then, a middle-aged man approached her. Hey there, young lady. Upon hearing the voice, Su Zhizhi turned, and her heart sank. A rather unsavory-looking man was grinning at her. In an instant, her face turned pale. It seemed all her fears were justified. Authors truly were often rather dubious characters. While she had anticipated that Chen Yiwen might be unattractive, she never expected him to be so distinctly unappealing. As he drew closer, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, shattering all her fanciful dreams. Reality proved to be harsh. Fantasies were merely that, fantasies. Young lady, I've seen you sitting here for quite a while. Don't you have anywhere to go? Why not come stay at my place for a night? The man chuckled, attempting to step closer to her. Su Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback by his words and instinctively stepped back, realizing with relief that he was not Chen Yiwen. She sighed in relief. Of course, she had no intention of accepting the man's offer. I'm sorry, I don't need to. I'm waiting for my boyfriend, she quickly replied, recalling her friend's advice that claiming to have a boyfriend could serve as a deterrent. Regrettably, the man saw through her intentions at a glance. He had been waiting nearby for a considerable time, and upon noticing the lack of people around, he decided to take action. This little girl, clearly alone and from out of town, presented an irresistible opportunity. With a sly grin, he approached her, his gaze fixated on Su Zhizhi's fair and alluring legs, his eyes nearly aflame with desire. Waiting for your boyfriend? It's quite late, and he hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he is not coming for you? Why not accompany your uncle instead? My bed is large and soft. You could rest well. Su Zhizhi was taken aback and quickly shook her head, reaching for her luggage in a bid to flee. The man, however, was in no rush, leisurely trailing behind her, a self-satisfied smirk adorning his face. Panic began to set in for Su Zhizhi as she ran, glancing back to gauge how far he was. In her distraction, she collided with someone, and with a slight ache in her forehead, she looked up to find herself in the embrace of a stranger. To her surprise, he was rather handsome, tall, and well-built, with a buzz cut that accentuated his sharp features, exuding a sun-kissed charm reminiscent of a celebrity. Chen Yiwen had reached a height of nearly 1.8 meters 2 months prior, and with recent growth, he now stood at 1.85 meters, clad in Nike sneakers, a simple white t-shirt, and black shorts. He radiated an aura of confidence and allure. Su Zhizhi quickly apologized, but Chen Yiwen ignored her, coldly addressing the middle-aged man behind him. Her boyfriend has arrived. What do you intend to do? With strikingly handsome features and an icy demeanor, his eyes held an unspoken fierceness, as if he were prepared to confront any threat. The middle-aged man, initially poised to retort, faltered under Chen's piercing gaze. Realizing he was no match for the imposing figure before him, he recoiled, retreating in defeat. Breathing a sigh of relief, Su Zhizhi felt fortunate to have encountered such a dashing young man who had come to her aid. Blushing, she graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Chen Yiwen studied her for a moment, noting that she was even more captivating in person than in her photographs. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, exuding a demure charm, complemented by a white t-shirt that accentuated her figure. The denim shorts showcased her long, enticing legs, adorned with white knee-high socks that added an air of innocence and allure. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Su Zhizhi sensed something amiss. Why was this handsome stranger staring at her so intently? Was she unwittingly stepping from the jaws of one danger into another? My boyfriend will be here shortly to pick me up. Thank you. I should be going, she stammered, cautiously dragging her luggage, eager to escape. As she prepared to turn away, Chen Yiwen chuckled softly. Su Zhizhi, when did I become your boyfriend? Chapter 34. Acquaintance surprise washed over Su Zhizhi as she realized he knew her name without her having mentioned it. Turning to see a knowing smile on his face, recognition dawned upon her. You uncle? Meanwhile, a flurry of messages filled the group chat. How's the uncle? Did you meet him? Zhizhi, darling, tell us. What does he look like? Why aren't you saying anything? Is he some creepy old man? My fantasies are shattered. I imagined a handsome, dashing figure. Has something happened? Why is she silent? Amidst the chaotic messages, Su Zhizhi glanced at Chen Yiwen's impassive expression, lowered her head, and cautiously typed, I met the uncle. He's very handsome. Anxiously, she switched off her phone, fearing Chen Yiwen would notice something amiss. The group chat erupted. Handsome? How handsome is handsome? Why the silence again? Tell us more. Can we get a photo? What's going on? No news from either of them. Could it be? No. Zhizhi is only 18. Has something happened? However, Su Zhizhi was too preoccupied to read the messages. She meekly followed behind Chen Yiwen like a quail. As they boarded the subway, Chen Yiwen's towering height, accentuated by sneakers, made him stand out. Su Zhizhi, in her shorts, exposed alluringly long legs, slender and straight, complemented by white mid-calf socks that added a touch of innocent allure. The journey was silent, as they hadn't engaged in conversation. The subway was unexpectedly crowded, with several men subtly edging closer to Su Zhizhi. Feeling uneasy, she tried to shrink away. Chen Yiwen was bewildered. Was this girl truly so naive? How could her parents let her wander alone? He mused. She's pretty and so innocent. Doesn't she fear being taken advantage of? Luckily, she met a good person like me. He grasped Su Jiji's hand, startling her. She looked up in confusion as Chen Yiwen simply said, "Come here." He pulled her into a corner, creating a barrier against the wall, shielding her from unwanted advances. Su Jiji froze, her body rigid, eyes tightly shut. After a moment, she cautiously opened them, realizing he was helping her, not assaulting her. Gazing at Chen Yiwen's radiant and handsome face, her heart fluttered. Being assaulted by this uncle wouldn't be so bad. She mused. Her face flushed, and she shook her head, scolding herself. How could you think that, Su Jiji? Yet, her mind raced with thoughts of how attractive the uncle was. Is he really the author? Why is he so young? His writing is so mature, unlike someone his age. Subconsciously, she still imagined Chen Yiwen as a man in his 30s. Could he be the author's son? I heard he was divorced with 2 kids. But if his son is this old, wouldn't he be in his 40s? She looked up, only to find Chen Yiwen staring at her. Startled, she averted her gaze. Chen Yiwen chuckled, finding her amusing. Standing so close, he could detect the subtle fragrance of her shampoo. You're so naive. How could you venture out alone? He asked. They're busy, and I didn't want to bother them, she mumbled shyly. Are you sure you can believe me? Aren't you afraid I'll abduct you and sell you? Chen Yiwen teased. Su Jiji shook her head, confidently retorting, You know my name. You must be the author or a friend. An author who earns tens of thousands a month wouldn't do such a thing. You're just trying to trick a child. Chen Yiwen was surprised by her quick wit. Despite her naivety, are you really the author of Azure Years? She asked, her voice laced with doubt. What do you think? Chen Yiwen replied with a smile. You don't really seem like it, she whispered. Then I'm not, he said dismissively. Please tell me. Su Jiji pleaded, batting her eyes and tugging at his sleeve. What is it? Do you know that men and women shouldn't be so close? Chen Yiwen feigned moral high ground. You write such explicit scenes in your novel. Yet you pretend to be a gentleman, she retorted. Really? Tell me what I wrote, Chen Yiwen challenged with a smile. Her face turned crimson as she recalled those passages. Stammering into silence. After exiting the subway, Chen Yiwen escorted Su Jiji to his 5-star hotel. Along the way, she peppered him with questions. What do you do? Are you the author or his son? You're supposed to be on a business trip, but you don't look old enough to have finished college. What kind of business trip is it? And aren't you supposed to be a man in his 30s? Were you lying in the group chat? Chen Yiwen was speechless, realizing how talkative she was once she warmed up. The 5-star hotel boasted excellent service, with a suite featuring a small balcony. As evening descended, the city lights twinkled outside. Chen Yiwen gazed at the nightscape while Su Jiji lurked behind him, initially apprehensive about being alone with a man. However, Chen Yiwen remained aloof, seemingly indifferent to her presence. This surprised her, making her slightly disappointed. Yet, it deepened her confusion. How could someone like him write that novel? It was Su Jiji's first time in a 5-star hotel, and she explored it with curiosity. After satisfying her curiosity, she sat down to check her phone, which was inundated with messages. Why is there no news? Has something happened? Surely not. An author who earns tens of thousands wouldn't do such a thing. Let's wait a bit. They might have just arrived at the hotel. It's almost 8 p.m. I'm so anxious. Touched by their concern, Su Jiji quickly typed a message. Don't worry, everyone. I'm at the hotel. The uncle is nice and handsome. She attached photos of the hotel, careful not to include Chen Yiwen. Privacy mattered, and Su Jiji was not foolish, despite her naivety. However, her friends were more interested in Chen Yiwen's appearance. Handsome was not enough. Perhaps she was being polite. Take a photo of the author. Yes, yes. Let us see how handsome he is. Why can't we see the author? Gazing at the screen, Su Jiji couldn't help but beam foolishly. The book enthusiasts in the group all assumed Chen Yiwen to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, yet she alone knew that the author was, in fact, a youthful and handsome man, a veritable heartthrob. Chen Yiwen, noticing the messages in the group, casually inquired, Shall we procure another room? No. The rooms here are quite exorbitant. I'm content with the sofa, Su Jiji promptly replied. Chen Yiwen nodded, stating, Why don't you freshen up first? I'll take you out for a meal afterward. I'll await you downstairs. Su Jiji was taken aback. She had merely been making a polite gesture, never anticipating that she would genuinely be relegated to the sofa. Chen Yiwen, of course, had spoken offhandedly. The rooms were indeed costly, and with his limited funds, prudence was paramount. Finding a spot to sit, he opened his laptop and sent a message. Rest assured, everyone, I've settled Su Jiji in. Wow, so considerate. I envy Jiji. She gets to lodge with the author. Woe is me. I yearn for such treatment. Chen Yiwen offered a couple of perfunctory replies before resuming his writing. After all, University military training loomed, and he needed to amass a stockpile of chapters to avoid a content drought. Moreover, Chen Yiwen didn't intend to write novels indefinitely. His primary goal was to earn seed money to become a successful stock investor and attain financial independence. Chen Yiwen, seated in the hotel lobby, typing away on his Apple laptop, indeed resembled a social elite, even attracting the attention of some mature women. However, Chen Yiwen remained aloof, politely declining their advances. Just then, a female attendant in a black uniform approached, softly inquiring, "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" Chen Yiwen requested a glass of plain water. Having mingled with his boss in numerous high-end establishments in his previous life as a mid-level manager, he was unfazed by such service personnel. He saw no need to order coffee or anything else for the evening. A glass of water would suffice. There was no need for embarrassment, as she was the service provider and Chen Yiwen was the consumer. Now at 700,000 words, Chen Yiwen was becoming concerned. He had exhausted his ideas, and the plot had grown increasingly far-fetched. Car accidents and amnesia were commonplace. Should he introduce a sibling subplot? Could he transform the protagonists into long-lost siblings? That would be rather audacious, and he struggled to envision a resolution. Eureka! I've got it. A win-win solution. An idea struck Chen Yiwen, and he began typing furiously. Just as the female lead was about to regain her memory and unite with the male lead, having squandered his fortune, had become penniless. The female lead, of course, didn't mind. Love conquers all, but as time wore on, she realized she didn't truly love the male lead. She was in love with the second male lead. And then she discovered the truth, that the female lead and male lead were half-siblings. Okay, building on this foundation, he devoted extensive text to explaining that the female lead was not a gold digger but had genuinely realized who she truly loved. Finally, he navigated this twist, directly elevating the second male lead to the protagonist, while the original male lead was temporarily sidelined. Chen Yiwen was thoroughly satisfied. Was it sufficiently far-fetched? Was it inventive enough? Most importantly, by switching the protagonist, he could continue to pad the word count. He could write about their sweet romance, their attendance at various banquets, and the delicious irony of pretending to be weak to catch the enemy off guard. Surely, he could stretch this out for another 200,000 words, right? Moreover, the second male lead was already wealthy, assertive, and deeply beloved by female readers, so despite the massive plot twist, the book not only didn't collapse, but became even more popular. Chapter 35. Embarrassment. Chen Yiwen truly exerted himself, pouring every ounce of creativity into depicting the female protagonist's psyche. He meticulously crafted nearly 30,000 words solely to solidify the pure and innocent image of the character. At last, he managed to preserve this persona. And once the novel was released, the readers erupted into a heated debate, dividing sharply into two factions centered around the male lead and the second male character. Supporters of the male lead argued that given his considerable sacrifices, he deserved to be with her. Otherwise, it would be utterly cruel. After all, he had spent his entire fortune on her, rendering him virtually destitute. A pitiable state indeed. Conversely, those favoring the second male character contended that no amount of sacrifice equated to love. Love should be pure and untainted. What did contributions and sympathy have to do with it? Moreover, the female protagonist and the male lead were siblings. How could they possibly end up together? Chen Yiwen nodded in satisfaction. If he managed to stir up such controversy, perhaps he could position the second male character as the protagonist in a sequel, thus reaping substantial rewards. After all, his audience comprised primarily female readers. Should he continue with the male lead, many storylines would be difficult to unfold. Given the adage that poverty brings sorrow to couples, who truly favors a penniless young man? Hey, uncle, why are you writing like this? It's too excessive. Su Zhizhi had approached unnoticed, tilting her head to sneak a peek for a while, pouting in dissatisfaction. Chen Yiwen was startled. How had she crept up on him so silently? He nearly suffered a heart attack and quickly shut his notebook, grumbling, "Why do you walk without making a sound? You scared me to death." Su Zhizhi, however, grinned mischievously. "It's because you were so focused. I couldn't bear to interrupt. So it's true that you wrote Qing Se Lun Yin, but why did you write it this way? I really like the male lead." Chen Yiwen was at a loss for words, retorting, "Are you not aware that eavesdropping is improper? It's fine, right? Can I take another look? I haven't finished yet." Su Zhizhi blinked her big eyes, attempting to act cute. Go away, go away." Chen Yiwen chose to ignore her and simply put away his computer. "Oh, how unfair." Su Zhizhi pouted in discontent. Chen Yiwen glanced at her. She was clad in a t-shirt paired with a brown pleated skirt, her long, slender legs accentuated, tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of innocence and charm. After her shower, she appeared even more beautiful, truly embodying the essence of a lotus flower emerging from the water. Uncle, I just saw that you have quite a bit of unpublished material. Can you let me see it first? I could help you brainstorm, Su Zhizhi said, her eyes filled with a pleading expression. You wish. That is not possible. I must treat all my readers equally. To show you first would be unfair to them. Chen Yiwen firmly declined. Come on, let us find a place to eat. Chen Yiwen was preparing to leave, but Su Zhizhi boldly stepped in front of him, confidently patting her ample curves, and declared, Uncle, since you've taken me in today, let me treat you to dinner. You? Chen Yiwen was taken aback, curiously inquiring. Didn't you say you didn't have much money? Hee, that's only because I didn't want to spend too much on the hotel. But when it comes to dining, I must indulge myself. Su Zhizhi replied cheerfully. Chen Yiwen never expected this girl to be so extravagant. She took him to a Japanese restaurant, which was quite pricey, around 300 per person. It seemed her family background was indeed respectable. Once the dishes arrived, Su Zhizhi immediately snapped photos from various angles, being careful not to include Chen Yiwen. She then proudly shared them in the group chat, eliciting envy from countless readers. Wow, Zhizhi is having dinner with the uncle. No way. Their relationship seems unusual. Could it be that they have feelings for each other? How infuriating. Everyone says the uncle is handsome, yet he never shares photos. What a stingy person. Forget all that. Zhizhi, hurry and urge the uncle to write more. He only updated twice today. It's simply insufficient. Chen Yiwen felt a bit helpless. The Japanese cuisine, though exquisite in appearance, left him unsatisfied, especially as a tall man standing at 1.8 meters. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Young girls gravitated towards visually appealing dishes, even if they lacked in taste and portion size. Nevertheless, the presentation was undeniably beautiful. As plate after plate of sashimi arrived, Chen Yiwen began to eat. The flavors were somewhat peculiar, cold and refreshing, but overall, it was quite good. He had rarely indulged in such delicacies in his past life, as his girlfriend at the time had little interest in them. While they dined, Chen Yiwen inquired, which university in Jinling are you attending? Su Zhizhi replied that she was enrolled in a second-tier university there. Chen Yiwen was taken aback. He recalled that his school was situated within a university town, and besides his polytechnic university, there was also a third-tier university nearby with second-tier programs. Could it be mere coincidence? After introducing herself, Su Zhizhi asked what brought Chen Yiwen there. He admitted he was also there to study. Su Zhizhi was astonished, not expecting him to be a student. She had always assumed he merely looked youthful yet had already graduated. To her surprise, he was in the same situation as herself. Subsequently, Chen Yiwen revealed everything without reservation. Su Zhizhi was even more astonished to learn that he attended the university right next door. Moreover, it was a polytechnic university. This indicated that Chen Yiwen's academic performance was commendable. Uncle, I remember that the admission scores for polytechnic universities are quite high. What was your score on the college entrance exam? Su Zhizhi curiously asked. I was the top science student. Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. Su Zhizhi blinked, pausing for a moment before incredulously exclaiming, Uncle, are you joking with me? I'm not joking. You can check. Jinling Satellite TV reported it. Chen Yiwen shot her a glance. Su Zhizhi quickly pulled out her phone to search and her eyes widened in disbelief as she read that Chen Yiwen was indeed the top scorer in the province. A prodigious talent in music, with even a video of him playing the piano. At that moment, Su Zhizhi felt as if she were in a dream. Staring blankly at him, Uncle, are you even human? A top scorer in the college entrance exam, writing novels during his exam period, earning over 10,000 a month. And a musical prodigy with exceptional piano skills. He must be a monster. Chen Yiwen felt somewhat helpless. Had he known he would disclose so much, he might have kept some details to himself. In truth, he didn't place much importance on his status as a top scorer. Considering it didn't yield any financial benefit, was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? After a long pause, Su Zhizhi finally regained her composure. Her big eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Chen Yiwen, genuinely praising him. Uncle, you're just too outstanding. That's just how it is. Chen Yiwen replied calmly. Speaking of which, does this mean I can read the novel in advance from now on? Su Zhizhi asked with a sweet smile. Keep dreaming. Chen Yiwen reiterated his refusal. Why not? Su Zhizhi said, looking pitiful. I've already said it's unfair to the other readers. Chen Yiwen replied coolly. Don't be like that, Uncle. I treated you to dinner. Su Zhizhi batted her eyelashes, attempting to charm him. Chen Yiwen cast a subtle glance her way, and she eagerly picked up a piece of sashimi to offer him. He took a bite, responding nonchalantly. Let us see how you behave. From that point on, Su Zhizhi endeavored to please him, meticulously attending to his needs, while Chen Yiwen naturally enjoyed her attentions. After finishing their Japanese meal, Su Zhizhi insisted on accompanying Chen Yiwen for a stroll. He was indifferent. Wandering around seemed pleasant enough, and while in the mall, he noticed a commemorative Longines watch, seemingly part of a promotional event. The Longines brand, in truth, is rather ordinary. However, its advertising campaigns are exceptionally effective. Initially a brand for the masses, it has seamlessly transitioned from the west to the east, establishing itself as a preferred choice among the middle class. Chen Yiwen found it quite appealing and recalled how this watch could escalate in price from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Why not seize such an opportunity? He promptly purchased it, while Su Zhizhi looked on with wide eyes, inwardly lamenting the wealth of the author. Having been accustomed to a lavish lifestyle in his previous life, Chen Yiwen spent without concern for his finances, buying what he liked. This was also the reason why, despite their combined savings totaling only 400,000, he and his wife had little to show for it. The sales assistant respectfully packaged the watch and handed it to Chen Yiwen. He unwrapped it and wore it on his wrist, feeling a noticeable change in his demeanor. After accompanying Su Zhizhi for a couple more rounds of shopping, he noticed her growing fatigue and suggested they head back. Before leaving, he decided to purchase a dress that had caught Su Zhizhi's eye. The young girl's eyes sparkled with delight, but due to her financial constraints, she refrained from buying it. Noticing her enthusiasm and the modest price of 400 yuan, he bought it for her. Su Zhizhi was taken aback and quickly insisted she didn't want it. Just take it. You treated me to dinner. And I dislike being indebted to others, Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. His words, though straightforward, were somewhat hurtful. Left with no choice, Su Zhizhi accepted the dress. However, on their way back, Su Zhizhi cast him a lingering, perplexed glance, pondering how such a straightforward man could compose such captivating novels. That evening, she was restless, tossing and turning on the couch, frequently disturbing Chen Yiwen. He felt helpless yet understood her anxiety. After all, she was a young girl away from home, sharing a room with a stranger, especially with school starting the next day. It was entirely normal for her to feel nervous. Yet, no matter how normal it was, he still needed his sleep. Chen Yiwen felt a twinge of regret. The following morning, Chen Yiwen awoke groggily, feeling a heavy weight upon him, as if something were pressing down. He reached out and felt something soft and bouncy. Su Zhizhi let out a soft moan, leaving him both startled and intrigued. Chen Yiwen's eyes flew open in disbelief. What on earth? When did she end up in his bed? Su Zhizhi was nestled against him, her entire form pressed against his chest, making it impossible to ignore the sight before him, especially in the morning when the day's possibilities loomed large. Chen Yiwen felt a surge of heat rising within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Thankfully, he managed to suppress that primal urge, attributing it to the youthfulness of his new body, which had been enhanced by the benefits of his rebirth. As he attempted to extract his arm, he realized Su Zhizhi was clutching him tightly, her thighs wrapped around his. No wonder he had lost all sensation in his hand. He had been trapped all night. Su Zhizhi, resembling a sleepy kitten, yawned and slowly opened her eyes, only to find Chen Yiwen staring back at her. Ah, she exclaimed, startled. Sitting upright and hastily covering herself with the blanket, trembling as she stammered, "What do you want?" After a few moments, she noticed her clothing was intact and breathed a sigh of relief. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Weren't you supposed to sleep on the sofa? How did you end up here?" Chen Yiwen replied, somewhat exasperated. Su Zhizhi blinked, seemingly dazed, possibly still waking up. It took her a moment to gather her thoughts. I might have gotten used to sleeping in a bed after getting up to use the restroom last night," she mumbled, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head. Yet, still feeling uneasy, she tentatively asked, "So, did you?" "No, I just woke up." Chen Yiwen quickly interjected, dismissing her concerns. "Oh, but why?" Su Zhizhi seemed puzzled, even pouting slightly. "Huh? It's not. What I meant was, I'm not unattractive, am I?" she asked bashfully, lowering her gaze. Chen Yiwen was utterly speechless, letting out a sigh as he prepared to rise. Suddenly, he realized he wasn't quite ready to get up and sat back down, clearing his throat. "You should go wash up first." Oh. Su Zhizhi nodded blankly, obediently heading to the bathroom. In the mirror, Su Zhizhi's face flushed crimson as she incredulously used her fingers to measure her size. "No way. Is it really that big?" Chapter 36. University. Though the morning was somewhat awkward, The subsequent events unfolded quite smoothly. By the time I rose, it was nearly 10 o'clock. After tidying up my belongings and taking a brief respite, I checked out at noon. Chen Yiwen invited Su Zhizhi to a nearby Grand Hotel for a meal. Initially, they planned to part ways afterward. But Su Zhizhi suggested they could go together since their university was in close proximity. Given this, Chen Yiwen had no objections, and the two of them hailed a taxi to the university. As Su Zhizhi rolled down the car window, she gazed curiously at her surroundings. Captivated by the sights of Jinling on her first visit, the September weather was pleasantly cool, and she relished the sensation of the gentle breeze as she leaned against the window. The driver exhibited commendable skill, navigating swiftly yet steadily, and before long, they arrived at the university town. Upon disembarking, Su Zhizhi appeared somewhat forlorn and turned to Chen Yiwen, inquiring if she could visit him later. After contemplating for a moment, he casually replied that she could reach out whenever she had the time. With that, he shouldered his backpack and departed without lingering. Su Zhizhi stood there for a while, lost in thought, before finally leaving. The university town was bustling with students, a testament to the beginning of the academic year. Fashionably dressed urban girls flaunted their long, fair legs, drawing the attention of passers-by. The disparities in students' backgrounds were evident. Some carried large containers, while others arrived in their own vehicles. A group of student volunteers stood at the entrance, welcoming newcomers, primarily consisting of second and third-year students. Not long after Chen Yiwen's arrival, a senior approached him. "Hello, are you here for registration?" she asked, wearing a red vest. With his commendable appearance, tall and dressed in a white polo, he stood out among those burdened with heavy bags. Carrying only a light backpack, he wore denim shorts and a pair of white Nike sneakers, suggesting a comfortable lifestyle. The senior, somewhat attractive, seemed flustered under his gaze. Chen Yiwen nodded and asked where he could register for the finance major. Upon receiving a response, her face lit up with a bright smile as she led him forward. Their conversation flowed naturally, but Chen Yiwen quickly discerned that her intentions were to sell him a phone card. However, as he already possessed a separate internet card, he showed little interest, leaving the senior feeling awkward. Despite her initial enthusiasm, Chen Yiwen's aloof demeanor rendered their interaction somewhat strained. Nevertheless, the senior remained intrigued by him, particularly because he owned an iPhone, a rare commodity in the 2010s, often associated with the infamous phrase of selling kidneys to afford one. Adorned with a Longines watch, he exuded a certain charm that surpassed the average student. Chen Yiwen offered a few perfunctory replies before entering the gymnasium, where students were registering. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, and his height allowed him to spot his class's registration area quickly. Two girls stood in front, engaged in animated chatter, and Chen Yiwen patiently queued behind them. The girls soon noticed him and exchanged glances while continuing their conversation. Unfazed, Chen Yiwen quietly occupied himself with his phone, playing games like Angry Birds, reliving nostalgic childhood moments. Before long, one of the girls could no longer contain her curiosity and struck up a conversation. "Are you also from our college?" "Yes," Chen Yiwen replied casually. This girl, likely also a first-time conversationalist with a stranger, seemed a bit shy and turned her head away momentarily. She then asked, "Are you here alone for registration?" "Yes." "Hee, that is quite impressive," she responded. Chen Yiwen, lacking any desire for further dialogue, merely offered polite acknowledgments. Yet, the girl, clearly interested, introduced herself as Lu Qinyu. As they proceeded with the registration process, the two girls struggled with some questions, and the counselor appeared to be new, fumbling through the instructions. Chen Yiwen sighed, unwilling to waste time, and stepped forward, advising, "Here. Just fill in the birthplace from your household registration." Lu Qinyu and her companion exchanged uncertain glances at the counselor, who nodded in relief. Under Chen Yiwen's guidance, they completed the forms swiftly, and the two girls cast grateful looks his way. Chen Yiwen shrugged off their gratitude and began filling out his own information. The counselor, appearing to be in her 20s, was slightly plump and around 175 centimeters tall, with fair skin and little real-world experience. Noticing Chen Yiwen's polished attire and articulate manner, Counselor Wu Han felt a twinge of curiosity and initiated a conversation. "Are you a local?" "I'm from out of town." "Did you come here alone?" "Yes." "Is this your first time as a counselor?" Generally, there's no need to explain everything to the students. Just tell them what to fill out and what not to fill out." Having completed his information, Chen Yiwen handed it to Wu Han, who looked bewildered, unable to pinpoint what fell off, and watched him leave in a daze. Chen Yiwen entered the dormitory building, briefly registered with the dormitory manager, paid the deposit, and received his key. After completing all the formalities, he ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the room, he was met with 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. It dawned on him that he was the last to arrive in the dormitory. After exchanging a few pleasantries and names with the 3 occupants, he formed a general impression of them. One was named Shi Hao, appearing tall and somewhat dark-skinned. Another was Feng Jie, who dressed stylishly in branded clothing and even offered cigarettes to his dorm mates. Expensive Zuanheman brand. The saying goes, smoke Zuanheman, love only one person in a lifetime. The last was Ping Yu, a fair-skinned young man wearing glasses who seemed rather reserved. After some small talk, Shi Hao inquired about everyone's ages, suggesting they could establish a hierarchy. Chen Yiwen was indifferent, having little interest in dormitory camaraderie, already contemplating earning some money to rent an apartment off campus instead. However, Feng Jie seemed reluctant. If they ranked by age, he would end up as second, which felt inadequate compared to the imposing Shi Hao. What's with this outdated notion? Feng Jie remarked, somewhat exasperated. Shi Hao defended the idea, asserting that it was a common trope on television. Feng Jie, finding it absurd, ceased further discussion. Among the dorm mates, Feng Jie found Chen Yiwen the most appealing due to his stylish attire and decent watch. Thus, he approached Chen Yiwen, asking, "Old Chen, is that a Longines watch?" "Yes," Chen Yiwen nodded, indicating he had recently purchased it. Feng Jie, intrigued, requested to have a closer look. Chen Yiwen, unconcerned, handed it over. After examining it carefully, Feng Jie recognized its value and grinned, saying, "Old Chen, that's quite something. I've seen this model before. It costs over 10,000. Even on sale, it's still around 6 or 7,000, right? Fortunately, I managed to get it for just under 6,000. Chen Yiwen remarked with a smile, "Wow, such good fortune. I must purchase one as well. Where can I find it?" Feng Jie, intrigued, inquired further. "That's the last one. I haven't seen any others available." "Goodness. Is a watch really that expensive?" "Old Chen, you must be quite wealthy." Shi Hao exclaimed exuberantly from the side. Feng Jie scoffed slightly, finding the reaction exaggerated. As his uncle owned a watch worth over 100,000, what was this mere 10,000 worth? Chen Yiwen quickly tidied up and expressed his intention to venture out to buy a few items. Curiously, Shi Hao and Feng Jie asked, "What are you going to buy?" "Some bedding, as I haven't brought anything with me," Chen Yiwen replied. "Then I shall accompany you. I need to purchase some water," Feng Jie promptly responded. "All right, I'll join as well," Shi Hao chimed in, feeling that buying water was a reasonable excuse, especially since he was feeling a bit parched. "Then, I shall go too," Ping Yu quietly interjected, aware that it would seem inappropriate for him to remain behind while the other 3 ventured out. Thus, a small group of 4 was formed, and they chatted and laughed as they made their way. Within the school, boys invariably discussed the alluring long legs of girls. Although the campus possessed its own charm, it was of little concern at that moment. Not long after, they encountered numerous girls strolling by. Shi Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, it was midsummer, and many wore light clothing, particularly shorts that showcased their fair and enticing long legs. Such sights were overwhelming for hormone-driven young men. "Wow, they are truly beautiful. Old Feng, old Chen," Shi Hao exclaimed, somewhat theatrically. "Such fuss over nothing. This is all quite ordinary," Feng Jie retorted dismissively. After exchanging a few words, the trio learned that Feng Jie hailed from the capital and came from a well-off family. "But why are you here when there are so many beauties in the capital?" Shi Hao expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, feeling that Feng Jie was exhibiting a touch of arrogance. "Well, what can I say? My girlfriend is here." Feng Jie feigned a look of distress. "Wait, you have a girlfriend?" Shi Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Feng Jie felt a rush of satisfaction, but maintained an air of indifference as he asked, "Why are you so worked up?" "It's just a girlfriend." "But isn't dating prohibited in high school?" Shi Hao questioned in confusion. "Who says one cannot date?" "It's not that serious," Feng Jie replied, somewhat exasperated. He turned to the tall and upright Chen Yiwen and asked, "Old Chen, what about you? Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, I haven't been doing well, so no girl would take an interest in me." Chen Yiwen chuckled lightly. Chapter 37. Life, is it true? "Old Chen, you don't have a partner?" Shi Hao found it hard to believe. After all, Chen Yiwen was quite striking in appearance and dressed well, making it difficult to accept that he was single. However, seeing Chen Yiwen's serious expression, Feng Jie felt it was indeed the case and took pride in suggesting, "It's fine. I'll invite my girlfriend to bring her roommate, and we can have a gathering between our 2 dormitories." "Wow, Feng Ge, you are quite the bro," Shi Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The three of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the supermarket, which was bustling with new students. So crowded that it was hard to move. Shihao watched the long-legged girls passing by, swallowing hard. He thought to himself, university life was indeed wonderful. The girls were dressed in black stockings, which was simply alluring. Wearing so little is almost like wearing nothing at all. He couldn't help but lament. Fang Jia was somewhat speechless. Why do you sound like you've just come out of Shaolin? Have you never seen a girl before? Especially with his volume drawing peculiar glances from others, making him feel quite embarrassed, he instinctively took a couple of steps back to maintain his distance. Could you please lower your voice? What if others hear you? Fang Jia couldn't help but chime in. Shihao realized his behavior was rather shameful and awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Peng Yu followed behind like a lackey, quietly listening to their conversation. Chen Yiwen paid little attention, casually selecting a set of bedding for around 300 yuan, which he found quite satisfactory. Old Chen, are you really bringing nothing at all? Fang Jia asked, exaggerating his disbelief. Of course, why would I lie to you? Chen Yiwen replied. Fang Jia couldn't help but scoff. Ah, you are so clever. Bringing so little makes it easy. Unlike me, lugging around so much stuff. I'm exhausted. Apart from Chen Yiwen purchasing some daily necessities, Fang Jia bought a few drinks and some toilet paper. Since they weren't very familiar yet, they each bought their own items and returned to the dormitory together. Chen Yiwen pulled out his phone and noticed several messages from Su Zhizhi. Uncle, have you arrived at school? I'm so tired. I have to move all this stuff by myself. Boo-hoo, why aren't you responding? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yiwen decided to reply. Just had something to attend to. How's everything on your end? Not long after sending the message, Su Zhizhi promptly replied, I'm doing well. My roommates are nice. And we're having milk tea together. Accompanying her message was a photo of Su Zhizhi holding the drink. Her sweet smile reminiscent of a popular girl from a previous life. Additionally, there was another message. Jisweki, have you arrived at school yet? Facing this former object of admiration, Chen Yiwen felt rather awkward and declined her invitation to join her, but to his surprise, she still messaged him upon arrival. Yes, I have, Chen Yiwen responded. However, the other party didn't reply immediately, possibly preoccupied with something else, so Chen Yiwen put his phone away. Once everyone settled into the dormitory, there wasn't much conversation, and they each engaged in their own activities. Fang Jia, sensing the need to break the ice, asked, Shall we play cards together? I only know how to play Do Di Zhu, Shihao answered. I'm fine with anything, Chen Yiwen nodded indifferently. Ah, I don't know how to play. Ping Yu quietly interjected. No worries, we can still play with 3 people. Xiaoyu, just watch us for now. And you'll learn, Shihao suggested. Oh, but how long will it take to learn just by watching? Besides, playing with 3 isn't that fun. My girlfriend is free. Should we invite her to join? Fang Jia piped up. All right, I'm curious to see what old Fang's girlfriend looks like. Shihao quickly agreed. Then, Peng Yu, will you keep an eye on the dorm while we're gone? Chen Yiwen asked, to which Peng Yu obediently nodded. Thus, the 3 of them left the dormitory, chatting and laughing as they walked to the cafeteria near the girls' dormitory, where they could play cards. Upon arrival, they noticed a graceful girl standing nearby, seemingly waiting for someone. Shihao's eyes lit up as he quickly called over Chen Yiwen and Fang Jia, exclaiming, Old Chen, old Fang, there's a stunning beauty ahead. What do you think? How many points would you give her? Chen Yiwen glanced over and believed she deserved a score of 9. Even though he hadn't seen her face yet, her figure was truly impressive. She stood at least 1.72 meters tall, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue denim shorts, her long legs were simply captivating. Having seen many beautiful legs, this one undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, perfectly straight and proportionate, as if 2/3 of her was leg. She must be studying dance, otherwise, her leg shape wouldn't be so flawless. With slender calves and elegantly toned thighs that didn't appear overly skinny, Fang Jia, however, beamed with pride and shouted, Anya. Upon hearing his voice, the girl turned around, slightly displeased, and remarked, Why did you arrive so late? Goodness, not only was her figure exceptional, but her face was also quite beautiful. Unlike Su Zhizhi's innocent charm or Jisweki's aloof demeanor, this girl had captivating phoenix eyes, exuding both a sense of coolness and a hint of allure. My apologies. I just arrived at school and am not too familiar with the place, Fang Jia said with a sincere expression. Shihao was taken aback. Having never encountered such a beautiful girl before, he was astonished to learn she was Fang Jia's girlfriend. He initially wanted to say something, but upon approaching, he hesitated and awkwardly greeted, Sister-in-law, hello? However, Anya frowned, clearly displeased, and retorted, "What are you saying? Aren't you Fang Jie's girlfriend?" Shihao asked, perplexed. "I haven't agreed to that yet. Don't make assumptions," Anya scoffed, rolling her eyes. Isn't it just a matter of time?" Fang Jie scratched his head awkwardly. Shihao quickly understood that the two weren't officially in a relationship yet and couldn't help but chuckle. "I knew it. How could a guy like Fang Jie have such a beautiful girlfriend?" The four of them entered the cafeteria and found a table by the window. Anya comfortably settled in, engrossed in her phone, while Fang Jie eagerly stood up to buy 4 bottles of drinks. "Old Fang is generous," Shihao exclaimed, a bit taken aback, grinning foolishly. Anya glanced at Shihao with a frown, clearly unimpressed. Fang Jie took out 2 decks of cards and asked, "What game shall we play? We need some stakes, otherwise it's quite dull." Anya replied listlessly, "It would be more fun with some stakes." Shihao cheerfully replied, "Absolutely. A bit of stakes makes the game more interesting." Yet, Anya ignored him. Fang Jie nodded in agreement, looking at Chen Yiwen, who was indifferent as well. "How about we make it 60 cents? Fang Jie proposed. "The base is 60 cents, and bombs double the stakes," Anya said while sipping her cola, her cherry red lips enticingly painted, truly alluring. Shihao remarked with a grin, "Looks like sister-in-law knows the rules well." Anya cast a disdainful glance at Shihao. She found him bothersome as he repeatedly tried to engage her in conversation. However, Shihao, undeterred, excitedly exclaimed, "Let us get started." Fang Jie began dealing the cards, and Chen Yiwen was merely playing casually, fortuitously receiving the landlord cards, but feeling his hand was poor and chose not to claim them. Anya unceremoniously took the landlord cards, laughing, "I'm a girl. Shouldn't you gentlemen show some chivalry?" Shihao nodded vigorously, affirming her point. Although the base was only 60 cents, bombs could lead to significant losses, sometimes even up to 1,000. Chen Yiwen was quite familiar with this aspect, having played cards with his superiors in his previous life to build rapport. He had little interest in playing cards, occasionally glancing at his phone, where he discovered numerous messages awaiting his attention. "Jisweki, where are you now? Would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yiwen decided to decline the invitation. "Su Jiji, uncle, would you like to have dinner together tonight?" "Adorable. Are you inviting me for a meal, or simply seeking free entertainment?" Frustrated, "Oh, it's just dinner." Shy, Chen Yiwen chuckled softly, noticing another message had arrived. "Chen Yushi, Chen Yiwen, have you arrived at school? I miss you so much." Chen Yiwen fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The thought of waiting a year to be in a romantic relationship with Chen Yushi during university felt rather casual to him. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he had become accustomed to the notion of love, realizing that what many referred to as love at first sight was merely a fleeting novelty. Perhaps by the time he waited a year for her, others would have already discovered a new version of himself in their senior year. One must never place their hopes for love upon others, for it is a path that inevitably leads to heartache. After a moment's hesitation, he typed a brief message. "I've arrived. Focus on your studies, and keep up the good work." The 3 companions nearby were thoroughly enjoying their game, particularly Shihao, who was playing exceptionally well, even discarding several bombs in his excitement. Anya, the landlord, felt somewhat displeased, but she was skilled enough to cast a glance at Shihao, one he could hardly resist. In an unexpected turn, he indeed let her win, holding onto his cards without playing them. Anya seized the opportunity, promptly discarding her single cards in one breath, executing a beautiful strategy that left Shihao utterly defeated. Originally, Shihao had a 2 in hand, confident of victory, especially since Anya held over 10 cards. He could hardly believe that she could defeat him with such a hand. Yet, to his astonishment, Anya possessed a heavenly bomb that no one could counter, followed by a sequence of cards that cleared the table in 2 rounds. Shihao was left dumbfounded. "I've won. Pay up," Anya said with a beaming smile. Though the base amount was merely 60 cents, multiple bombs had accumulated to over 30 yuan. Upon hearing the sum, Shihao turned pale. "Quickly hand over the money. And don't even think about shirking your debt," Anya said playfully, her previous aloof demeanor now transformed into vibrant charm. Shihao's face flushed with indignation, provoked by Anya's words. Who would shirk their debts? "Just remember, can't we settle up together after the game?" "That's not an option," Anya firmly shook her head, extending her small hand towards Fang Jie for payment. Fang Jie obediently complied, handing over the money. Anya then turned to Chen Yiwen, who casually offered a 50, and she cheerfully returned with change. Finally, she reached out to Shihao for his share. Seeing that both others had paid, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. Chapter 38. The game with a dejected demeanor. Shihao handed money to Anya, muttering, "Sister-in-law, you're quite the player, yet you claim you don't know how to play? I won't be holding back this time." Anya chuckled. "Oh, I'm so scared this round." It was Shihao who shuffled the cards while Anya cast a curious glance at Chen Yiwen. Throughout the previous game, Chen had been eerily silent, almost invisible, until his generous display of cash drew her attention. Upon closer observation, she noted that although his attire was simple, it fit him impeccably, hinting at a comfortable background. He possessed a tall, well-defined physique and striking features. Yet, he had not engaged with her, unlike Shihao, who frequently initiated conversation. This piqued Anya's interest, prompting her to lean closer and inquire, "Hey, is that the latest model of the iPhone you're using?" Chen Yiwen was taken aback by her approach, particularly as she leaned in close enough for him to catch a whiff of her perfume. He frowned and promptly locked his phone. Why the sudden lock? Could he be hiding something? Anya pouted, casting an irritated glance at him. Chen, however, paid her little mind, though her alluring long legs brushed against him, their pale skin almost dazzling. "Why don't we switch phones for a bit? I've never tried an iPhone before. I wanted one for school, but my family disagreed," Anya suggested, leveraging her beauty to sway him, though Chen was unimpressed. "If you like it so much, why not have your boyfriend buy you one?" Chen replied with a smile. Fang Jie, nearby, chuckled, thinking to himself how loyal Chan was, even providing a subtle assist. Anya, perched on her chair with her long, fair legs crossed elegantly, adorned with light makeup that accentuated her features, rested her chin on one hand and said playfully, "Don't get the wrong idea. Ajie and I are merely high school friends. We haven't progressed to a romantic relationship yet. Do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Yiwen found the question amusing, while Fang Jie merely grinned, seemingly tamed by Anya during their high school days. "So what if I don't? Are you suggesting I should be your boyfriend?" Chen retorted. "Well, that's not entirely out of the question," Anya replied with a teasing lilt. Fang Jie interjected, unable to contain himself. "Come on, Chen, she's just joking. Don't take it seriously." Chen, of course, was unfazed by a young girl's banter. Anya persisted, "Why not switch phones and play?" Chen redirected the conversation, suggesting they resume the game. Shihao eagerly chimed in, "Yes, let's play. We've already lost over 100. I can't wait to get back in the game." Having lost over 30 yuan, Shihao was keen to reclaim his losses. Anya, sensing Chen's deliberate avoidance, huffed in annoyance but remained seated beside him, initiating the second round. In this round, Shihao was the dealer, and he chuckled gleefully upon seeing his hand. "Sister-in-law, this time I won't go easy on you." "Is that so?" "We'll see," Anya replied, unfazed. Noticing Chen's continued silence and lack of card play, she curiously asked, "Do you not know how to play?" Chen simply replied with a non-committal prompting Anya to lean in closer, whispering, "I'll teach you how to play later." Anya was drawn to Chen, not only for his looks, but also for his refined appearance and pleasant scent, which made her instinctively want to get closer. As the game unfolded, Shihao, brimming with confidence, laid down several bombs, eager to recoup his losses. However, before he could revel in his strategy, Fang Jie threw down a bomb, disrupting Shihao's play. Shihao's face paled. This was a significant gamble, and he realized that a loss would set him back over 60 yuan. His remaining cards were insufficient, leaving him to hope for another opportunity. Unfortunately, Fang Jie was aligned with Anya, intentionally playing single cards for her to pick up, which she did, discarding a pair and a sequence. "Pay up," Anya beamed, extending her hand. Shihao's expression soured, yet he reluctantly nodded and handed over the money. Deep down, he felt anxious. Having come from a modest background with a monthly allowance of merely 600 yuan, he had already lost over 100. However, with so many witnesses, he felt compelled to maintain his pride. Noticing Shihao's discomfort, Chen Yiwen suggested, "How about we ease up on the stakes? After all, we're all students and may not have much to spare." "Oh, I'm fine. I won quite a bit today," Anya chimed cheerfully. Yet at that moment, Shihao, in a fit of bravado, slammed down his remaining 400 yuan on the table. "Not a problem. Let's keep going. It's not like I'm broke. So what is there to fear? You all can win and leave, but that won't do." Anya smiled, encouragingly. Shihao, flattered by Anya's praise, grinned, of course. "I'm a man of my word." Chen could only sigh in resignation as the third round commenced. This time, Anya dealt the cards, and Shihao played aggressively, immediately laying down sequences and bombs, eager to dominate the game. His hand was remarkably strong, and it wasn't long before he was down to a single card. Suddenly, Fang Jie threw down a pair, prompting Anya to take her turn. "What are you doing, old Fang?" Shihao grumbled. My bad. I had no idea she could match that, Fang Jie replied sheepishly. No worries. I've got this, Chen Yiwen said calmly, discarding a bomb. Anya glanced at Chen, intrigued by his sudden assertiveness after his previous silence. With the bomb played, Chen swiftly followed it with a sequence, prompting Shihao to exclaim, nice play. Yet, at that moment, Fang Jie tossed down another bomb, interrupting Chen's hand. Shihao's expression shifted instantaneously as Anya smirked mischievously. No worries, brothers, I can play through this. Trust me. Fang Jie coughed, attempting to downplay his actions. Yet, it was evident to all that he was deliberately assisting Anya. Akin to a game of big and small landlords. Chen, perceiving the situation clearly, smiled and discarded 4 sixes. Sorry, I have a bomb. Fang Jie was taken aback. Quickly insisting, old Chen, I can still play. Not a problem, I can play too. After all, we're all just farmers here, Chen chuckled, discarding a sequence and emptying his hand. The round escalated to a staggering 140 yuan, with Anya, as the dealer, suffering a significant loss of over 400 yuan. Fuming, she shot an indignant glance at Chen. Wait a minute, you had such a good hand? Just lucky, Chen replied casually. Shihao, reveling in the moment, urged, enough chatter, hand over the cash. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, what, Anya? Are you trying to avoid paying? Anya scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a small amount. Why would I avoid payment? She rummaged through her bag for cash, searching for what felt like an eternity before suddenly halting, saying, I came in a rush and didn't bring enough money. Fang Jie, can you help me out? Huh? Fang Jie was taken aback. What do you mean, huh? Who instructed you to unleash the bomb? 3 burly boys are bullying me. Humph. Fang Jie, you have truly disappointed me. Anya exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Fang Jie felt a sense of profound helplessness. His initial intention was to assist Anya. But little did he know that Chen Yiwen was a master of disguise. He yearned to clarify the situation, yet words seemed to evade him, especially with Shihao and Chen Yiwen observing closely. Ultimately, Fang Jie acquiesced and lent Anya the money. After all, being from the capital, his monthly allowance was nearly 2,000, rendering the sum inconsequential. Isn't this sufficient? It may not appear much, yet it totals over 100, Chen Yiwen remarked once more. Anya, however, was displeased. With a huff, she retorted, I've come to realize that you are the most insidious, deliberately concealing your hand. Just fortunate, that's all, Chen Yiwen replied, exasperated. Absolutely not. I refuse to concede. Anya was indignant, as she had previously amassed considerable wins, yet now found herself on the losing end. Meanwhile, Shihao sensed a turn of fortune. Having performed poorly in the previous 3 rounds, he was determined to seize victory this time. As the final round approached, Fang Jie naturally sided with Anya. The trio unanimously agreed to continue, and Chen Yiwen, indifferent to their agreement, believed that with his exceptional skills, he would not suffer significant losses. It was Shihao who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. As the game progressed, fortunes fluctuated, although Shihao's complexion grew increasingly pale as Anya consistently triumphed. Just when it seemed all was lost, Shihao experienced a stroke of luck, winning back a significant amount, prompting a long sigh of relief. Yet Anya sensed something was amiss. Having played since childhood, she had always emerged victorious in her matches, so why was she now neither winning nor losing? Soon, she discerned a troubling truth. Chen Yiwen had quietly amassed over 300 in winnings. No one had noticed his success, as he rarely called out during the game. Nor did he boast or gloat, which allowed him to fade from their attention. Realizing this, Anya cast a resentful glance at Chen Yiwen, astonished to find herself outplayed by such a skilled opponent. Shihao, finally exhaling with relief, scrutinized his own results and noted that he had only lost a little over 100. It was then that he observed a small mountain of coins beside Chen Yiwen, causing him to exclaim, What the? Old Chen, how did you win so much? I have no recollection of it. Humph, what did you expect? Others are truly adept at concealing their prowess. Anya scoffed, casting a glum look at Chen Yiwen. Just luck, Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. Chapter 39, The Election. Anya, with a hint of impatience, exclaimed, You've won so much. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Shihao chimed in, Indeed, old Chen. Shouldn't the victor host a feast? Chen Yiwen shrugged, indifferent to the expense. Fang Jie, having gathered the playing cards, suggested, Let's head back first. At that moment, Shihao slyly trailed Chen Yiwen, flattering him. Old Chen, you're quite the card player. Would you mind teaching me a thing or two? Anya rose from her seat, ignoring Fang Jie, and fixated her gaze on Chen Yiwen, commanding him, Chen Yiwen, wait a moment. Chen Yiwen, puzzled, inquired what she wanted. Give me your QQ number. Anya replied nonchalantly. Chen Yiwen frowned involuntarily. Anya's tone was excessively presumptuous, prompting him to dismiss her request without a second thought. It was evident that Anya had been pampered since childhood, surrounded by admirers and enjoying numerous privileges, leading her to adopt an arrogant demeanor, believing that boys should pander to her. However, Chen Yiwen was not one to indulge her. While she was undoubtedly beautiful, the world was never short of stunning girls. You. Anya stomped her foot in frustration, but Chen Yiwen turned away, leaving her without further words. Fang Jie, puzzled, asked, what do you need his QQ for? Humph. That Chen Yiwen is infuriating. I need to add him so I can scold him properly. By the way, aren't you his roommate? Make sure you give me his QQ number later, Anya said, her irritation evident. Fang Jie couldn't help but chuckle, finding Anya adorably childlike, and nodded obediently. After the roll call, the first class meeting of university was about to commence, so the group decided to return to their dorms to freshen up and change. On the way, Fang Jie asked for Chen Yiwen's QQ number, which he readily provided, as they needed it for communication being roommates. However, Fang Jie had ulterior motives. Hee. Old Chen, I just sent your QQ to Anya, Fang Jie remarked after adding him. Chen Yiwen found this rather strange. Was Fang Jie really giving his QQ to pursue a girlfriend? How bizarre. He casually remarked, you really have guts. Aren't you worried I might steal your girl? Hee. If you can, go ahead, Fang Jie chuckled, showing no concern. Being a native of the capital, he felt a sense of confidence ingrained from childhood education that categorized people into two types, those from the capital and those from elsewhere. In blunt terms, everyone outside the capital was considered provincial, hardly worth mentioning. Thus, Fang Jie felt an unspoken superiority when interacting with Chen Yiwen and others. Even if Chen Yiwen appeared quite competent, Fang Jie still looked down upon him. Unless Anya had lost her senses, how could she possibly fancy a country bumpkin? Is that so? Chen Yiwen chuckled softly. Fang Jie, believing Chen Yiwen was skeptical, smugly continued, there are things you wouldn't understand. Our elders established a rule that only those from the capital can date one another. If you choose someone from outside, you risk being disowned. Shi Hao, overhearing this, was displeased, expressing, what era are we living in? The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Chen Yiwen chose not to engage further, deeming it unnecessary to argue with the child. After a brief tidying up, the three prepared to head to the bathhouse. It was the afternoon, arguably the most beautiful time of summer, with second and third year students playing football nearby, and couples strolling hand in hand on the track. It was a time that exuded a sense of languor and weariness. As they exited the bathhouse, Shi Hao's keen eyes caught sight of girls, and he eagerly began discussing with Fang Jie. Most girls, freshly bathed, were quite lovely, especially those in short shorts that revealed their fair, enticing thighs. While bathing, Shi Hao couldn't help but comment, Ping Yu is such an outcast. He won't join us for cards, nor will he come to bathe. It's rather dull. While saying this, he slyly reached for Fang Jie's facial cleanser. Hey, what are you doing? Fang Jie, startled, exclaimed as he noticed a hand reaching for him. Hee, let me borrow it. Fang Gu, Shi Hao chuckled. Fang Jie, feeling exasperated, reluctantly allowed it, thinking since Shi Hao had already used it, he might as well ask Chen Yiwen if he needed some. Chen Yiwen shook his head, indicating he had his own. After finishing their baths around 6 o'clock, they wasted no time and hurried to their classroom. By then, the area around the school was relatively quiet, with most students either in their dorms or out on dates. Upon arriving at the classroom, they found a decent number of students already present. Ping Yu had arrived early and was seated alone at the back. Ping Yu, how ungrateful. You didn't wait for us, Shi Hao said, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Peng Yu opened his mouth slightly, at a loss for words. Not bad. Our class has quite a few pretty girls, Fang Jie remarked, grinning as he surveyed the female classmates around. You already have Anya, don't you? Chen Yiwen teased. Hey, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? It doesn't stop me from appreciating beauty, Fang Jie replied nonchalantly, which amused Chen Yiwen. When Anya was nearby, he was meek as a quail, but now he was brimming with confidence. Shi Hao, don't pick on Ping Yu anymore, Fang Jie chuckled. Shi Hao, with an arm around Peng Yu's neck, released him upon hearing this, feigning innocence. What? I'm just trying to bond. As time passed, more girls entered the room. Among them one who looked somewhat familiar. She specifically greeted Chen Yiwen, and he began to recall her name, Lu Qinyu, if he remembered correctly. Shi Hao and Fang Jie were left speechless, expressing that it was rather unfair for Chen Yiwen to know a female classmate without them realizing. Though Lu Qinyu was average-looking, She had dressed up enough to possess some charm. However, the most striking was a girl named Shihan, clad in a white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, showcasing her long, fair legs. Overall, she was quite captivating, causing Shihao to gulp and ask Fang Jie for advice on how to strike up a conversation. Around 6:30, their counselor, Wu Han, arrived, stating that the homeroom teacher was unable to attend, so he would preside over the meeting. He spoke for nearly half an hour, primarily discussing safety and military training, announcing that 2 class monitors would be selected and inquiring if anyone was willing to take on the role. Surrounded by shy first-year students, there was a noticeable hesitance, with many exchanging glances but few speaking up. Fang Jie, feeling a spark of ambition, whispered, "Old Chen, old Shi, do you think I should run for class monitor?" After all, being from the capital, he felt emboldened, and being a monitor would certainly impress Anya. "Go for it. That way, our dorm would have someone in a position of authority." Upon hearing this, Fang Jie decided to raise his hand in contention. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wu Han interjected, "By the way, we have a student named Chen Yiwen, right?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding students paused, pondering who this Chen Yiwen was. It seemed he had some connection with the counselor. Could he possibly have special relations? Chen Yiwen, a bit bewildered, stood up and asked, "What is it?" Wu Han smiled and then announced directly, "Since no one is competing, I shall appoint Chen Yiwen as the class monitor." Chen Yiwen was momentarily taken aback. Great. Shihao was the first to applaud, as he naturally wanted to support his dorm mate. Soon, applause resonated around the room, and just like that, Chen Yiwen inexplicably became the class monitor. Wu Han nodded in satisfaction. He held a favorable impression of Chen Yiwen, who had stood out among his peers, who were all nervously reporting in. This young man, however, was refreshingly different, even casually questioning whether it was Wu Han's first time as a counselor. So impressive. All right. You shall be the class monitor. After all, having a capable class monitor would certainly ease the counselor's burden, and Wu Han believed Chen Yiwen fit the bill perfectly. Thus directly appointing him, the class began discussing Chen Yiwen. After all, he was quite handsome, and it seemed he had a good rapport with the counselor, drawing further attention. Chen Yiwen sat down, still bewildered, and said somewhat exasperatedly, "Fang Jie, didn't you say you were going to run for this? Why didn't you raise your hand?" Fang Jie chuckled mischievously. "Oh, it doesn't matter. You think it's any different? Besides, someone from our dorm has got your back." Next came the election for the female class monitor. It was evident that the girls were far more proactive than the boys, while the boys hesitated. 4 or 5 girls eagerly raised their hands. Wu Han nodded in approval, as competition made things interesting. "All right, why don't you come up and introduce yourselves, so your classmates can vote?" Among them was the most beautiful girl, Shihan, who dressed far more fashionably than her peers and wore light makeup that accentuated her purity and charm. She maintained a gentle smile, naturally endearing herself to others. Speaking confidently, she offered her assistance to anyone seeking to find a partner, promising to help make connections. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause, with her exceptional appearance and eloquence. She overwhelmingly secured the position of female class monitor. With both class monitors elected, Wu Han took the stage to clarify that this was merely a temporary election, primarily to maintain order during military training. A formal election would be held after the training, including positions for sports and cultural committee members, encouraging anyone interested to run. Wu Han glanced at the time, feeling it was quite late, and said, "The 2 monitors can stay behind, the rest may leave." As the others gradually departed, Fang Jie and his companions displayed their loyalty by waiting outside for Chen Yiwen, along with Shihan's 3 roommates. Wu Han informed them that during military training, they would be mixed with another camp, resulting in separate male and female formations. Given that the counselors would not be able to intervene, they would need to look out for one another. Chen Yiwen and Shihan nodded in agreement. Wu Han smiled at Chen Yiwen, feeling that this student was particularly special, and extended his hand, saying, "Chen Yiwen, this is my first time as a counselor. I look forward to your guidance." Chen Yiwen chuckled upon hearing this, understanding the implication, and reciprocated the gesture, mutual guidance. Shihan noticed Wu Han's distinctive attitude towards Chen Yiwen and scrutinized him closely. Chapter 40 Cousin Old Fang, look at that girl. Shihao suddenly exclaimed with excitement, giving Fang Jie a vigorous pat on the back. "Hey, don't be so rough." Fang Jie grimaced, feeling the sting from the forceful slap. Following Shihao's gaze, Fang Jie couldn't help but be captivated by a girl standing outside, clad in a white t-shirt and shorts, her feet adorned with white sneakers. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her innocent, adorable features were accentuated by the cup of milk tea in one hand and a phone in the other as she leaned against a wall, engaged in a game. Passers-by, both boys and girls, stole glances. Her beauty was indeed striking. Looks like she's waiting for someone. I wonder if it's a friend or a boyfriend. What a lucky guy to have such a beautiful girlfriend, Fang Jie muttered. Come on, Fang Ge, don't you have Anya? Shi Hao teased. Aren't you satisfied? Of course. Anya is the best, but too bad she hasn't agreed yet, Fang Jie replied, feeling a swell of pride at the compliment. His phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw a message from Anya saying that her dorm-mates had arrived, and they were all quite beautiful. You guys are in for a treat. Shi Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Fang Jie to inquire if Anya's friends were single. Fang Jie obliged, and soon learned that all of Anya's roommates were indeed available. Shi Hao was thrilled and declared that they could head out for a social gathering once Chen Yiwen returned. At that moment, Chen Yiwen had just exited the classroom and noticed numerous messages from Su Zhizhi, inquiring about his whereabouts. Just as he was about to respond, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and he turned to find Su Zhizhi standing right there. How did you know I was here? Chen Yiwen asked, puzzled. Hee. I asked around. Why are you taking so long to come out? I've been waiting forever. Su Zhizhi pouted in complaint. I had matters to discuss with my counselor. Chen Yiwen chuckled. Meanwhile, Shi Hao and Fang Jie were dumbfounded, having just been lamenting about which fortunate guy had such a beautiful girlfriend, only to realize it was their own roommate. Wait, old Chen, didn't you say you were single? Who is she? Fang Jie rushed over to inquire. Su Zhizhi was undeniably stunning, rivaling Anya in looks, making it impossible to ignore her presence. Shi Hao stepped forward, eager to clarify. Su Zhizhi smiled coyly, standing next to Chen Yiwen, waiting for him to introduce her. This is my cousin, Chen Yiwen said with a smile. Knowing he couldn't very well say she was just a friend or a fan, Fang Jie and the others were taken aback, surprised that Chen Yiwen had such a beautiful cousin. However, Su Zhizhi appeared somewhat displeased, pouting and playfully hitting Chen Yiwen. Who is her cousin? I even brought you milk tea. Despite Chen Yiwen's declaration, it was evident to onlookers that Su Zhizhi's affectionate demeanor suggested a deeper relationship than mere cousins. Fang Jie grinned. Old Chen, is she really your cousin? Chen Yiwen deflected, changing the subject. I'm taking her out for dinner today, so I want to be joining you guys tonight. Fang Jie nodded, understanding. As Chen Yiwen prepared to leave with Su Zhizhi, he noticed she was still sulking, refusing to budge. With no other choice, he gently took her hand and led her away. On a tranquil summer night, the woods were alive with the cacophony of chirping insects. In this age, the stars still twinkled brilliantly against the dark sky. As Chen Yiwen held Su Zhizhi's hand, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, with Su Zhizhi resting her head on his arm. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere as Su Zhizhi animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from school. If I had known, I would have tried to get into your university. It seems like a lovely environment. Why would you want to attend my university? The entrance scores are quite high. Chen Yiwen replied. So what? Who knows? Maybe I could have made it if I had tried harder, she retorted playfully. Oh, and why do you want to come here? Because your university has a great environment, and it's closer to you, Su Zhizhi said shyly, her voice diminishing. Why do you want to be closer to me? Chen Yiwen teased, leaning in closer. Su Zhizhi gazed at his face, her heart racing, unsure of how to respond. Hey, are you secretly taking advantage of me? Chen Yiwen feigned surprise, glancing at his arm where she held on. Su Zhizhi's cheeks flushed with indignation, pouting in silence. Don't be upset. I was just joking, Chen Yiwen chuckled, finding her irritation quite endearing. You always tease me. It's infuriating. Su Zhizhi pouted. All right then. How about I treat you to something to eat? Chen Yiwen suggested. I want strawberry cake. She replied eagerly. Chen Yiwen realized that she had quite the sweet tooth. If you love cake so much, you might end up gaining weight, and then no one will want you, he chuckled. You. Su Zhizhi was furious, reaching out to hit him, but he swiftly dodged, laughing as he teased, why are girls so wild? Su Zhizhi chased him, and they playfully ran through the small grove, laughing and bantering. Chen Yiwen, slow down. Then why don't you run faster? You're just bullying me. Who says bullying is allowed? Then teach me how to bully. Meanwhile, Fang Jie and Shi Hao arrived at the school cafeteria, where Anya, dressed in a fitted dress that accentuated her tall and sexy figure, had thrown on a jacket due to the evening chill. Upon seeing Fang Jie, she remarked, why did you arrive so late? Sorry, I was waiting for old Chen. Fang Jie replied apologetically. Hearing this, Anya felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to confront him, but when she looked around, She noticed Chen Yiwen was nowhere to be found, with only Shi Hao and Peng Yu beside Fang Jie. Where's Chen Yiwen? Anya's brow furrowed. Old Chen went to accompany his girlfriend, Fang Jie awkwardly explained. Girlfriend? Anya was about to question further when a voice from behind interrupted her. This voice belonged to a strikingly aloof girl standing behind Anya. Who is she? Fang Jie asked, intrigued. This is my roommate, Ji Sueki, Anya introduced. Dressed in simple casual attire, Ji Sueki may have lacked in stature but was stunningly exquisite, her natural beauty captivating even without makeup. Our Ji Sueki came specifically to find Chen Yiwen, and now he is a no-show. Doesn't he want to treat us to dinner? Anya said somewhat displeased. Not at all. Old Chen really does have a girlfriend, Fang Jie hastily clarified. Anya, if Chen Yiwen isn't coming, let us introduce your roommates, Shi Hao suggested. Eyeing the three beautiful girls behind Anya with eagerness. Reluctantly, Anya glanced at Ji Sueki and said, Sueki, it seems we have no choice. Shall we head to dinner first? Previously, the girls hadn't been too familiar with each other, but upon mentioning Chen Yiwen, Ji Sueki's demeanor shifted from aloof to eager. As she asked if she could add Anya on social media. The moment has finally arrived, yet Chen Yiwen is absent, leaving Anya feeling rather embarrassed. Especially since she had previously guaranteed his presence. Ji Sueki glanced around and, upon confirming Chen Yiwen's absence, coolly remarked, since Chen Yiwen is not here, I shall take my leave. Please don't go. Even if Chen Yiwen is absent, it doesn't mean we can't enjoy a meal together. Fang Jie. You must treat us to dinner, Anya quickly urged, commanding Fang Jie to host them. Naturally, Fang Jie was more than willing. As who wouldn't want to treat such stunning beauties? However, Ji Sueki remained unyielding, saying with indifference, You all go ahead. I need to call my mother. I sincerely apologize. Nearby, another elegant girl named Lu Mengyan, possessing a poised and refined demeanor, chimed in, Sueki, I'll accompany you. Lu Mengyan had never been particularly fond of such gatherings, but felt compelled to join since her three roommates had agreed. Now that Ji Sueki wished to leave, she too was reluctant to stay behind. The last girl, Jiang Rue, who exuded an air of sophistication and had the most enviable figure among them, hesitated momentarily. With two roommates departing, she pondered her own decision. Yet, upon glancing at Anya, Jiang Rue decided to remain. As it would be rather awkward for just one person to stay behind. Anya frowned slightly, feeling displeased with Ji Sueki's haughty demeanor. It seemed inconsiderate to leave without any regard for her feelings. Ji Sueki, however, ignored her entirely and walked off with Lu Mengyan. This roommate truly lacks courtesy. We agreed on a dinner, and now she reneges, leaving me utterly humiliated. Anya exclaimed in frustration. The promised social gathering had fallen to pieces due to Chen Yiwen's absence, and Anya harbored a strong resentment towards him. Fang Jie could only smile apologetically, assuring her that he would have a word with old Chen upon returning. Shi Hao, standing alongside, vowed to support Anya in seeking retribution. Unfortunately, despite their reassurances, Anya appeared rather disinterested, ordering just a couple of dishes and asking Jiang Rue to order a few more, since Fang Jie was footing the bill. Jiang Rue mentioned that she wasn't very hungry, leading to a simple meal in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen took Su Zhizhi to a charming dessert shop to enjoy a slice of cake. This establishment, having been around for some time, boasted exquisite decor and attracted numerous patrons. Su Zhizhi quite fancied the place, and the two shared laughter, with Su Zhizhi being particularly amused by Chen Yiwen's corny jokes, which left her in stitches. Chen Yiwen, perplexed by her amusement, questioned what was so funny, to which Su Zhizhi, pouting, retorted, How can you not find any joy in your writing? Chen Yiwen could only respond with resignation, suggesting that perhaps he simply lacked enthusiasm. Su Zhizhi huffed in dissatisfaction. Chapter 41. Ambiguity. After finishing their meal, the two meandered around the university town, a place brimming with delightful diversions. Su Zhizhi was exhilarated, finding everything around her novel and enchanting. In contrast, Chen Yiwen had long since grown weary of these sights, feeling rather indifferent. Around 9 in the evening, Chen Yiwen escorted Su Zhizhi back to her school, which, though pleasant, paled in comparison to the Institute of Technology. The narrow paths were dotted with couples strolling hand in hand. As they ambled along, the atmosphere grew increasingly suggestive. Su Zhizhi lowered her gaze, appearing hesitant. And after what felt like an eternity, she mustered the courage to inquire, Chen Yiwen, is there a girl you like? Chen Yiwen shrugged, indicating that he did not. Su Zhizhi, blushing, concealed her rosy cheeks and quietly asked, "What type do you prefer?" Chen Yiwen pondered for a moment before replying that he favored those who were lively and cheerful. Su Zhizhi's heart leaped with joy, and she wished to express her feelings. But at that moment, Chen Yiwen interrupted, asking if they had arrived at her dorm. His tone was flat, as if he were perpetually indifferent to everything around him, a demeanor he often exhibited. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Su Zhizhi hesitated and ultimately refrained from confessing her feelings. After all, Chen Yiwen was not only a renowned novelist, but also a top scholar, a musical prodigy, and his appearance was merely a trivial aspect of his brilliance. How could someone as exceptional as he ever notice her? She was, at best, just an ordinary student from a second-tier university. If she were to confess and he rejected her, it would ruin any chance of even being friends. Reluctantly, Su Zhizhi nodded. "All right, you should head back." Chen Yiwen turned to leave, but Su Zhizhi suddenly called out to him. "Chen Yiwen." In that instant, time seemed to slow, and Su Zhizhi felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Chen Yiwen turned back, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, her face tinged with crimson, Su Zhizhi remarked, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." Chen Yiwen glanced up, nodding in agreement. The clouds were absent, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade down, enveloping the scene in a romantic aura. Yet, it was evident that Su Zhizhi sought a different response. Disappointment washed over her as she lowered her head and returned to her dormitory. Chen Yiwen stood momentarily dazed, puzzled by the encounter. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. He didn't invest much thought into matters between boys and girls. However, after walking a few steps, something struck him. And he muttered in surprise, "Could it be?" At that moment, his phone vibrated. Su Zhizhi had sent a message, inquiring whether he had returned to his dorm. Chen Yiwen pondered briefly before responding, "Su Zhizhi, do you happen to like me?" After sending the message, he reached his dormitory, where Fang Jie and Shihao were engrossed in a card game, while Peng Yu sat quietly reading. Chen Yiwen realized that among them, only Peng Yu seemed dedicated to studying, leaving him baffled as to how the others had gained admission to their institution. Fang Jie, upon seeing Chen Yiwen, immediately began to lament. "Chen Yiwen, you've really put me in a bind this time. I got an earful from Inya all because of you." Confused, Chen Yiwen asked, "Why would she scold you in my absence?" "Don't even get me started. One of her roommates is drop-dead gorgeous and seems to be from the same place as you. They were apparently looking for you, but since you weren't around, they left, and the whole event was a disaster," Shihao chimed in. Chen Yiwen glanced at his phone and noticed Su Zhizhi had messaged again. "Oh, come on. Don't flatter yourself. She was just checking on you. Focus on your writing and don't overthink things." Chen Yiwen chuckled. "Is that so? I suppose I was mistaken. Of course, I'm not exaggerating. Inya's roommate is genuinely stunning. You should have seen her. If I were you, I would be filled with regret," Shihao declared. Chen Yiwen shrugged, unconcerned, and casually remarked, "If she's that beautiful, why didn't you pursue her? She wouldn't look at us, and when she saw you weren't there, she just walked away. Besides, I already have my sights set on someone, Jiang Ruirue. Fang Ge, it's up to you and Inya to help me out with this," Shihao exclaimed excitedly. Fang Jie retorted, "You little rascal. When you need something, I'm Fang Ge. When you don't, I'm just old Fang." He then patted his chest, declaring, "It's all trivial. We're brothers, so of course, I'll help you." Shihao grinned widely. The dinner that evening consisted of Fang Jie, Shihao, and Ya, and Jiang Ruirue dining together. Peng Yu, not fond of such gatherings, departed early, while Fang Jie and the others found it convenient, as it made for a perfect pairing. Shihao was indeed smitten with Jiang Ruirue. She was exceptionally beautiful, with delicate features and an enviable figure. Her curves formed a graceful S-shape, suggesting she must have engaged in some form of physical training. Among all the stunning women he had encountered at school, Jiang Rui's physique was undoubtedly top tier. Shihao, captivated, found himself staring at her throughout the meal, appearing rather foolish. Inya, known for her playful nature, found his behavior amusing and teased him, asking, "Is Jiang Ruirue pretty?" Shihao eagerly affirmed her beauty. "Do you like her?" Inya probed, to which Shihao enthusiastically replied, "Of course." Inya laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. "You're quite bold, falling for her at first sight." Shihao's face turned as red as a tomato as he stammered, I didn't mean it that way." It was clear that Inya was playfully teasing Shihao, yet he was oblivious to her intentions, reveling in the moment. For Jiang Ruirue was indeed stunning, and he genuinely liked her. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruirue, sitting nearby, began to feel uncomfortable. She had only accompanied Inya to avoid awkwardness. Getting Yet's teasing made her feel sidelined, prompting her to lower her head and focus on her phone. Shihao, however, misread the situation, thinking that Zhang Rurue was merely shy and interested in him, but not speaking up. Originally, Fang Jie had offered to pay for dinner, but Shihao insisted on treating them, displaying unexpected determination. Fang Jie initially thought Shihao was just being polite, but when he realized Shihao was serious, he had no choice but to let him pay. And he was overjoyed, saying with a grin, "Who would have thought you were such a big spender? Too bad the cafeteria food isn't great. We should go out to eat sometime. Will you be able to arrange that, boss Shi?" Shihao confidently replied, "Of course." After the meal, Shihao remained in high spirits, continually asking Fang Jie if he and Zhang Rurue would hit it off. Fang Jie, considering the situation, assured him, "Absolutely. My brother is top-notch." Shihao's confidence soared, vowing to pursue Zhang Rurue with determination. When Chen Yiwen returned, Shihao eagerly relayed every detail to him. Chen Yiwen listened with little interest, but Shihao was unfazed as he sought to impress Fang Jie, hoping he would convince Yu to bring her roommate out for more fun. After climbing into bed, Chen Yiwen noticed a message from his mother. "Have you arrived at school?" This reminded him that he had yet to inform her of his safe arrival. He promptly got out of bed, went outside the dormitory, and called her. In September, the summer night sparkled with stars. On the first day of school, the atmosphere within the dormitory was harmonious, despite their initial unfamiliarity and the distances that separated them. However, being peers allowed them to quickly grow acquainted. Each dormitory had its own unique stories, filled with countless students sharing their experiences. Some spoke of their hometowns, others discussed computers or the intricacies of human anatomy. The melodious sound of a guitar could be heard, with no mention of Nanshan Nan or Miss Dong, as the artistic souls preferred the music of Pushu and Su Wei. Thus began the brief yet splendid chapter of university life. As my mother sat beside me, she incessantly expressed her concerns about the outside world, cautioning me to be vigilant when venturing out alone and to avoid any disputes. She even inquired if I missed home. With a smile, I reassured her that I was quite capable of taking care of myself, alleviating her worries. She remarked on the considerable changes I had undergone, noting that since a few months prior, she had recognized my potential. However, she insisted that if I ever found myself short of funds while away, I should not hesitate to reach out, as she still had some savings. On this occasion, I had departed without even bringing my tuition fees, leaving with nothing but empty hands. Though my mother's words often echoed the same sentiments, her profound concern remained unwavering. I reflected on the 3 years spent in vocational school, which had felt remarkably similar. Lost in thought, I softly acknowledged her words. At that moment, Fang Jie approached, offering me a cigarette from Zuanheman. Though I had previously quit smoking, I accepted it out of respect for my new roommate, and for some inexplicable reason, I found myself yearning for a smoke. Fang Jie kindly offered to light it for me, to which I replied with a grateful smile. "What's that supposed to mean?" Fang Jie grumbled, slightly discontented. "We're all roommates, brothers even. There's no need for thanks." I chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Taking a deep drag, I exhaled a cloud of smoke, expertly flicking the ash away. Fang Jie's eyes lit up as he remarked, "Old Chen, you're quite the veteran smoker. Your smoking style resembles that of my father." I responded with a smile, asserting that smoking is not a commendable habit and that one should quit if possible. Fang Jie teased, "Come on, old Chen, you're being too pretentious." Meanwhile, Shihao chuckled nearby, while Ping Yu, who neither smoked nor enjoyed the smell, remained seated in the dormitory. At that moment, the three of us outside shared a cigarette, and the atmosphere lightened as we began discussing our lives. Fang Jie boldly proclaimed, "We'll be living together for 4 years. We are now brothers bound by shared experiences. And with military training ahead, we've already tackled 2 of life's 3 great challenges." Shihao eagerly nodded, stating that his happiness would hinge on Fang Jie's support. Fang Jie readily agreed, then turned to me, asking how I felt about it. With a smile, I replied that we would surely coexist harmoniously, but reminded him that we were 4 in total. Why not include Ayu? Fang Jie sheepishly scratched his head, admitting that he had momentarily forgotten about Peng Yu, whose presence seemed less pronounced. Shihao concurred, noting that Ping Yu appeared somewhat aloof and solitary. Regardless, I reasoned, they were still our roommates. It was natural for there to be some personality differences, given our diverse backgrounds. We should strive to be more accommodating. Fang Jie nodded, acknowledging the validity of my statement. Although Shihao seemed somewhat skeptical, he could only acquiesce in light of our shared sentiments. Chapter 42. The Girl on the First Night of College. It was typically a time for late-night chats. However, Fang Jie and Shi Hao were utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Chen Yiwen played with his phone for a while and noticed that Ji Sueki had sent him a message. "Are you there?" After a moment of contemplation, he decided against responding, opting instead to feign sleep. As he closed his eyes, he drifted into a hazy slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by the resounding thunder of an approaching storm, reminiscent of an army of thousands. Shi Hao, the fellow sleeper, snored loudly, akin to the sounds of battle. Initially, it was bearable with just one snorer, but with Fang Jie joining in, it became a relentless duet. Chen Yiwen endured until 3 a.m., ultimately succumbing to sleep after a mere 4 hours, as adjusting to communal living proved challenging. His habit of morning exercise, however, compelled him to rise early. Dressed in athletic gear, he made his way to the playground, which was sparsely populated with a slightly damp lawn. A few boys and girls were engaged in morning exercises. The boys donned casual t-shirts and shorts, while the girls sported athletic tank tops and extremely short shorts, their fitted attire accentuating their alluring figures. Chen Yiwen warmed up before commencing his workout. Thanks to the benefits of his rebirth and months of continuous training, his physique had improved remarkably, with well-defined muscles that set him apart in the college crowd. His stamina exceeded that of those around him, while others jogged slowly. He maintained a steady pace, effortlessly completing lap after lap without breaking a sweat. The girls at the engineering university were quite appealing, with long, powerful legs and captivating waist-to-hip ratios. After a couple of laps, Chen Yiwen noticed a girl who seemed to be the most stunning on the field, her physique striking enough to rival Su Zhizhi. Her body appeared sculpted, with natural curves that flowed beautifully, wearing a tank top that clung to her upper body. Her slender waist was exposed, showcasing a tantalizing hint of abs. Her waist was so thin it seemed one hand could encircle it, and her hip-to-waist ratio was nothing short of perfection. Chen Yiwen found himself quite taken with this athletic girl. Her focused running was captivating. Of course, he was not the only one enchanted. Several boys nearby attempted to run in front of her, hoping to catch her attention. However, she seemed rather aloof and, showing impressive stamina, quickly outpaced them. Chen Yiwen silently followed, intrigued to see just how fast she could run. The surrounding boys struggled to keep up with her, and after 2 laps, only Chen Yiwen and one other boy remained. As they completed another 2 laps, the other boy also faltered. "We need to keep training," Chen Yiwen remarked with a smile. "Damn it," the boy muttered in frustration. It wasn't entirely their fault. The girl was quite clever, maintaining her own pace while alternating between speeding up and slowing down, which disrupted the rhythm of those trailing her. She was aware of the presence behind her and, upon glancing back to assess how many remained, realized it was only Chen Yiwen. With a sudden burst of speed, she attempted to shake him off. After 2 more laps, she began to tire and slowed down to rest. Just then, Chen Yiwen surged past her. "Still need to train," he commented nonchalantly, startled by his sudden appearance and words. The girl quickly realized that Chen Yiwen had already left her behind. With an expressionless face, she remained unfazed, continuing at her own pace without considering a pursuit. Chen Yiwen, meanwhile, continued running, completing over 10 laps before gradually coming to a stop to stretch. The girl walked beside him, her leggings accentuating her long, slender legs. A few boys approached, claiming to be from the sports department and asking if she wanted to join. She shook her head, firmly declining. Yet, the boys persisted, chatting incessantly and stating they believed she had talent, only to awkwardly inquire if she had a boyfriend mid-conversation. Throughout the exchange, the girl paid them little attention. But the boys, akin to persistent flies, refused to take the hint. Chen Yiwen observed this behavior, bemused by how students at a respectable engineering university could act so foolishly, harassing someone who clearly was not interested. He stepped forward, calmly stating, "If she isn't interested, why do you keep asking?" The group, outnumbered but emboldened, glared at Chen Yiwen and asked, "Who do you think you are?" Chen Yiwen took a couple of steps closer, his expression impassive. "Which department are you from? What is your name?" His tall stature towered over the boys, the height difference imposing an invisible pressure that made them uneasy, despite their numbers. One boy mustered the courage to ask, "What is it to you? Is that so? You claim to be from the sports department, right? I believe it's overseen by someone named Chao Shuang. I might just call to verify your identity." Chen Yiwen replied with a cold smirk, reaching for his phone. Though he had no idea who Chao Shuang was, he had an impressive memory and had previously perused the university's introduction, memorizing names from various departments. The boys were taken aback, confronted with Chen Yiwen's confident demeanor and his casual mention of a faculty member's name. Could he truly be a new instructor? Although he appeared youthful, such cases were not uncommon. After all, it was entirely possible for someone in their 20s to be a teacher. Chen Yiwen's act was so convincing that the boys were genuinely intimidated, hastily apologizing, with their leader asserting they would not dare to offend him. Then leave quickly. Chen Yiwen waved dismissively. Relieved, the boys scurried away. As they departed, the girl expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Chen Yiwen simply nodded, advising her to be cautious when jogging in the future, as he would not always be there to intervene. Indeed, the girl was undeniably beautiful. Her athletic physique accentuated by her snug leggings, which left little to the imagination, especially when she leaned down, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. She nodded eagerly, reiterating her thanks. With some free time, Chen Yiwen ran a couple more laps, during which the girl trailed closely behind him. Although a few boys initially considered approaching her, they quickly dismissed the idea upon noticing Chen Yiwen's presence. The two appeared much like a couple, and the others were not foolish enough to invite awkwardness. As they jogged, they struck up a conversation. The girl introduced herself as Jiang Rue and inquired about Chen Yiwen's name. Hearing her name prompted him to glance at her again, to which he replied casually, "Just call me teacher." "Well, I should at least know your surname." Jiang Rue smiled, pressing for more information. "My surname is Chen," he replied nonchalantly. "Oh, very well then, teacher Chen," she said. Her curiosity piqued as she sensed an air of mystery surrounding him. The more he withheld, the more intrigued she became. Perhaps due to his role as a teacher, Jiang Rue was less aloof than before, appearing quite amiable. As they conversed further, it became increasingly apparent that Chen Yiwen possessed a wealth of knowledge and exhibited gentlemanly qualities, standing out as remarkably exceptional compared to his peers. As she contemplated, Jiang Rue could not help but inquire, "Teacher Chen, when will you come running in the future? Can we run together?" "It depends," Chen Yiwen replied. Reluctantly, Jiang Rue expressed her disappointment and added, "Then can we exchange QQ numbers?" Chen Yiwen pondered for a moment, but did not decline. Suddenly, he recalled that last night, Shihao mentioned Jiang Rue's phone was unable to access the internet, for which he lamented for quite some time. After adding QQ, Chen Yiwen said little more and departed. After jogging to the cafeteria for breakfast, he reflected for a while and decided to bring back a few buns. Upon returning to the dormitory around 10 o'clock, he found Shihao and Feng Jie still asleep, their snores resonating in the air. In contrast, Pingyu was seated by the window, engrossed in his studies, truly a diligent student. "Brother Yiwen," Pingyu greeted him as he entered. "Were you awakened by the noise too?" Chen Yiwen asked with a smile. Pingyu merely chuckled in response. Chen Yiwen placed the buns and soy milk on the table. "Breakfast for you guys." "Oh, I don't need any." Pingyu attempted to decline. "No worries. It's unhealthy to skip breakfast, and since I've already bought it, it's just enough for 3 people. Chen Yiwen reassured him with a grin. "Thank you," Pingyu replied, appearing somewhat reserved. Chen Yiwen returned to his bed and opened his laptop. He had received a payment of 90,000 from his writing, which he promptly invested entirely in stocks. With the foresight of a reborn individual, he had already earned 200,000 in the stock market. In the nearby university town, a property was priced at 600,000, with a down payment of approximately 120,000. Chen Yiwen had enough funds to purchase a unit, especially since it was 2010, and buying property was generally a surefire investment. However, after careful consideration, he decided to set this idea aside as the property prices in the university town were quite inflated, making purchases there less than advantageous, unless one ventured to Puku. But at this time, the subway was not operational, making commuting to the university inconvenient. Moreover, purchasing a modest property now would not suffice for his aspirations of wealth. It would be wiser to wait until he could afford a home that truly suited his desires. He concluded that acquiring a car would be a more prudent initial investment. For a man without a family must prioritize his vehicle. The more he pondered, the more he believed that owning a car would alleviate the inconvenience of relying on taxis for daily errands. Thus, he donned his clothing and left the campus in search of a 4S dealership. Upon entering, he noticed a young salesman who did not pay him much heed, allowing him to browse at his leisure. After some deliberation, Chen Yiwen settled on an Audi A4, finding it quite appealing as he sat inside. In this era, the car resonated well with his tastes. Chapter 43. Purchasing a car. The sales representative initially perceived Chen Yiwen as merely a university student who enjoyed taking photographs and showing off. After some contemplation, he intended to gently dismiss Chen. However, to his surprise, Chen Yiwen expressed genuine interest in the vehicle, inquiring directly, "Is there an available unit of this model?" The sales representative paused momentarily but promptly responded, "Yes, we have one in white." "White?" Chen Yiwen mused, finding it acceptable. After all, Audi is a prestigious luxury brand, even if it belongs to the entry-level category. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, he had little choice. Consequently, he specified the model he desired, aiming for a mid to high configuration. If the final price was around 300,000 yuan, he would manage a loan, though additional financial service fees would apply. He was confident that his income would outpace the loan interest. The sales representative was taken aback, incredulously questioning whether Chen was indeed planning to purchase. It was only after Chen Yiwen impatiently nodded that the representative hurried off to prepare the contract. Ultimately, having not purchased a house, he spent 5,000 yuan, leaving him with approximately 100,000 yuan. With military training approaching, Chen Yiwen decided to invest all his funds in the stock market. In 2010, which stock was the best? Without a doubt, it was Penguin. Chen Yiwen decided to go all in. Upon returning to campus, he discovered a message from his counselor asking him to collect his military training uniform. Chen Yiwen replied, acknowledging the message. As he reached his dormitory, he realized that Fang Jie and Shihao were still asleep. At that moment, Pingyu remarked, "Chen, your cousin just stopped by." "Cousin?" Chen Yiwen was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling Su Zhizhi. "When did she come? How long ago did she leave?" he inquired. "About an hour ago. She left a slice of cantaloupe here," Pingyu replied. Chen Yiwen glanced at the fruit, noting that it was already cut. If he guessed correctly, it was likely Su Zhizhi who had prepared it herself. Contemplating this, he sent a message to Su Zhizhi, expressing that the cantaloupe was delightful and thanking her. Su Zhizhi promptly replied with several adorable emojis, promising to bring him some every day if he liked it. Just then, Fang Jie groggily awoke and, upon seeing Chen Yiwen in the dorm, eagerly asked, "Old Chen, do you have time for dinner tonight? I got scolded for bailing yesterday. Isn't it just a meal? Why are you still bothering me about it?" Chen Yiwen replied, exasperated. "Well, Anya's personality is like that. If you win money, she definitely wants her share back." Fang Jie chuckled awkwardly. After some consideration, Chen Yiwen nodded, realizing he had no other plans for the evening. "All right, help me distribute the military training uniforms later, and I'll treat you to dinner." "Deal." Fang Jie eagerly agreed. Having been reprimanded by Anya the previous day, Fang Jie was relieved to hear Chen Yiwen's consent. He hurried off to wash his face, only to discover that Shihao had used his facial cleanser, leaving it in disarray. "Hey, what's the deal? Why are you using mine again?" Fang Jie complained. "Hee. I forgot to buy my own yesterday." "Don't worry, I'll get some soon," Shihao replied sheepishly. "Make it quick." "I need to use it after you buy it," Fang Jie said, though he refrained from getting upset, having shared his things with friends in the past. After finishing their grooming, Fang Jie suggested treating everyone to a light meal at the cafeteria. Chen Yiwen nonchalantly agreed, while Pingyu opted to stay back and study. At the cafeteria, they spent little, purchasing 4 plates of dumplings, totaling 24, which was a reasonable portion. The campus was bustling with beautiful lakes. The cafeteria was filled with students in short skirts and shorts, and Fang Jie and Shihao couldn't help but admire the sight, commenting on it intermittently. After their meal, around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Yiwen led the two to collect their military training uniforms, first at the boys' dormitory and then at the girls'. For the girls' dormitory, they simply needed to call down Shi Jihan, the class monitor, who would take responsibility. Under the bright sun, Shi Jihan and Chen Yiwen stood together to organize the distribution. Their cooperation surprisingly seamless. With Chen's handsome looks and Shi's beauty, many joked that the two seemed well matched. Shi Jihan smiled at him, while Chen Yiwen remained unfazed, continuing with the distribution. Once finished, the trio returned to the dormitory, where Fang Jie and Shihao immediately began to tidy up. Shihao pulled out a black t-shirt from his luggage and proudly declared, "Old Chen, old Fang, don't I look dapper?" Chen Yiwen was perplexed. Fang Jie stifled a laugh and remarked, "This is Hao's branded shirt. Wearing this, he'll surely captivate Jiang Ruerue." Shihao, hearing this, puffed up with pride, saying, "I bought this on the street. How about that?" "Old Chen, you're wearing Adidas, but mine is Adidas King." He gave a thumbs up. Chen Yiwen contemplated saying something, but Fang Jie pulled him aside and whispered, "No need to engage. He won't understand, and it would only lead to misunderstandings." After a moment's thought, Chen Yiwen agreed. Recognizing that Shihao, having studied in a rural area, might not be aware of such nuances, he decided explaining might come off as ridicule. This time, Shihao was thoroughly dressed up, having meticulously prepared himself. He stood before the mirror, admiring his appearance, even asking if dyeing his hair would make him look even more handsome. Fang Jie immediately chimed in, "You'd look best with yellow hair, like a super scion." Xiao took this to heart, imagining how striking he would look with blonde hair. Chen Yiwen had also purchased a few outfits earlier in the day, not too expensive. Around 800 yuan, from a relatively niche brand, a crisp white shirt and trousers that looked fresh. Fang Jie, curious, asked, "Old Chen, did you buy more clothes? They don't seem as impressive as mine." Xiao critiqued, "Feels lacking in flair." Chen Yiwen smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Fang Jie messaged Anya, informing her that he had everything sorted. Upon receiving the news, Anya breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Someone is definitely treating us to dinner." "Sweki, I have solid information. Chen Yiwen will definitely come this time," Anya exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Ji Sweki's eyes brightened, though she maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a simple "Oh." With two beautiful girls from the dorm talking about him, "I'm increasingly curious about Chen Yiwen," Jiang Ruerue remarked with a smile. Having just returned from outside, she wore a black tank top paired with fitted three-quarter pants that accentuated her alluring curves. "Hiki, Ruerue, didn't you say you met a very handsome teacher? Are you now interested in someone else?" Anya teased playfully. "Not at all," Jiang Ruerue replied, rolling her eyes. "I merely mentioned him. He is indeed quite different." "I see. Is this what they call a teacher-student romance? So, Ruerue, you fancy that sort of thing?" Anya said with a grin, her expression reminiscent of a mischievous fox. Jiang Ruerue had no retort, opting for a loose t-shirt paired with casual shorts that, at first glance, gave the illusion of not wearing pants, revealing her long, fair legs. "Should I accompany you this time?" Jiang Ruerue asked. "Oh, Ruerue, you're being quite proactive. Are you genuinely interested in Xiao?" Anya inquired, taken aback. In her eyes, Xiao was merely a rustic boy, eliciting her disdain, hence her surprise. After all, Jiang Ruerue was quite attractive and exuded a distinguished aura, unlike someone from a typical background. "He treated us yesterday, and I simply don't want to owe him anything." Jiang Ruerue spoke softly. "Isn't it natural for a man to treat a woman to a meal?" Anya, puzzled, replied, "In this era of gender equality, what is so natural about that?" Jiang Ruerue dismissed her with a scoff. Anya chose not to elaborate further, merely curling her lip in disdain. At that moment, Jiang Ruerue had changed into a pair of ultra-short shorts, her long, fair legs perfectly exposed, adorned with white knee-high socks that accentuated the slenderness of her calves, radiating an innocent allure. The three girls from the dormitory decided to go out, and Lu Mingyan decided to join them. This dormitory could be likened to a celestial abode, with each member possessing the beauty of campus goddesses. Their figures were impeccable, and their looks diverse yet equally captivating. As they strolled along the school paths, they attracted many admiring glances. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria, where Fang Jie immediately approached Anya upon seeing her. "Anya," he called out. Noticing Chen Yiwen engrossed in his phone, Anya retorted, "Chen Yiwen, won't you greet a beautiful girl when you see one?" Chen Yiwen looked up and replied nonchalantly, "Do you really think you belong in that category? You?" Anya was infuriated by his words, stomping her foot in frustration. Jiang Ruerue couldn't help but chuckle, finding Chen Yiwen rather amusing. However, when she looked up, "Teacher Chen," Jiang Ruerue was taken aback. Chen Yiwen noticed Jiang Ruerue as well. But with a calm demeanor, he smiled and said, "It's good to see you again, Jiang Ruerue." Fang Jie and the others, overhearing this, wore expressions of confusion. Jiang Ruerue furrowed her brows, perplexed, and asked, "Aren't you a teacher?" "I don't recall ever stating that I am a teacher," Chen Yiwen replied with a teasing smile. As Jiang Ruerue pondered this, it dawned on her that indeed, Chen Yiwen had never claimed to be a teacher. He had merely suggested she could call him Teacher Chen when she inquired about his name. "But didn't you ask me to call you Teacher Chen?" Jiang Ruerue felt a sense of being played. "It's just a title. I never admitted to being a teacher, and you seem quite willing to call me that." Chen Yiwen replied with a casual smile. Hearing this, Jiang Ruerue shot him a playful glare. Anya, having grasped the situation, quickly interjected, "Ah? So the teacher Jiang Ruerue mentioned is you. You rascal, how could you deceive us? You have no idea how much Jiang Ruerue thinks of you in the dormitory." Jiang Ruerue's face flushed at Anya's words, and she hurriedly tugged at her, "Stop saying nonsense." Anya, however, refused to relent, angrily stating, "I'm just speaking the truth." "How is that nonsense? Chen Yiwen, you've deceived both me and Ruerue, so you must treat us to a grand meal." All right. To avoid your complaints about me winning and running away, How about I treat you to a buffet? Chen Yiwen offered. Really? Anya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she had a somewhat peculiar temperament, she was easily pleased by delightful treats and fun experiences. Chapter 44. Dining. Anya's eyes lit up at the prospect. But Chen Yiwen quickly shifted his gaze, smiling at Jiang Ruerue. I only invited Jiang Ruerue. I wonder if she would consider it an honor. Jiang Ruerue smiled modestly. Responding softly, I'm afraid I cannot dine with a trickster. Anya hastily turned to Chen Yiwen, asking, Is this true? Are you treating us to a buffet? Fang Jie interjected, Of course it's true. Old Chen has already reserved a table. That's our old Chen, always generous. Indeed. No wonder he wears a watch worth 5,000. Shihao chimed in. Anya, now certain of Chen Yiwen's genuine invitation, smiled brightly, remarking, Little Chen is quite the gentleman. Oh, I thought you were really inviting me alone, Jiang Ruerue said with a chuckle, although her expression soon turned to one of disappointment. Haha, no worries. I'll treat you another time, Chen Yiwen replied with a grin. As they exchanged smiles, Shihao sensed something amiss and quickly said, Old Chen, don't you already have a girlfriend? Why are you saying all this? Chen Yiwen merely intended to chat a bit with Jiang Ruerue. Yet Shihao's discomfort was palpable. Anya, noticing this, perked up and teasingly asked, Little Chen, I heard you had dinner with your girlfriend yesterday? How did it go? Did you make any progress? Though she possessed long legs, her demeanor was rather cheeky and flippant. Progress? What kind of progress are you referring to? Chen Yiwen replied coolly. Cough, cough, Old Chen, that was a bit too much, Fang Jie remarked, slightly discontented. Anya, however, remained unfazed, giggling, in my eyes, I am the one in control. At this moment, Jiang Ruerue turned to Chen Yiwen, inquiring, Is she really your girlfriend? She is my cousin, Chen Yiwen answered. Not true, Old Chen. You didn't say that yesterday, Shihao immediately countered. Chen Yiwen felt somewhat helpless when a voice suddenly broke in. Chen Yiwen, since when did you have a cousin? Looking up, he was surprised to see the familiar face of Ji Sueki. Lu Mingyan and Ji Sueki approached together. Ji Sueki's eyes were fixed on Chen Yiwen. Her tone nonchalant as she asked, When did you get a cousin? I just recognized her, Chen Yiwen replied awkwardly, not expecting to encounter someone like Ji Sueki. Who knew him well? Is that so? Ji Sueki's tone remained flat, yet her beautiful eyes made it difficult for Chen Yiwen to maintain his composure. The others quickly realized there was something unusual between the two, sparking their curiosity, particularly Shihao and Fang Jie, who were enviously intrigued. Ji Sueki was indeed stunning. Clad in a white dress paired with a pink jacket, exuding a pure and aloof aura, evoking thoughts of a distant moonlight. Do you two know each other? Anya inquired with a smile. Not very well, just high school classmates, Chen Yiwen replied, avoiding Ji Sueki's gaze. Not well? Chen Yiwen, how can you say that? Over a decade of friendship, and you call that not well? Ji Sueki retorted in a teasing tone. Fang Jie and Shihao widened their eyes. Was this not the definition of childhood sweethearts? How enviable it was to have such a beautiful childhood companion. What luck had Chen Yiwen stumbled upon? Wow, Old Chen. You truly are a hidden gem, Fang Jie exclaimed with a mix of envy and admiration. Chen Yiwen quickly sought to change the subject, suggesting they should hurry to eat before losing their seats. After a moment's thought, he approached Jiang Ruerue with a smile, saying, Jiang Ruerue, make sure to eat plenty. Jiang Ruerue smiled coyly, of course, since it's teacher Chen treating, I want to hold back. All right, let us keep it simple today. And we'll plan for another outing together, Chen Yiwen said, his smile indicating a close rapport. Ji Sueki's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yiwen, observing the interaction silently before she quietly approached, tugging at his sleeve. What's wrong? Chen Yiwen asked. Why are you rushing off so quickly? Ji Sueki replied, her tone still flat. Shihao hurried over, saying, Old Chen, you should spend time with Ji Sueki. He then turned to chat with Jiang Ruerue. Jiang Ruerue felt somewhat helpless, but didn't show it too much. She simply smiled and engaged with Shihao's chatter. Jiang Ruerue, do you think my outfit looks good today? Jiang Ruerue glanced at the logo on his clothing, forcing a polite smile. Chen Yiwen felt equally awkward, realizing that Ji Sueki was actually roommates with Anya. This coincidence was indeed remarkable. It seemed unavoidable to escape today's predicament. Chen Yiwen, are you deliberately avoiding me? Ji Sueki asked with an expressionless demeanor. No, not at all, Chen Yiwen replied, feeling an unexpected tension. Is that so? Then why haven't you replied to my messages? Ji Sueki pressed. I didn't see them. Really? Really? As they chatted, they reached a bustling commercial street adjacent to the university, now aglow with vibrant neon lights. Chen Yiwen had chosen a buffet that, while not exceptional, offered a decent selection, However, he felt most of it was merely average fare. The ambience was what truly pleased him. Upon entering, Chen Yiwen guided them to their reserved spot. Shihao stood awestruck by the array of food, exclaiming, "Old Chen, can we really eat anything here?" "Absolutely. Eat as much as you like," Chen Yiwen assured him. With that, Shihao eagerly set off to fill his plate. Anya glanced around, approving of the atmosphere. "This place is quite nice. Let us go pick out some food." She then pulled Jiang Ruerue along with her. The group dispersed enthusiastically to select their meals, while Chen Yiwen felt somewhat disinterested, seeing little appeal in the buffet offerings. Opting instead for a bottle of mineral water and a few snacks, Fang Jie trailed closely behind Anya, leaving Jiang Ruerue feeling somewhat awkward. As though she were a third wheel. Seeking an excuse to leave, she approached Ji Sueki and Lemingen, smilingly asking, "Sueki, what are you planning to eat?" "Nothing much." Ji Sueki replied curtly, turning away. Jiang Ruerue was puzzled. Although Ji Sueki typically maintained an aloof demeanor, this seemed excessive. A sudden chill of distance enveloped her. However, Jiang Ruerue was no fool. She quickly deduced that Ji Sueki's discomfort likely stemmed from her earlier conversation with Chen Yiwen. With a resigned smile, she realized after a while that she had yet to spot Chen Yiwen. After searching for a while, she found him seated at their table, leisurely sipping mineral water. Seemingly indifferent to the buffet. Seeing Chen Yiwen so relaxed, Jiang Ruerue felt increasingly perplexed, deciding against searching for food and instead sitting across from him. "Have you finished picking?" Chen Yiwen asked politely upon noticing Jiang Ruerue. "Almost. Is this all you're eating?" Jiang Ruerue queried curiously. "I'm just having a little. Too much would be wasteful." Chen Yiwen replied, "Isn't that a bit of a loss?" Jiang Ruerue laughed lightly. The two engaged in conversation, but soon Ji Sueki approached. Her expression cold as she silently took a seat beside them, creating an unspoken tension. At this juncture, others returned from gathering food. Fang Jie carried 4 plates while Anya walked ahead empty-handed, her long legs accentuated by knee-high socks, drawing the attention of everyone around her. Anya's mindset is such that, as a girl, her only requirement is to be beautiful, all other matters should be left to men. If a woman possesses beauty, it is only natural that men will invite her to dine. This is Anya's life philosophy. Meanwhile, Shihao returned with 3 large platters, all laden with greasy chicken legs. One stuffed into his mouth, which appeared rather comical. "Goodness, Lao Shi, have you never eaten before?" Fang Jie teased. Shihao, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "It's a rare occasion to indulge in a buffet. I certainly won't leave empty-handed. There's beer over there. Shall we have a drink?" Upon hearing about the beer, Fang Jie became interested and promptly asked Chen Yiwen, "Lao Chen, do you want to have a couple of drinks?" "Let's skip it. We are just here to dine." Chen Yiwen shook his head. "Oh dear, can't our classmate Chen Yiwen drink?" Anya teased with a grin. Chen Yiwen merely nodded faintly, affirming her statement. Observing Chen Yiwen's indifferent demeanor, Anya secretly scoffed. "Come on, let us have a drink. It's all for the sake of joy when we gather." Fang Jie encouraged from the side. "Indeed, a drink won't hinder anything," Shihao added. Yet, despite their persuasion, Chen Yiwen remained unmoved, insisting that she truly could not drink. For her, a meaningless drinking gathering was not worthy of even a single sip, and this was precisely such a gathering. "Alas, Lao Chen, this is rather dull." Fang Jie expressed his dissatisfaction, resorting to having a couple of drinks with Shihao instead. Anya, of course, seized the opportunity to ridicule Chen Yiwen, mockingly saying, "I thought you were quite impressive. Turns out you can't drink? How boring." Chen Yiwen ignored her, took a couple of sips of mineral water, and then lowered her head to play on her phone. Shihao and Fang Jie brought several bottles of beer and an abundance of food. Thus commenced the first social gathering of university life. As they ate and chatted, introductions were made. As the atmosphere grew more familiar, Shihao, grinning foolishly, attempted to engage Jiang Ruerue in conversation, while she responded politely with a few words. The only one who seemed out of place was Ji Sueki, who gazed quietly at Chen Yiwen. However, Chen Yiwen never cast her gaze in that direction, engrossed in conversation with those around her. Jiang Ruerue, hailing from Suzhou, piqued Shihao's curiosity, who inquired, "What is the Suzhou dialect like?" Upon hearing this, Anya also expressed interest, saying, "Hey, Ruerue, why don't you say a few words for us to hear?" Jiang Ruerue appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "I'm not quite sure what to say." Chapter 45, the gathering concludes at that moment. Chen Yiwen suddenly spoke in Suzhou dialect, saying, "It's all right, just say a few casual words, even if we scold them. They won't understand." Jiang Ruerue was taken aback by this remark and, filled with curiosity, asked, "How do you know this? And you speak it so well." Jiang Ruirui, of course, was also speaking in Suzhou dialect. Chen Yiwen smiled nonchalantly and jokingly replied, "I plan to marry a girl from Suzhou. How can I not know the dialect?" The two engaged in a lively conversation, making Jiang Ruirui chuckle heartily as she teased Chen Yiwen for his silliness. Chen Yiwen insisted he was merely speaking the truth, questioning why she would resort to physical confrontation. Suzhou girls aren't that violent, are they? They were having such a delightful exchange that those nearby could only stare blankly. Utterly perplexed. "What are you two talking about?" Anya could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. "In Suzhou dialect, don't you want to listen?" Chen Yiwen replied. "No. I mean, you can speak Suzhou dialect?" Anya's interest piqued further. Having a variety of skills is never a disadvantage, Chen Yiwen chuckled. This social gathering was quite enjoyable, especially as Jiang Ruirui and Chen Yiwen hit it off, sharing a sense of familiarity in their native tongue. Watching the two engage so animatedly, Shihao could only sigh in resignation. He had initially been interested in Jiang Ruirui, but her lack of attention toward him, coupled with Chen Yiwen's tall, handsome, and affluent demeanor, made him feel outmatched. Despite the company of many beautiful women around him, none seemed suitable for him. Glancing around, he noticed Lu Mingyan quietly engrossed in her phone. This prompted him to think that Lu Mingyan was quite attractive and her calm demeanor seemed fitting for him. With this in mind, he approached her to strike up a conversation. However, Lu Mingyan remained focused on her phone, seemingly absorbed in a novel, not even glancing up. This was proving to be more challenging than Jiang Ruirui. Anya, observing this, playfully teased, "Mingyan, stop reading your novel. Can't you see Shihao is trying to talk to you?" "It's fine. I don't enjoy chatting." "You all carry on," Lu Mingyan replied, lifting her head briefly with an awkward smile. "That simply won't do. We're all classmates, and since we're here, we should get to know each other," Shihao quickly interjected. Lu Mingyan nodded lightly but offered no further response. Feeling awkward, Shihao asked, "What novel are you reading?" Lu Mingyan answered while still focused on her book. "Just a typical romance novel." Shihao, unfamiliar with romance novels, struggled to find a topic to continue the conversation. Chen Yiwen, intrigued by the discussion, chimed in. "What romance novel is it?" "Just an ordinary one. You probably wouldn't know it," Lu Mingyan replied, still not looking up. "Ah, you might be mistaken. I used to enjoy reading romance novels, particularly one titled Aqua Youth. Do you know it?" Chen Yiwen said with a smile. Lu Mingyan finally looked up, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "You know Aqua Youth?" "Of course. I find the plot quite amusing. I heard the author is a man. I'm not sure how he managed to write it." Chen Yiwen replied boldly. Lu Mingyan frowned at this, retorting, "What's wrong with the plot? I think it's quite good. Besides, could you write something like that?" "Honestly, I couldn't. Writing a few thousand words just for a kiss seems excessive," Chen Yiwen admitted, feeling a bit awkward. "Isn't that just a bit risky?" Anya interjected bluntly. "Indeed. It is rather lewd. That author," Chen Yiwen remarked. Lu Mingyan's face flushed with anger as she shot Chen Yiwen a glare, saying, "If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. It's a narrative technique, an art form. Many authors write this way. This is a form of literary expression, akin to the reflective surface of a still pond, evoking profound contemplation. Have you even read it?" Chen Yiwen, impressed, responded, "Oh, really? I wasn't aware of that." Lu Mingyan highly praised the novel, stating that if one disregarded the risky elements, the plot was tightly woven and thought-provoking. If adapted into a drama, it would undoubtedly be a hit, she asserted. Chen Yiwen, intrigued, shifted his focus from Jiang Ruirui to Lu Mingyan, engaging her in discussion about the story. Jiang Ruirui, initially engrossed in conversation with Chen Yiwen, was taken aback to find him ignoring her for Lu Mingyan and their novel discussion. This left her feeling somewhat displeased, but she refrained from confronting Chen Yiwen, instead quietly searching for Aqua Youth on her phone. Seizing the opportunity, Shihao quickly asked, "Jiang Ruirui, would you like some fruit?" Chen Yiwen held Lu Mingyan in high regard for her knowledge of the plot, and Jiang Ruirui, after searching, noticed the author's ID was curiously similar to Chen Yiwen's nickname. Puzzled, she asked, "Why does the author's ID resemble your nickname?" Chen Yiwen immediately denied, asserting, "There is no way I could write such a lewd novel." Lu Mingyan retorted, "What is lewd about it? It's art. Jiang Ruirui, don't flatter him. Look at him. How could he possibly write something like that?" Chen Yiwen laughed, assuring everyone that he would never write such risky stories. However, Jiang Ruirui couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off. The more she read, the more she felt that this book could indeed be penned by Chen Yiwen. Nevertheless, as she delved deeper into the novel, she found herself captivated, surprised by its boldness. Her curiosity grew, wondering if Chen Yiwen was truly the author. The pen name was too similar, yet he didn't seem like the type to write such a book. As the evening progressed, the gathering continued until around 9 p.m. While everyone enjoyed themselves, Fang Jie was busy trying to please Anya, and Shihao was attending to Jiang Ruerue. Chen Yiwen and Lu Mingyan remained engrossed in their discussion about the plot, while Ji Sueki sat quietly to the side, seemingly detached from the group. Despite knowing she shouldn't be reading in public, Jiang Ruerue couldn't help but glance at a couple more chapters, her face growing warmer with each page. Realizing the time, Chen Yiwen remarked, "Shall we wrap things up for now? We have military training tomorrow." Anya, feeling somewhat reluctant, responded, "What is there to fear? We still have plenty of time. How about we go sing?" Fang Jie immediately offered to treat. Upon hearing someone was willing to pay, Shihao eagerly agreed. However, Chen Yiwen, feeling disheartened, replied, "You all go ahead. I'll head back." Fang Jie complained, "Chen Yiwen, aren't you the class leader? What are you afraid of?" Chen Yiwen asserted that as class leader, he should lead by example. Jiang Ruerue added that it was getting late and the dormitory would soon be locked. With a sigh, Anya reluctantly stood up, stretching before preparing to leave. Her slender waist and long legs resembled a graceful cat, delighting the eyes of those around her. After Chen Yiwen settled the bill, the group left together, splitting into pairs as they walked home. Fang Jie expressed his envy, saying to Chen Yiwen, "You're incredible. You managed to chat with 3 out of 4 girls." Chen Yiwen replied that if he truly wished to converse, Anya would certainly be included as well. Shihao, with a frown, lamented, "Brother, could you spare a thought for your little brother? You've spoken to all of them. What about me?" Chen Yiwen helplessly expressed that it was they who sought her out, not her desire to engage in conversation. "If you lack the skills in courting, you cannot blame me. Moreover, Jiang Ruerue is quite formidable. If you were to pursue her, you would be compelled to forego an entire forest." However, Shihao excitedly declared that if Jiang Ruerue were to be his girlfriend, he would have no need for any forest at all. He would even be willing to forsake his parents. Fang Jie, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and patted Shihao on the shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Chapter 46. Night conversations. As Chen Yiwen and his companions engaged in discussions about the girls, the 4 girls were similarly engrossed in conversations about them. However, the focal point of their chatter remained Chen Yiwen. Anya smugly remarked on the dormitory arrangement she had orchestrated, while Jiang Ruerue expressed her belief that the individual named Chen Yiwen was rather intriguing. Anya inquired what she found interesting about him, to which Jiang Ruerue merely smiled and shifted the conversation to the girl beside her, Lu Mingyan, asking for her opinion on Chen Yiwen. Lu Mingyan voiced her dissatisfaction, asserting that he was utterly ignorant of novels and questioned why he would even bother reading them. Jiang Ruerue chuckled, pondering why a young man would delve into female-centric literature. She then probed further, asking if Lu Mingyan thought the book had potential for adaptation into a television series. Lu Mingyan nodded enthusiastically, stating that the likelihood was quite high. Given the substantial profits and the large readership, she had heard the author earned between 50 to 60,000 the previous month. Such a sum. The revelation astonished everyone, particularly as the average salary hovered around 2 to 3,000. The notion that a web novelist could earn such an income left them in disbelief. Jiang Ruerue's eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to Ji Sueki. "Sueki, aren't you well acquainted with Chen Yiwen? What does his family do?" Ji Sueki casually replied that they were of average income. Jiang Ruerue nodded thoughtfully before surmising, "I suspect Chen Yiwen might be the author of that novel." "How could that be possible?" Lu Mingyan was the first to express skepticism, indignantly pointing out that the author had claimed to be a man in his 30s. "It can't possibly be him." Ji Sueki remained silent, her gaze flickering, as she began to entertain the possibility. Jiang Ruerue confidently argued, "I believe there's a high chance. I recognize the brand of his clothing. It's a niche label priced around 1,200. The trousers, which are matching, must be at least 1,000. And even his shoes are likely around 800. Altogether, his outfit costs no less than 3,000. If he came from a regular family, he couldn't afford such attire." Jiang Ruerue spoke with conviction, revealing her familiarity with every piece of Chen Yiwen's clothing. Anya, slightly taken aback, realized she had overlooked the brand entirely. With a hint of defiance, she suggested, "He might have dressed up for the occasion, as boys often do. Take Shihao, for instance, he still wears Adidas." Ji Sueki retorted calmly, "If he's trying to show off, why not wear something more renowned, like Nike? Why opt for such an obscure brand?" Jiang Ruerue chimed in, "Indeed. This brand prioritizes comfort and is rarely found in major cities. If not for my family's preference for it, I might not have noticed. Moreover, Chen Yiwen carries a Longines watch, which retails for over 10,000. Even if discounted, it would still be around 7 to 8,000. Anya was taken aback, astonished by the details Jiang Ruerue provided. So, his entire ensemble could be nearing 15,000? She exclaimed. Jiang Ruerue elaborated on his fashion choices and habits, leaving Anya bewildered, grasping only the overarching notion that Chen Yiwen was quite affluent. My goodness, does this mean Chen Yiwen could indeed be the author of that book? Otherwise, how could he afford such luxuries? Lu Mingyan felt a surreal disbelief, reluctant to accept this revelation. The image of the charming older gentleman she had in her mind was shattered. While Chen Yiwen was undeniably handsome, the allure of an older man was far more captivating. Jiang Ruerue laughed lightly, noting that this was merely her speculation. The truth remained to be seen. The three girls grew increasingly curious about Chen Yiwen, continuing their discussions throughout their journey, particularly seeking insights from Ji Sueki, who was undoubtedly the most familiar with him. Yet Ji Sueki maintained her nonchalant demeanor, asserting that she and Chen Yiwen were merely classmates. Jiang Ruerue and Anya exchanged skeptical glances, but given Ji Sueki's demeanor, they refrained from probing further. Anya playfully teased, Jiang Ruerue, why are you so invested in Chen Yiwen? Are you perhaps smitten? Jiang Ruerue, however, replied earnestly, I genuinely might pursue Chen Yiwen. The three girls exchanged bewildered looks, taken aback by her directness. Wasn't it typically the boy's role to pursue? Jiang Ruerue smiled and asserted, I believe clarity is essential. I truly have feelings for Chen Yiwen, perhaps even a fondness that could be deemed significant. Why? Ji Sueki suddenly interjected, her expression frosty. Perhaps it's because Chen Yiwen gives me a sense of mystery that I can't quite decipher. I can't put it into words. But maybe it's what they call love at first sight? Regardless, I feel that if I were to enter into a relationship, it would certainly be fascinating with Chen Yiwen. Jiang Ruerue's face lit up with anticipation. Ji Sueki's expression turned rigid. Meanwhile, while the girls conversed about the boys were undoubtedly discussing the girls as well. Shihao, having rested in the dormitory for a while, sent several messages to Jiang Ruerue, all of which were met with silence. She did not reply even once. Shihao felt a pang of regret, knowing each message consumed his precious data. Sighing, he turned to Fang Jie, asking, do I still stand a chance? Fang Jie confidently replied, women are like unyielding wood. They need to be softened before they can be won over. Shihao found Fang Jie rather experienced and inquired about his progress with Anya. Fang Jie, brimming with confidence, claimed, in a few months, I should be able to secure her. Anya relishes surprises. If I arrange a grand surprise, it could seal the deal. Perhaps a trip to Su province would be delightful. Shihao was excited by this prospect and asked, aren't you planning to go all the way in one go? Fang Jie retorted with irritation, I'm after pure love. Unlike you, who only thinks of such things. Shihao scoffed, if you don't act. Don't blame others for swooping in. Mind your language. Fang Jie shot back, genuinely furious. Shihao chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to press the matter further. After finishing his shower, Chen Yiwen lay on his bed, chatting with Jiang Ruerue. She asked him, is blue flowing years your work? Chen Yiwen replied, if you believe it is, then it is. Jiang Ruerue insisted, I believe you are the author. You can't hide it from me. Ji Sueki also sent a message, inquiring if Chen Yiwen had indeed penned the novel. Chen Yiwen replied, do I seem like that kind of person? Ji Sueki asserted, I think you do. I've always known you to be exceptional. Unsure of how to respond, Chen Yiwen was left speechless. Ji Sueki continued, I just read it. It seems rather explicit. Chen Yiwen's lips twitched. He regretted the situation, blaming Jiang Ruerue for the predicament. Ji Sueki added, I believe you should write something even better. Something more classic and artistic. I have faith in you. Chen Yiwen was at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to sending a smiley face in response. Chapter 47. The commencement of military training. Fang Jie engaged in a lengthy conversation with Shihao, then discreetly inquired about Chen Yiwen, who was seated nearby. Old Chen, what do you think I should do to win over Anya? Fang Jie asked. What? Chen Yiwen responded, slightly taken aback. I mean, how can I make Anya like me? Fang Jie earnestly sought advice. Not that I have any experience. I've never been in a relationship myself. How would I know? Chen Yiwen replied, somewhat perplexed. Come on. You're a romantic expert. Help me out, and I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals, Fang Jie insisted. Really? You want me to teach you? Chen Yiwen questioned. Absolutely. All right. Seeing your earnest demeanor, I'll guide you. Pay close attention. Although I've only known Anya for a few days, I have gleaned some insights. For a girl like her, if you gift her a BMW, She will undoubtedly agree to date you. Go for it. Shihao interjected, laughing heartily at the suggestion. Chen Ji's advice is quite sensible. Give it a shot, Diego. Fang Jie rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering that having a BMW would suffice. Later, unable to sleep, Fang Jia restlessly tossed and turned in bed and quietly asked, Old Chen, do you think I should talk to Anya now? Chen Yiwen was at a loss for words. You've known Anya for quite some time, being childhood friends. Why do you need to ask me about chatting with her? Hiki, you seem particularly experienced. Help me out with the conversation, will you? Fang Jie flashed a pleading smile. Chen Yiwen, exasperated, turned away, suggesting he should rest early as military training was scheduled for the next day. Yet, Fang Jie continued to ramble, seeking Chen Yiwen's opinions. While Shihao eagerly chimed in with his thoughts, which Fang Jie completely ignored. Fang Jie had already concluded that Chen Yiwen was undoubtedly a master in the realm of romance, and he was eager to learn from him. However, Chen Yiwen had closed his eyes and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Observing this, Fang Jie could only mutter, boring. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a brief message, Are you there? Anya replied promptly, almost asleep. Is everyone in your dorm already asleep? Fang Jie quickly responded, No, they're all on their phones. By the way, do you know the relationship between Ji Sueki and Chen Yiwen? Although Anya enjoyed gossip, she refrained from sharing others' affairs, offering vague responses. Fang Jie pondered for a while and finally mustered the courage to send, Anya, what do you think our relationship is right now? After sending the message, Fang Jie immediately turned off his phone, anxiety coursing through him as time seemed to stretch endlessly. After what felt like an eternity, his phone buzzed. He eagerly unlocked the screen to find Anya's message. Aren't we high school classmates? Feeling a bit disheartened, Fang Jie replied, Am I not your prospective boyfriend? Grinning, Anya responded. Then keep working hard. Instantly, Fang Jie felt a surge of excitement, affirming he would indeed put in the effort. They chatted for a while longer, during which he mentioned having an uncle who conducts business in Jinling and proposed taking her out for a couple of days after military training. Anya replied, All right. We'll see then. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. Good night, Fang Jie said with a grin. By now, it was already past midnight. Yet the faint glow of mobile screens illuminated the dormitory. Although Anya was feeling drowsy, her curiosity was piqued by the sight of her roommates engrossed in their phones. Who could they possibly be chatting with? Could it be Chen Yiwen? Surely not. Since high school, Anya had been the center of attention due to her beauty, vibrant personality, and sense of style. While others bundled up tightly, she showcased her long, slender legs, captivating the hearts of countless boys on campus. Anya reveled in the admiration and the jealousy that ensued, feeling quite pleased with herself. It would be no exaggeration to say that Anya believed she was the heroine of a romance novel, deserving of every boy's affection. Now, observing her roommate's interest in Chen Yiwen, she couldn't help but wonder why this aloof figure, seemingly indifferent to anyone, attracted so much attention from girls. What if he actually had feelings for her? The mere thought sent a thrill through Anya. If that were true, how exhilarating it would be. A high and mighty, wealthy male god, adored by numerous campus beauties, all vying for his affection, yet he only had eyes for her, pursuing her relentlessly. What a delightful narrative. Anya found this scenario quite amusing, and with her confidence soaring, she thought, boys are easily swayed, aren't they? Meanwhile, Zhang Rurei was engrossed in a novel, initially intending to chat with Chen Yiwen, but upon realizing he had not replied, she decided to delve into the story. The plot was utterly captivating, despite some risky elements that only heightened her intrigue, especially when Zhang Rurei envisioned the male protagonist as Chen Yiwen. During certain scenes, she couldn't help but imagine it was Chen Yiwen's attention directed towards her. She often found herself squeezing her long legs together, pondering, could this really be written by Chen Yiwen? How does this rascal understand? On the other hand, Ji Sueki was staring at her phone screen, feeling puzzled as she sent multiple messages without receiving a response. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Could it be that Chen Yiwen still harbored resentment from their sophomore year? As the clock edged towards 2 a.m., the moonlight poured in through the window, casting a silvery glow on the floor. Anya contemplated her situation and suddenly found herself wide awake. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she opened her phone to check Chen Yiwen's QQ messages. To her dismay, all his statuses were hidden. After a moment's hesitation, Anya sent a message. I'm so bored. Chen Yiwen, can you chat with me? Unfortunately, her message vanished into the void. Chen Yiwen had long since fallen asleep. It wasn't until the following morning, around 6 a.m., that a piercing horn echoed throughout the school, abruptly awakening all the students in the dormitory. What the heck? What time is it? Do they want me to live or not? Fang Jie exclaimed, his head spinning from a night of drinking and insufficient sleep. Xiao felt similarly disoriented, his mind a foggy mess. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen, refreshed and dressed in military attire, called out, "Time to get up. We have to gather at 7. I'll wake the neighbors." Indeed, the class monitor had a troublesome duty of rousing the other students. It wasn't until 6:50 that Fang Jie and Xiao reluctantly dragged themselves from their beds, yawning heavily. At that moment, Pingyu had also dressed, albeit looking somewhat awkward in his military uniform. Chen Yiwen helped him adjust it, asking, "Why not try a size smaller?" Pingyu awkwardly replied that this was the smallest size available. Chapter 48. The distressed Fang Jie. Chen Yiwen stood outside, waiting for the two individuals to freshen up, and casually picked up his phone to check for messages. He discovered numerous messages from Anya, Jiang Rurue, and Su Jiji. Su Jiji mentioned that she would also be participating in military training today. Meanwhile, Jiang Rurue inquired about his availability. Although she harbored some interest in Chen Yiwen, she maintained a polite demeanor in their conversations, which lacked substance. At around 2 a.m., Anya also messaged him, prompting a surprised response from Chen Yiwen, who replied that he had fallen asleep. Anya had only managed to sleep around 3 a.m. the previous night, as she had been waiting for Chen Yiwen's message, only to be met with silence throughout the night. This left her feeling unjustly treated. What did it mean that she had reached out first, only to be ignored? Noticing the faint glow of Jiang Ruerue's phone screen, Anya speculated that Chen Yiwen was chatting with her. After waiting for a long time in frustration, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Upon seeing Chen Yiwen's message, she angrily exclaimed, "Chen Yiwen, what are you pretending for? Were you not chatting with Jiang Ruerue all night yesterday? And now you choose to respond to me?" Chen Yiwen, perplexed, replied, "What are you talking about? I fell asleep long ago. Why would I lie to you?" Anya was taken aback. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? But why had Jiang Ruerue been looking at her phone late at night? Was she perhaps chatting with Xiao? After some time, Fang Jie finally finished his preparations and stepped outside, only to see Chen Yiwen seemingly engrossed in a conversation. He quickly approached and asked, "Old Chen, who are you chatting with now?" Chen Yiwen put away his phone and replied, "It's nothing." "Humph, who is this new girl?" Fang Jie scoffed. Chen Yiwen candidly responded, "Anya was talking to me." "What? If you don't want to say, then don't," Fang Jie retorted, clearly unconvinced. The sound of a whistle echoed, and everyone began to pack up and leave the dormitory, gathering on the playground. By around 7:30, a large group of freshmen clad in military training uniforms had assembled on the field, creating a sea of dark uniforms. Many students grumbled about standing around for half an hour so early in the morning. Soon, the leaders took the stage and rambled on about the invigorating spirit of the newcomers, expressing their delight. While the leaders spoke, students murmured amongst themselves, voicing their discontent. Fang Jie scanned the crowd, hoping to spot Anya and her friends. Though they were not from the same major, they were in the same school, and this military training was a joint endeavor. "Where are Anya and the others?" Fang Jie muttered. Chen Yiwen remarked, "How can you see them in their training uniforms? Just ask them which team they are in later." Fang Jie could only withdraw his gaze, disappointment evident on his face. Once the school leaders concluded their speeches, the instructor took the stage, revealing that they would be heading to a camp in a mountainous area. This revelation caused an uproar among the students, as the instructor clearly stated that they would be walking directly from the school to the camp, a total distance exceeding 30 kilometers. Stunned, Fang Jie exclaimed, "What the hell? 30 kilometers? Are you kidding me? Is this even humanly possible?" Xiao, unfazed, commented, "What's the big deal? I used to run over 100 kilometers back in the county. No way. I'm taking a leave. I'm not going," Fang Jie declared indignantly. Naturally, many shared his sentiment. Upon hearing the grueling 30-kilometer trek, at least half of the students expressed their intent to take leave. Chen Yiwen felt helpless as numerous students approached him seeking permission to excuse themselves, but he insisted they consult the counselor, as it was beyond his authority. The counselor, however, informed them that while leaves could be granted, they required formal documentation, otherwise they would be deemed to have failed the training and thus risked not graduating. Fang Jie pleaded earnestly, nearly on his knees, but the counselor remained steadfast, insisting on the necessary proof. "What's the big deal? Come on, it's just a walk. It's not like we're carrying heavy loads." Xiao laughed nearby. "You think this is easy? It's September. The heat will be unbearable." Fang Jie grumbled. "Don't worry, there are plenty of us. Plus, isn't Anya the one you've been pining for?" Chen Yiwen chimed in. "But Anya doesn't have to go." Fang Jie retorted, exasperated. Only then did Chen Yiwen realize that Anya had claimed she was on her period and had obtained a note from the infirmary, a situation that could not be contested by the school authorities. Surprisingly, she was the only one in her dormitory to take a leave of absence. At the 10 a.m. assembly, each class had a portion of students requesting leave. Although the school emphasized the importance of the training, students had their ways of circumventing the rules. However, the majority chose to comply dutifully with the military training, forming a verdant sea of students on the playground. Surrounding them were military jeeps and makeshift medical vehicles, giving the event an air of grandeur, as if it were destined for news coverage. The newly developed university town had a manageable flow of people, making the walk less strenuous than anticipated. Yet the sweltering summer sun was relentless, capable of rendering anyone exhausted. As they walked, many wiped the sweat from their brows, voicing their complaints. Fang Jie indignantly remarked, "Those who took leave must have pulled some strings. If we were in the capital, I could have easily gotten a leave myself." Chen Yiwen smiled, but refrained from commenting. As class monitor, he had to ensure the students stayed together, constantly moving back and forth to keep track of everyone. By midday, they had barely covered 4 kilometers. The scorching heat, particularly in the afternoon, combined with the fact that many of these university students had spent their summer vacation idly at home, left them in a weakened state. It is worth noting that the instructors this year were all seasoned soldiers, robust and straightforward in their speech, often scolding the students for being increasingly less capable, likening them to turtles. This naturally incited discontent among many students who had been coddled and had never faced reprimand. Some simply sat down, declaring they would not continue. The instructors, unyielding, mocked them. "What a bunch of useless individuals. Can you not walk a few steps?" Several confrontations erupted among the students, yet the instructors swiftly subdued them. Fang Jie had long harbored a desire to lash out, but witnessing such scenes made him hesitant. These instructors were merciless, and several students had already sustained injuries. He quietly asked Chen Yiwen, "If I were to fight with the instructor, would you back me up?" "No, and if you do decide to fight, make sure to keep your distance. Don't tarnish our class's reputation," Chen Yiwen replied coldly. "Come on, old Chen, you're being too heartless," Fang Jie lamented, looking at him with forlorn eyes. Chapter 49, Prestige. At noon, several vehicles arrived, distributing compressed biscuits and bottled water. The instructor remarked that this was what they had subsisted on during previous missions. It was the students' first encounter with such rations, and contrary to their expectations, they found the taste surprisingly palatable, expressing their approval. Their meal lasted merely over 10 minutes before they resumed their trek. Around 2 p.m., the sun reached its zenith, causing numerous individuals to succumb to heat exhaustion, with many medical personnel in white coats scurrying about. Most of these healthcare workers were young women, their beauty striking, though it was unclear whether they were soldiers or educators. At this moment, Shihao could no longer bear the heat. The sun felt as if it were scorching him alive. He turned to Fang Jie, suggesting they feign fainting together. "Why don't you try it first? If it works, I'll follow suit." Fang Jie quickly replied, "Why should I be the one to try?" Shihao retorted, visibly displeased. "Well, I lack experience." "Neither do I." Both were on the verge of succumbing to the heat, contemplating the ruse, yet hesitated, fearing exposure. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Oh no! Someone has fainted." The voice was close, likely from their own class. Everyone turned to see a cluster of girls gathered around, and Chen Yiwen rushed over to investigate. A delicate-looking girl lay unconscious on the ground, her classmates surrounding her with concern. This girl, with her fair features and petite frame, appeared to be from the south. Upon noticing her pallid complexion, Chen Yiwen quickly diagnosed her as suffering from heat stroke. "Shijihan, notify the medical personnel," he commanded. Shijihan nodded and hurried off to alert them. Chen Yiwen, procuring some mineral water, initiated basic first aid by moistening a handkerchief and placing it on the girl's forehead. As the girl slowly regained consciousness, she could faintly make out the silhouette of a handsome young man. Shijihan returned, somewhat distressed. "The medical vehicles are overwhelmed. We need to transport her to the temporary medical station." Due to the unexpectedly poor physical condition of the students, the medical staff was overwhelmed with cases of heat exhaustion, while the formation was required to continue moving forward. With no other option, Chen Yiwen lifted the girl onto his back. "Wow, old Chen, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Fang Jie exclaimed, incredulous at Chen Yiwen's willingness to carry someone under such oppressive heat after an exhausting journey. "It's fine. I can manage. Let us not disrupt the schedule," Chen Yiwen replied resolutely. "Are you sure? There is still at least a kilometer to go," Shihao inquired. "Don't worry. If I can't handle it, you can take over," Chen Yiwen assured him. Shihao hesitated, but, upon seeing the girl's refined features, nodded in agreement. Under the sweltering summer sun, the air was filled with the cacophony of cicadas, while the other students complained incessantly. In stark contrast, Chen Yiwen, with the girl on his back, walked calmly ahead, drawing the attention of many. Countless girls gazed in envy, crafting elaborate romantic narratives in their minds, unaware of the reality. I envy that girl. Several expressed, their admiration palpable. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen's classmates looked on in awe at his actions, many exclaiming, "What a true man." After resting for a moment, the girl felt significantly better, her mind clearing. As she lay against Chen Yiwen's sturdy back, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of safety. Despite the subtle scent of sweat emanating from Chen Yiwen, it was not unpleasant, perhaps a manifestation of the so-called masculine allure. "Thank you, class leader," she murmured, gazing at his handsome profile with a dreamy smile. Chen Yiwen nodded slightly, choosing not to respond. The instructor overseeing the class observed this exchange, initially thinking Chen Yiwen was merely showing off. To his surprise, the young man proved his mettle, having carried the girl for quite some time. The instructor approached, inquiring whether Chen Yiwen felt fatigued. The medical personnel he had contacted soon arrived. Chen Yiwen assured him he was still capable. The instructor grinned, the first smile he had bestowed upon a student among this group of university attendees. He playfully remarked, "Is she your girlfriend?" The girl blushed and remained silent, while Chen Yiwen shook his head, asserting no. The instructor chuckled, "That will change soon enough." Chen Yiwen refrained from commenting, though he felt far from exhausted. His physical condition had greatly improved since his rebirth, and he had consistently augmented his fitness through training, leaving him uncertain of his physical limits. After a while, they finally reached the temporary medical station. Chen Yiwen carried the girl inside, where a long-haired nurse was busy attending to patients. After a brief examination, she assured them there was nothing serious, advising the girl to rest for a while. With a smile, the nurse asked, "How long have you been carrying her?" "Oh, not long," Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. The nurse chuckled, teasing, "You are quite the gentleman to your girlfriend." The girl's face flushed a deeper shade of red as she occasionally stole glances at the tall, handsome Chen Yiwen. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Yiwen clarified, "No, I'm just the class leader. It's my responsibility." The nurse laughed heartily, saying, "Class leader, such a responsible one." After ensuring the girl was comfortably settled at the temporary medical point, the main group proceeded onward. Chen Yiwen, still carrying the girl, darted back and forth, leaving a lasting impression on his classmates. Many felt fortunate to have such a class leader, and gradually, Chen Yiwen cultivated an unspoken prestige among them. However, he remained oblivious to this development, seeing his actions merely as fulfilling his duties. As twilight descended, the once blinding sun transformed into a vivid crimson, sinking behind distant mountains and painting the clouds in hues of red. At long last, they arrived at the military training camp, where the boys and girls were assigned to separate dormitories. "This is absurd. After such a tiring day, we have to sleep in this dilapidated place. They don't treat us like human beings," Fang Jie grumbled. The two-story concrete building appeared worn and shabby, with 4 bunk beds crammed into an 8-person room, each bed merely outfitted with a rudimentary bamboo mat. "This place doesn't even have signal." Fang Jie continued his complaints, while Chen Yiwen began organizing his belongings, having brought along various daily necessities. "Let us tidy up. We have to assemble soon," Chen Yiwen instructed. "What? Assemble? Are we not eating?" Fang Jie replied incredulously. "It's only 5 p.m. We assemble at 7, which gives us 2 hours to eat," Chen Yiwen explained. "Oh my!" Fang Jie groaned, collapsing onto the wooden bed, his eyes dull and lifeless. Shihao, finding the environment tolerable, began to unpack as well. Fang Jie, feeling despondent, muttered, "I must find a way to take a leave of absence." Chapter 50. Arduous evening assembly is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m., granting a mere 2 hours for sustenance and acclimatization. The cohort hastily gathered their toiletries and made their way to the ablution facilities. The bathhouse, a dual-story concrete edifice situated a distance from the barracks, was already teeming with a dense throng of individuals awaiting their turn. Upon reaching the threshold, Chen Yiwen and his companions were curtly informed that the water supply had been depleted. Fang Jie erupted in indignation, questioning the lack of hot water and the absence of any effort to employ water heaters. The attendant merely offered a dismissive rejoinder, leaving Fang Jie seething. However, observing Chen Yiwen and Shihao's acquiescence, he reluctantly suppressed his ire. Given the balmy September weather, a frigid ablution would have to suffice. Jia, do you happen to have any soap? Shihao inquired. What nonsense are you spouting? Soap was issued, was it not? How could you be without it? Fang Jia responded. Perplexed. I seem to have misplaced it, Shihao stated without embarrassment. Confound it. Following their ablutions, the recruits proceeded to the mess hall for sustenance. The inaugural meal featured an unlimited supply of steamed buns. Famished from a day of travel, the recruits devoured the fare with gusto, scarcely savoring the flavor before hastily retreating to their quarters for a brief respite. At precisely 7:00 p.m., a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility, followed by the stentorian command of a camouflaged military figure, "Assemble." The thoroughly exhausted students groggily descended, Fang Jia among them, lamenting his failure to seek a deferment. Regardless of the academic repercussions, contrary to expectations of a perfunctory exercise, the intensity of the training was disconcerting. Night had fully descended, and the parade ground was illuminated by harsh, incandescent lamps, causing ocular discomfort. The commanding officer surveyed the callow faces before him, noting their weary countenances with a nod of approval, proclaiming them the pillars of the nation. Despite the brief duration of their impending association, he declared that they were now under his command and were expected to conduct themselves accordingly. Murmurs of discontent arose as the students expressed their fatigue and questioned the severity of the training. Some voiced their expectations of firearms instruction as their sole motivation for participation. The commanding officer allowed the grumbling to persist until a palpable sense of unease settled upon the group. He then calmly addressed them, noting that they had already squandered 15 minutes. He added that what was originally scheduled to end at 9:00 p.m. would now end at 9:30 p.m. A hush fell over the assembly, and the commanding officer further extended the delay by an additional 10 minutes of standing. True to his word, the commanding officer remained steadfast. The adjutant officers maintained an impassive demeanor, their countenances starkly illuminated by the incandescent lamps. The students, subdued by the prevailing atmosphere, refrained from further complaint. After consulting his timepiece, the commanding officer initiated the formation of squads, reiterating that they were no longer students but soldiers, and that their primary duty was obedience. The students responded in unison with a resounding affirmation. As the commanding officer departed, the students resumed their grumbling, decrying the training regimen. Fang Jia lamented its interminable nature, while Shihao expressed a desire for respite. Chen Yiwen remained unfazed, owing to his robust constitution and pragmatic outlook. At that moment, the adjutant officers re-entered, demanding silence. The ranks swiftly reformed, with the original class-based formations being reorganized into male and female contingents. The female squads were highly coveted, as the officers were predominantly young men accustomed to the confines of military life. The prospect of interacting with the fair undergraduates was naturally appealing, leading to attempts at negotiation and bribery. The female students were amused by the spectacle, while the male students voiced their discontent. Those who failed to secure a position in the female squads muttered their dissatisfaction. The officer assigned to Chen Yiwen's squad, a wiry individual, appeared disgruntled. Upon overhearing murmurs within the ranks, the officer demanded silence. Fang Jia, harboring resentment towards the officers, muttered that they were merely venting their frustration. His words were audible amidst the relative quiet, and the officer demanded the identity of the speaker. When no one responded, the officer sarcastically praised their solidarity and ordered the entire group to perform 100 push-ups. The students protested, but the officer remained resolute. Fang Jia, despite his pride, felt compelled to accept responsibility. But before he could confess, another voice rang out. The speaker identified Fang Jia as the source of the offending remark. The officer, with a malevolent grin, summoned Fang Jia and increased the penalty to 300 push-ups. Fang Jia, gritting his teeth, reluctantly complied. The officer then turned his attention to the informer, inquiring about his name. The student identified himself as Lu Chang. The officer then appointed Lu Chang as squad leader for the duration of the training. Lu Chang beamed with satisfaction. Chapter 51. Discontent. Fang Jia gritted his teeth beside him, casting an angry glance at Lu Chang. Completing a full 300 push-ups would surely exhaust him. The instructor, however, remained unperturbed, content to establish his authority as he allowed Lu Chang to labor slowly beside him. He called Lu Chang back to the ranks and briefly outlined the day's schedule. Today marked the first day of military training, which, according to regulations, would last until 9:30. Upon hearing this, a chorus of groans erupted from the students below. Silence. I did not permit you to speak. Maintain your composure. The instructor barked fiercely. He continued, explaining that as it was the first day, there was little to teach. Merely an overview of the process and basic stances such as standing at ease and attention. As long as the students refrained from whispering or voicing dissent, the instructor would not maintain a stern demeanor. After all, being assigned to the boys' squad meant they would be rigorously trained. The boys' squad would undoubtedly be held to stricter standards, while the girls' side enjoyed a considerably easier experience, with competition scheduled for the final day of training. Until then, each group would train independently, not far away. Jiang Rue and her companions were also undergoing training, their instructor notably amiable, smiling as he inquired if anyone was feeling fatigued and suggesting they could take a break if so. He then cheerfully asked if anyone wished to run for class leader. Without hesitation, Jiang Rue stepped forward, only to find Ji Sueki also stepping out from the crowd. It was evident that Jiang Rue possessed the most striking figure. Even clad in military training attire, her captivating silhouette could not be concealed, boasting a devilish curve. In contrast, Ji Sueki, though possessing delicate and icy features, had a rather flat physique that made it difficult to discern any contours. The instructor appeared somewhat conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose Jiang Rue, not solely for her physique, but rather for the resolute determination in her gaze. "You shall be the class leader during the military training period," he declared to Jiang Rue. Her face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this, while the instructor felt a flush of embarrassment, averting his eyes from her. Ji Sueki, meanwhile, exhibited no reaction, calmly returning to her place in line. Meanwhile, Feng Jie had nearly ceased all movement, only his waist showing the slightest rise and fall, a testament to his effort. The instructor paid him no mind, clearly unconvinced that a student could truly complete 300 push-ups. It was merely a show of authority. Feng Jie forced himself through a little over 200 before declaring he was done, prompting the instructor to allow him back into formation without further comment. As the first day of military training officially concluded, the ranks began to disperse. Returning to the dormitory, Feng Jie collapsed onto his bed, exclaiming that he felt utterly spent. Chen Yiwen splashed water on his face, noticing that all the other boys in the dorm had already succumbed to sleep, leaving the outside world quiet save for the chirping of crickets. The moonlight flowed like water, and within the hushed dormitory, Chen Yiwen closed his eyes in an attempt to sleep, only to find himself restless. He opened his phone, discovering numerous unread messages on QQ. Among them was a friend request from a girl named Zhang Yiding, who he recalled was the girl he had helped today. Upon adding her, he found multiple messages from Jiang Rue, informing him of her new role as class leader. Chen Yiwen replied with a simple congratulation. Their conversation felt rather mundane. Jiang Rue yearned to share more, but she struggled to find a topic. He then noticed a message from Ji Sueki, who expressed a longing for home. Chen Yiwen understood and offered a few words of comfort. He also observed that Ji Sueki, during their high school years, had not been particularly cold. Her personality had been quite lively. Yet, for reasons unknown, she now seemed so distant. Ji Sueki sent another message, asking why he had been avoiding her. "I haven't." Chen Yiwen replied. "Is it because of what happened in our second year?" She probed. "No, don't overthink it," he said, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had nearly forgotten that incident. "Is it because I confessed my feelings for you?" She continued. "That might be part of it. It feels a bit awkward," he admitted honestly. "But we've known each other for so long, from elementary through high school to now in college. If we can't be more than friends, can't we at least remain friends?" Ji Sueki questioned. "No, you're overthinking it. We've always been friends," Chen Yiwen replied. "Is that so?" she asked. "Indeed. It's getting late. You should get some rest for tomorrow's training." "All right, good night," she replied with a smile. "Good night." Exhausted, Chen Yiwen lay on his bed, reflecting on the singular white moonlight of his youth. He had often fantasized about a blossoming romance with her, but now that it was within reach, it felt surreal, like a fleeting dream, and he sensed that his youthful passion had dimmed. His thoughts swirled as a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hey, Lao Chen, are you asleep?" Feng Jie whispered from nearby. "What is up?" Chen Yiwen inquired. "Are you hungry?" "I'm feeling a bit peckish," Feng Jie confessed. "I'm hungry too." Shi Hao chimed in. "Who isn't hungry?" Echoed 4 boys from the neighboring dorm, all 8 residents of their shared space voicing their hunger in unison. Sigh. "I could really go for some stir-fried green peppers and pork from home." "Are you from Hunan?" "I'm craving my family's Chaozhou beef meatballs." "You have no idea how fragrant and spicy those peppers are." "Are the meatballs really that delicious?" "Absolutely. You wouldn't believe how tasty and chewy they are when made by hand." The dormitory, once quiet, erupted into animated chatter as they lamented their cravings. "I brought a few packs of cookies," Pingyu weakly interjected. "What? Where? Fang Jie and Shihao sprang from their beds, their eyes practically gleaming with excitement. They quickly crowded around Peng Yu, rummaging through his backpack without hesitation. The boys from the adjoining dorm, emboldened by the commotion, approached to snag a bite. Though Shihao was somewhat reluctant, Fang Jie, with his generous nature, shared a few pieces. Wow, this is so delicious. This is true culinary delight. One boy exclaimed. Who would have thought that I, Fang Jie, would find myself in such dire straits? Fang Jie lamented, nearly brought to tears by regret. If only I had taken the day off. Jiege, don't finish it all. Otherwise, you won't have anything for the next 2 weeks. Shihao warned. Oh right. I'll save this half-piece for later, Fang Jie agreed, nodding vigorously, unwilling to endure 2 weeks without a taste. The other boys followed suit, stashing away their own portions. That long, arduous night stretched on, filled with the cacophony of cicadas outside, leaving behind a group of homesick students yearning for the comforts of home. Chapter 52. Torment. The entire camp had over 10 training grounds, divided into various formations, each led by an instructor. Jiang Ruerue and her companions found themselves at a nearby training field, but due to the large number of participants, they had to switch to a different area, coincidentally landing in Chen Yiwen's training ground. This vast space included a running track and a basketball court, and the arrival of a new group of students in such an expansive area failed to attract any attention. Chen Yiwen and his peers stood rigidly, silent. The sun blazed overhead, the heat was unbearable, and maintaining a military stance was a strenuous task. Before long, they began to feel aches in their backs and legs. A competent instructor might have allowed their charges to train in the shade, yet they were unfortunate enough to be assigned a rather stern one, who was determined to secure a first-place victory in the upcoming competition. Fang Jie, with his rebellious spirit, being from the capital, was particularly displeased with the situation. After being subjected to a harsh reprimand on the first day, his resentment towards the instructor intensified. He stood languidly, only to be caught by the instructor and punished by having to squat off to the side. The instructor scolded, "Is this what your training has come to? You are utterly useless, not even as capable as the girls." Suddenly, a boy in the formation raised his hand and reported, "Sir, I feel a bit unwell." The instructor scoffed, "If you're unwell, just stand there." Moments later, the boy collapsed to the ground. The instructor hurried over and, upon discovering the boy had indeed suffered heat stroke, his face turned pale. If anything serious were to happen, he would be in deep trouble. He could only mutter about how inept the students were. He instructed Chen Yiwen and she how to escort the boy to the infirmary. The chief instructor witnessed this scene and promptly reprimanded the instructor, exclaiming, "How can you be so careless? Are you trying to train them to death? They are still students." The instructor weakly retorted, "But you said they are soldiers, right?" The chief instructor was thoroughly exasperated. Chen Yiwen and his group returned from the infirmary, while in the girls' formation, Enya and her friends lounged in the shade, utterly bored. Although Enya could use her menstrual cramps as an excuse to take leave, she could only do so for a few days and had to obediently participate in training. She noticed Chen Yiwen striding past, his tall and robust figure hard to miss. "Hey, isn't that Chen Yiwen?" Enya exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Ruerue, overhearing, quickly looked up and spotted Chen Yiwen in his green camouflage uniform. The instructor, having been chastised earlier, had softened his stance and allowed Chen Yiwen and his peers to rest in a shaded area, exhausted. Fang Jie's keen eyes caught sight of Enya and her friends, and he eagerly waved at them. Enya chuckled at Fang Jie, who looked utterly spent. Fang Jie managed to smile, but Lu Chang, standing nearby, frowned and questioned, "What are you doing?" Fang Jie, not one to coddle, shot back, "What is it to you? You're the one who reported me and took the class leader position. I've had enough of you. Mind your own business." Lu Chang retorted, his frown deepening. Fang Jie scoffed, "You really enjoy being a lapdog, don't you?" Lu Chang, incensed, strode over and grabbed Fang Jie by his shirt. "What did you just say?" At that moment, the instructor chanced upon the scene and barked, "What are you two doing? I leave for just a moment, and you can't keep your hands to yourself?" "Sir," he asked, disrupting the training and refuses to obey. Lu Chang quickly reported. The instructor cast a disapproving glance at Fang Jie and grumbled, "You again? Still causing trouble after being punished multiple times? Run 10 laps. Fang Jie bristled, wanting to protest, but the instructor cut him off, coldly stating, "Make that 20 laps. You will keep running until mealtime." Suppressing his anger, Fang Jie stormed away, his face a mask of fury. Lu Chang stood tall, a smug grin plastered on his face. "What are you standing there for? Go run with him." The instructor snapped impatiently. "What? Me?" Lu Chang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The instructor, unwilling to elaborate, shouted. Don't you understand human language? Move. Lu Chang grimaced, but had no choice but to follow Fang Jie, running behind him. The instructor's voice rang out loudly, and the nearby girls' formation overheard the commotion. Why does our instructor act like a lunatic? And you whispered, rolling her eyes. Isn't it because you got him into trouble? Jiang Ruirui chimed in. No, I didn't do anything. And you protested, exasperated. Indeed. The military training at university was exhausting, yet it provided students with a valuable experience. However, as time progressed, the training became increasingly bureaucratic, to the point where even the army no longer accepted such tasks, leading schools to outsource the training to third parties, resulting in a significant decline in training quality. After the morning training concluded, a throng of students made their way to the cafeteria. 8 of them shared a table, with 6 dishes and a soup, accompanied by plain steamed buns as the staple. 6 dishes were hardly sufficient, and since Chen Yiwen and his group arrived late, only remnants of greasy food remained, which they scraped onto their buns and wolfed down. This is the first time I've appreciated steamed buns so much, Fang Jie remarked, swallowing eagerly. Is that all? I finished in just 2 bites. Shihao lamented. They arrived much later than others, having waited for Fang Jie, resulting in a meager selection left for them. If only we had some Laogan Ma. Fang Jie mused, as the scant oil left on his bun was barely enough to savor. Chen Yiwen felt similarly helpless. He had barely eaten, only managing a few buns and some vegetable leaves, and he truly craved meat. The camp featured a small shop selling daily necessities and the only edible condiment, Laogan Ma, but it was exorbitantly priced at over 30 yuan. Fang Jie, unable to resist, bought a bottle. During the midday break, Chen Yiwen lay on his bed chatting with Su Zhizhi, discovering that she was also undergoing military training and was likely assigned to the same camp. After some light conversation, Su Zhizhi inquired why he appeared so downcast, to which Chen Yiwen replied, the food is simply insufficient. After chatting for a while longer, training resumed. The afternoon session stretched until 7 in the evening, the sky darkening, revealing faint stars. The class leader called out commands as they filed out, with Chen Yiwen standing tall at the back of the line in his green camouflage uniform. Old Chen, I'm really craving KFC right now, Fang Jie said, his voice lacking energy. Shihao nodded in agreement, eyes filled with longing. Chen Yiwen sighed in resignation. What good is it to ask me? No one can leave, so how can we possibly buy any? Chapter 53, That Girl Old Chen. Look, is that your cousin? Exclaimed Shihao eagerly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiwen lifted his gaze and spotted a girl standing beneath a nearby tree among the formations of various classes. Clad in a matching green t-shirt and short denim shorts, she stood out remarkably amidst the sea of green. The girl was quite attractive, sporting braided hair that enhanced her innocent charm. Her long and alluring legs were irresistible, and even the green t-shirt could not obscure her captivating silhouette. The girl in question was Su Zhizhi. At that moment, Su Zhizhi was scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for a tall figure. Eventually, she spotted Chen Yiwen and broke into a sweet smile. Stealthily, she approached him, catching the attention of several boys nearby, who were captivated by her beauty. However, they were quickly halted by an instructor, as she did not belong to any formation, allowing her to slip behind Chen Yiwen unnoticed. Chen Yiwen, intrigued, asked, What brings you here? Su Zhizhi playfully mimicked a marching step behind him, her antics amusingly adorable, reminiscent of a little duckling. Chen Yiwen couldn't help but chuckle, and Su Zhizhi's cheeks flushed as she stifled a giggle. Still curious, he inquired again, Why are you here? In response, Su Zhizhi discreetly slipped something into his hand when no one was looking and hurried away, as if she had never been there. As she bounced away merrily like a carefree child, Chen Yiwen watched, unable to suppress his laughter. After a short distance, Su Zhizhi turned back, beaming at him, the sunlight casting a golden glow that made her appear even more enchanting. Looking down, Chen Yiwen discovered an unopened box of chocolates. Fang Jie, who was nearby, whispered, Old Chen, what did your girlfriend come for? Chen Yiwen merely shook his head, tucking the chocolates into his pocket. Though Su Zhizhi departed swiftly, her presence lingered, causing quite a stir among the boys around. They eagerly inquired about her, marveling at her beauty and speculating whom she was looking for. Classmates who had witnessed the encounter also approached Chen Yiwen, asking, Is the class monitor your girlfriend? Shihao, ever blunt, chimed in, That's old Chen's cousin. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly pressing Chen Yiwen for confirmation. Is she really your cousin? With an indifferent expression, Chen Yiwen replied, Ignore his nonsense. She is my girlfriend. Wait, old Chen, didn't you just say she was your cousin? Shihao retorted, perplexed. Chen Yiwen chose not to engage further, while the surrounding boys cast envious glances, unable to hide their admiration for such a charming girlfriend. The box of chocolates contained 2 pieces, each divided into 8 smaller squares. Although Chen Yiwen was not particularly fond of sweets, he decided to share them with his roommates that evening. Fang Jie's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he carefully accepted the treat, while the other roommates reacted dramatically, as if participating in a sacred ritual. My goodness! The aroma! The texture! This is truly chocolate! Exclaimed one roommate, nearly in tears of joy. Where did you get this, old Chen? Fang Jie asked, astonished. Gigi gave it to me. Chen Yiwen replied. Isn't she your cousin? How did she suddenly become your Gigi? Fang Jie teased with a grin. Shihao joined in. Yeah, old Chen. How did she become your girlfriend? Chen Yiwen reclined on his bed, opting not to respond. Fang Jie, growing more animated, leaned in and asked, Old Chen, what are your thoughts? I see that Ji Sueki and Jiang Rurei also seem interested in you. You have to choose someone, right? Chen Yiwen remained silent. Fang Jie continued enthusiastically. Honestly, old Chen, if I were you, I would definitely choose Su Gigi. She is genuinely beautiful and treats you so well. Coming all this way to bring you something. She is truly a good girl. If it were me, I would give her my life. You must not let her down. Fang Jie's heartfelt plea was earnest, as if he were baring his soul. Chen Yiwen smiled and asked, What about Anya? Is she no longer important to you? Upon hearing this, Fang Jie sighed. Old Chen, I used to think Anya was a bit better than Su Gigi. But now I've changed my mind. Su Gigi is a true treasure. If she liked me, perhaps it wouldn't be impossible. After much questioning, Fang Jie realized Chen Yiwen was unresponsive and, exasperated, muttered a remark. Observing Shihao indulging in the chocolates, he asked, What about you? How? Who would you choose? What? Su Gigi, Jiang Ruerue, Ji Sueki. If you were old Chen, who would you pick? Are those the only 2 options? No. Do you want both? No. I mean, can I choose Anya? Not a chance. Fang Jie and Shihao continued their banter while Chen Yiwen focused on his novel. Come on, old Chen. Who will you choose? Fang Jie persisted. Why rush? School just started. There's no need to tie myself down so soon, Chen Yiwen replied nonchalantly. Impressive. Truly worthy of being my brother Chen. Shihao praised him wholeheartedly. Fang Jie could only mutter in frustration about the unfairness of life. As the night passed, the military training continued without change, filled with relentless drills that had initially been grueling but became bearable over time. After all, it was merely an experience of life, not a rigorous training regimen for soldiers. The exercises mainly consisted of standing at attention and performing military-style movements, designed to give students a taste of hardship while also incorporating some recreational activities. In the evenings, everyone gathered in a circle, showcasing their talents through song and dance. One instructor, seemingly out of nowhere, brought forth a guitar and showcased his skills by playing a somewhat melancholic love song. This performance captivated many girls, who clapped and cheered, whispering among themselves, which greatly satisfied the instructor and brought a proud smile to his face. Anya then called out to her class instructor, Why don't you show us something? We can't let others outshine us. The nearby girls joined in, urging the instructor to perform. However, the instructor, being somewhat shy, could only scratch his head and modestly decline, claiming he had no talents to share. Chapter 54, Talents at this moment. The instructor Chen Yiwen observed the commotion caused by the girls next door and was suddenly struck by a mischievous idea. With a glint in his eye, he swiftly beckoned Fang Jie and Lu Chang to him, whispering, Come, let me show you something entertaining. Thus, a group of boys leaned in, engaging in hushed whispers. After sharing his scheme, a smug smile curled at the corners of the instructor's lips as he inquired if they were all prepared. The boys, concealing their amusement, boisterously replied, We are ready. The nearby girls, witnessing this peculiar scene, felt utterly bewildered. The instructor then called out loudly against the girls' objections, Has Chen Liang arrived? The boys eagerly shouted back, No. Can we get one? Yes. Prepare, begin. The instructor commanded loudly. The boys, stretching their necks, echoed, Chen Liang, come on. With the boys shouting vigorously, the girls giggled nearby, while the instructor could only lower his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Other instructors joined in the ruckus, calling out, Chen Liang, come on. The female instructor, infuriated, dashed towards Chen Yiwen, who, sensing danger, hastily fled. The two engaged in a playful chase, drawing the attention of countless classmates. However, after a prolonged pursuit, the instructor Chen Liang found himself unable to catch up, panting heavily as he took a break. while Chen Yiwen teased him with a grin. Chen Liang, will you come? The students on Chen Yiwen's side rallied to chant, Chen Liang, come on. The sound was thunderous, creating a ripple of excitement. While many instructors stifled their laughter, leaving Chen Liang's face beet red with fury. At this moment, Anya stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction. Instructor, why are you afraid? We cannot concede like this. Come on. Yet, Chen Liang awkwardly scratched his head, stammering that he couldn't perform. Anya pressed on, you must know how to sing or dance. To which Chen Liang, with sincerity, admitted he could not do either. Feeling a sense of frustration, and noticing the boys becoming increasingly audacious, Anya resolved to seize the moment for herself. All right, instructor, I will take your place, she declared, then approached her class leader, Jiang Ruerue, to discuss her plan. Jiang Ruerue, surprised but enthusiastic, quickly organized the classmates into a half-circle. The boys nearby whispered curiously, uncertain of their intentions. At this juncture, Anya miraculously produced a loudspeaker and cranked the volume to the maximum. Isn't that Anya? Shihao exclaimed, astonished. What is she up to? Fang Jie wondered, equally intrigued. Anya then pulled out her phone, playing her favorite song, positioning it beside the loudspeaker. As she stepped into the center of the formation, the girls surrounded her like stars orbiting a moon, making Anya stand out distinctly. The music blared, a chart-topping hit known as Nobody, a phenomenon that everyone could sing along to. With the melody filling the air, Anya confidently shed her outer jacket, revealing a green t-shirt that accentuated her tall and alluring figure, despite her loose camouflage pants. The boys around her were spellbound, their eyes wide with admiration as they gasped in awe. Anya reveled in the attention, relishing the feeling of being in the spotlight. Playfully lifting her shirt slightly to reveal her fair, flat abdomen and a captivating waist so slender it seemed one hand could encompass it. The boys erupted in excitement, with some even whistling. Wow, she is incredibly bold and undeniably sexy, Shihao exclaimed, nudging Fang Jie beside him. Clearly possessing dance skills, Anya moved with rhythm and grace, her motions fluid and captivating. The sight of her elegant figure ignited fervor among the onlookers, drawing attention from other formations. As the performance concluded, Anya was breathless. A light sheen of sweat gracing her neck, her t-shirt clinging to her figure, highlighting her exquisite curves. Countless boys were entranced, while Anya felt a swell of satisfaction, knowing she would attract numerous admirers. Who is that stunning girl? She is breathtaking. I must get her contact information. I am determined to pursue her, murmured the crowd. While Fang Jie stood proudly, chest out, relishing the moment, for in his eyes, Anya was his girlfriend, and the more others admired her, the more impressive he felt. He firmly grasped the arm of a nearby boy, despite their mutual unfamiliarity, confidently asserting, brother, don't even think about it. She is my girlfriend. The boy, puzzled and incredulous, retorted, what? You? Why not? Fang Jie replied with a smug grin. Humph. The boy scoffed, clearly unconvinced, and walked away. Meanwhile, Chen Yiwen continued to fiddle with his phone, having grown closer to Su Zhizhi since she brought him a gift. Their conversations, although mundane, had become increasingly lively, with Su Zhizhi often initiating the dialogue while Chen Yiwen responded with casual engagement. Anya, returning triumphantly to her group, noticed the dazed expression on Chen Yiwen's face and smiled. What do you think, instructor? Have you ever seen such a beautiful and lively girl? Chen Yiwen, lost in admiration, nodded absent-mindedly. As she donned her jacket again, she glanced at the captivated boys around her, feeling proud. However, her mood soured when she noticed Chen Yiwen engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to her performance. Anya felt a twinge of discomfort, her brow furrowing. Chen Yiwen, you really are something. I always excel. Some girls nearby complimented her. But Anya cast a discontented glance at Chen Yiwen. A devious thought crossed her mind, and she cheerfully addressed the instructors, it's not enough to just show off. We must devise a way to retaliate. But that guy can play the guitar. Calling out to him is futile, one instructor remarked, puzzled. Anya sighed, confiding in the girls beside her, just follow my lead. They whispered conspiratorially, while Jiang Ruerue frowned, shaking her head. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Anya retorted, slightly annoyed. Isn't it just to embarrass him? Why not ask Fang Jie? Jiang Ruerue suggested. Oh, what does it matter? It's just a bit of fun during military training. Anya replied nonchalantly. The other girls, now genuinely in awe of Anya, readily agreed, swept up in her enthusiasm. As they engaged in whispered discussions, they remained oblivious to the fact that the typically icy Ji Sweki was now sporting a mischievous grin.